My father had been dead 12 days when I learned that ruin does not come all at once, but in papers, signatures, and polite voices that ask a woman to sit down before they tell her how much of her life has already been decided. By the time Sebastian Vale, Marquess of Ashcroft, entered my mother's drawing room with law at his back and urgency in his eyes, I already knew my younger brother's inheritance stood on broken ground, and that my family's safety might soon depend on whichever man reached us first. When he offered marriage, he did not offer love, rescue, or even comfort. He offered structure. And because I was frightened enough to understand the value of structure, and wise enough to distrust the man who wielded it so well, I knew it. Once that saying yes might save us all and cost me more than anyone in the room intended to name. Chapter 1. The Offer Before Ruin. The Terms of Ashcroft. My father had been dead 12 days when I learned that a gentleman may leave behind less comfort than the paperwork and still be spoken of as if he had died nobly. For the first 3 days, grief had the house almost entirely to itself. Callers came in black gloves and correct voices. They praised Papa's courtesy, his learning, his old name, his loyalty to the county, and all the other things men commend in one another once they are no longer in a position to ask for money. Trays moved quietly. Doors shut gently. Even the rain, which had begun on the morning after the funeral and continued without any sense of proportion, seemed to understand that Hartwell House ought, at least for 1 week, to be permitted the dignity of sorrow before being made to face arithmetic. By the 9th day, arithmetic had arrived anyway. It entered not with noise, but with folded papers, delayed accounts, and relatives who suddenly remembered routes to our door they had neglected for years. There is no creature in England more agile than a relation who suspects weakness in a family 1 degree nearer the grave than himself. They come under cover of condolence, and stay to inspect the silver, the carpets, the servants' faces, the quality of the tea, the damp at the windows, the age of the horse in the stable yard, and the son who must now inherit whatever is left of the name. By the time they leave, they know exactly how far ruin has advanced, and whether it would be decent to call again before the month is out. I received the first of them with Mama in the front drawing room on the 5th day after the funeral. I endured the second alone 2 days later, when she had a headache too violent for company, and Tom, my brother, still 17 and all narrow shoulders and trying dignity, had shut himself in the old schoolroom with Papa's gun cases and not emerged until dark. By the 3rd visit, I had begun to understand that condolence is often merely curiosity dressed for mourning. On the 12th day, Mr. Armitage came from London. He had been Papa's man of business for 15 years, which ought to have made him reassuring. It did not. Men who have managed a family's papers for 15 years do not come down from town in January rain unless they mean to change the way that family understands itself. He was shown into the morning room at 10:30. That room had always belonged more to Mama than to the rest of us. It looked east over the lower lawn and the orchard wall, and in spring she used to sit there with her mending, while Papa dictated letters he never quite finished, and Tom tried to read anything except what his tutor set before him. Now the room smelled of fire laid too early, damp wool, and the lilies people had sent after the funeral, already sweetening into decay at the edges. I hated the flowers. They made grief look decorative. Mama sat on the sofa beneath the window with her hands folded too tightly over one another. She had become very beautiful in mourning, which was a fact I resented on her behalf. Sorrow should make women less visible, not more. Tom stood by the hearth, refusing the chair offered him because chairs, in his present view of adulthood, seemed connected to weakness. I sat at the writing table with Papa's blotter before me, and the absurd sensation that if I kept my hands perfectly still, the house itself might not yet realize it had changed masters badly. Mr. Armitage bowed to each of us in turn. Mrs. Hartwell. Mr. Hartwell. Tom flushed at the title, not with pride, with dread. There are moments in life when one can almost hear childhood closing behind someone. That was one. Mr. Armitage removed his gloves, placed them carefully on the side table, and opened the leather case he had brought with him from town. The sound of its clasp lifting seemed far too loud in the room. He said, "I am sorry." And because he was not a sentimental man, the apology had more weight than another's tenderness might have done. I would not have hurried this conversation if delay were not already proving expensive. Mama's fingers tightened. Tom said at once, "Expensive how?" I looked at him. He was trying, poor boy. Trying so visibly that it broke my heart and hardened it in the same beat. Papa had loved him for his openness and prepared him for nothing. And men always do that best where sons are concerned, cherish the softness and leave the steel to appear by miracle later. Mr. Armitage drew out 3 packets. The first matter is the estate debt. The second concerns the old settlement on Hartwell House and the lower farms. The third is connected to a codicil presently being used elsewhere in the Vale family and may touch your late father's conduct more nearly than I would wish. At the mention of the Vales, something in Mama's face changed. Not recognition exactly. Something older. A family memory sharpened into discomfort. I said, "Begin with the estate." He inclined his head and untied the first packet. I had known. Of course, that money was not abundant. Women in old houses always know more than men prefer to believe. We know by the age of gowns retouched instead of replaced, by the number of candles reduced after supper, by which servants are dismissed and called economy, by the silence after a tradesman's name is mentioned, by whether game is sent to the neighbors or sold through them discreetly. For the last 3 years Hartwell had been moving, by degrees, from comfort into management and from management into worry. But I had thought the worry recent. I had thought Papa, at worst, untidy rather than endangered. Mr. Armitage laid the papers in order. The London debts are heavier than your father admitted even to me. The mortgage on the East Meadow was extended twice last year. 2 notes to Mr. Corbury of Bath were paid only by means of short private loans. The tenant arrears are real, but not sufficient to account for the whole deficiency. In plain language, Mr. Hartwell, the estate is not merely strained, it is overborne. Tom went pale. Mama said very quietly, "No." I think Mr. Armitage hated that single syllable more than any display of feminine collapse would have offended him. Because it was not dramatic. It was only the human mind rejecting, for 1 second, what the papers had already decided. Tom said, "I am afraid so." "How much?" Mr. Armitage named the sum. The room altered at once. Not because numbers have magic in themselves, but because when a family hears the first true measure of its danger, every object changes allegiance. The curtains become assets or burdens. The silver turns into weight, the servants into wages. The walls themselves begin asking what right you have to them. Tom sat down after all. I did not look at him while he did it. He asked, "Can we not sell part of the South land?" Mama said, "No." The answer came too fast. Mr. Armitage looked at her. So did I. For 1 beat too long, she seemed almost to regret having spoken. Then she said more carefully, "The South land is tied." Mr. Armitage folded his hands. "Wes, there it was then, the second packet, the old settlement. I knew of it, naturally. In the vague way daughters know of old family instruments, some document drawn up before one's birth by dead men who believed themselves prudent, concerning names, land, marriage portions, contingencies, and all the other respectable devices by which the living are governed from the grave. Hartwell House and certain adjoining farms had not been wholly Papa's to do with as he pleased. That much I had always understood. But I had also understood, or thought I did, that Tom as only son would inherit the place entire in due course, and that the settlement's complexities were there chiefly to irritate solicitors, and not to alter the natural fact of succession. I had been wrong. Mr. Armitage opened the second packet, and withdrew a yellowed schedule older than any of us in the room, except perhaps memory itself. He said, "This settlement 'was drawn on the marriage of your grandfather and grandmother Hartwell, and later amended when your Aunt Beatrice married into the Vale connection." At that name, Mama shut her eyes once. Aunt Beatrice, Papa's younger sister. The one never spoken of directly, only alluded to as if she had not died of fever in Bath 20 years ago, after a marriage too expensive, too proud, and too badly chosen. I remembered her only as a miniature in the West Corridor, and one story of her singing, when she was 17 and wanted London more than wisdom. To hear her name in the same breath as legal ruin was like feeling an old crack in the house shift under new weather. Mr. Armitage went on. Tom said, "The amendment provided, among other things, for protective reversion should the Hartwell line become impaired by debt, dissipation, or irregular claims. At the time, it was framed as insurance against the exact sort of improvidence which had already begun to ruin Mrs. Vale's branch. I do not understand." "No," I said quietly. "You are not meant to. Not on paper written by dead men." Mr. Armitage spared me the smallest glance of gratitude and continued. "In practical language, if the estate debt reaches a threshold at which the main house and entailed farms can no longer be maintained in solvency by the direct male line, the trustees may intervene. They may do so in the name of preserving Hartwell for the future, but the immediate result is this: your mother would lose independent control of the house, and your own coming inheritance, Mr. Hartwell, would pass into protected management until majority and later review." Tom stared. Protected management by whom? Mr. Armitage hesitated. It was the first hesitation he had shown. I disliked it at once. He said, "By the surviving senior trustee, or by the nearest qualified relation under the amendment if the trustee declines." Mama whispered, "No." This time the word was different, not disbelief, recognition. I looked at her. Truly looked. The color had left her face almost entirely. "Who?" I asked. Mr. Armitage answered me. "Not her. Mrs. Vale's son. Mr. Adrian Val." The name meant very little to Tom. I could see that at once. To Mama it meant enough to make her hand go to her throat. To me it meant only what was already terrible in shape, and likely to worsen in detail: some male relation on the Vale side, not immediate enough to love us, and near enough to claim concern, standing now on paper between my brother and his house. Tom said, "I have met him only twice, That," said Mr. Armitage, "may not discourage him." I stood then because the room had grown too small for sitting. This cannot be all. Papa knew the settlement, Wes. And yet he borrowed against land tied under its own protection clauses. Wes. The word landed like a slap. Always yes, I would later learn. But at that moment it belonged only to my father's absence, and the cold exactness of men left to explain it. I went to the window. Outside, the orchard wall ran black with rain. Beyond it the lower field lay winter, bare and slick, the hedges dark against a pale sky. Hartwell looked exactly as it had the day before, and nothing at all like it. Behind me Tom said, "If the trustee steps in, can we contest it?" "Possibly," said Mr. Armitage. "If the books can be stabilized, if private obligations can be cleared enough to argue temporary overreach, if certain supporting notes your father referred to in conversation can be produced." "There are notes." I turned back. He said, "Mentions of them. Not the documents themselves." Of course, all our disaster now appeared to depend upon missing papers. It seemed a particularly masculine form of ruin. I said, "What sort of notes?" He drew out the third packet. And there, at last, the room shifted from Hartwell trouble into something stranger. Not because the estate ceased to matter. Because now another family's shadow entered it. He said, "These papers concern the late Lady Ashcroft's property division. More specifically, a codicil presently being questioned by her brother, the Marquess of Ashcroft." Tom frowned. "What can that have to do with us?" Mr. Armitage answered, "Your father's signature appears in one of the witness references surrounding the original settlement review, and his name has also turned up in correspondence connected to the challenged codicil. I do not yet know whether he acted with full understanding, partial understanding, or only social obligation. But the Ashcroft side is searching old papers. If they confirm your father's hand touched both matters knowingly, the Vale branch may use that fact either against Hartwell or in negotiation over it." I felt, rather than saw, Mama's distress sharpen beside me. She said, "Ashcroft. Again that name. Not strange in itself, One hears enough great names in county life to become indifferent to most of them, yet in her mouth it carried weight. You know them, I said. She shook her head once. Not well, only by Beatrice, and by what came after. No one asked her to explain. We had all become too tired for family ghosts in full detail. Tom said, with a courage so young it nearly undid me. Then what are we to do? Mr. Armitage closed the second packet and placed his hand over it. In strictness, you must do 3 things at once. First, keep Mr. Vale from believing Hartwell has already yielded to weakness. Second, locate any private papers your father may have left touching the amendment or the Ashcroft codicil. Third. Again that hesitation. This time I did not allow it. Third what? His eyes came to mine with a kind of blunt pity that was almost unbearable. Third, Miss Hartwell. You must understand that if a great house under legal strain chose to ally itself with yours quickly enough, the social posture of this family would improve before the trustee line could harden. The implication hit the room before the words fully formed. Marriage. Not spoken yet. Already there. Mama said, no. But I had begun to see it too. Not a suitor, not romance, not rescue in the vulgar storybook sense, structure. Name. Alliance. Another house taking ours under its visible wing before the paper machinery closed its jaws. I hated that I understood it so quickly. I hated more that understanding did not make it less true. I said, and what great house under legal strain is presently searching my father's papers? Mr. Armitage did not answer immediately. A servant knocked. We all turned. For one absurd second I thought it must be T, and felt almost murderous at the idea that T could still exist in a world so newly sorted into clauses and male relations. Then the maid came in, looked at each of us in turn, and said with that careful blankness servants wear when they have been instructed not to react to anything at all, "Mighty lady, Miss Hartwell." "Mr. Hartwell, Lord Ashcroft has called." No one moved. Then Mama said faintly, "Lord Ashcroft." The maid kept her eyes lowered. "Wes, madam. He asks whether he may be received on a matter of immediate importance." There are moments in life when coincidence seems so vulgar that one must call it design instead. I looked at Mr. Armitage. He looked back at me with a face that had grown, if possible, even graver than before. He said, "I sent no word to him." Perhaps he had not. That no longer mattered. The house had reached us first. Or we had reached it. I straightened, though I could not have said whether from courage or instinct. "Show him in," I said. Then, because I already knew that whatever entered our drawing room next would not leave our lives untouched, I added, "No. Wait. Put him in the front room for one moment." The maid curtsied and withdrew. Tom looked at me as if I had suddenly become older than he had quite realized. Mama said my name softly. "Eleanor." I turned to them both. "We are not ruined yet," I said. "So let us receive him as if we remember it." But whether the sentence was true mattered less, just then, than the fact of saying it aloud. I put my hand once on the back of Papa's chair. Not from sentiment. Not exactly. But because the room had become too unstable for standing wholly unaided. And then went to meet the Marquess of Ashcroft before fear, grief, or prudence could improve my expression into anything more polite than resolve. The front drawing room had been arranged for callers, not for rescue. That is to say, it was entirely unfit for what waited in it. The room looked west and held the better furniture, the family portraits least likely to embarrass one before company, and a pianoforte no one had touched properly since Mama's last birthday. In summer it could appear gracious. In January, under gray light and the weight of funeral flowers that had not yet been entirely banished from the house, it seemed only too large for truth and too formal for fear. Lord Ashcroft stood by the mantel. I knew him at once, though I had never been properly introduced. One hears enough of certain men before one sees them. Not the details, always. Reputation rarely carries those honestly. But one hears enough to prepare a frame. Ashcroft had been described to me, over the last 5 years, and by several ladies of contradictory intelligence, as severe, proud, impossibly self-commanding, prematurely burdened, disagreeably correct, and, this from a cousin who measured all male character by dancing, entirely deficient in social ease. None of those accounts prepared me for the actuality. He was taller than most men and darker than the room expected, with black hair worn plainly, a grave face made more striking by reserve than by beauty, and the kind of carriage that suggests not vanity but discipline forced into habit too early. He wore mourning still, though not the deepest stage. That, more than anything else, made him human before it made him grand. A man in mourning may still be vain, still be proud, still ruin a woman's peace with perfect composure. But grief at least admits the possibility that something in him answers life rather than merely rules it. He bowed when I entered. "Miss Hartwell, Lord Ashcroft." His eyes rested on me with the kind of attention I distrust in men at first sight, not admiring, not casual, not designed to flatter. Evaluating. Measuring. Not my face, I thought, but my steadiness in it. The knowledge should have offended me. It did. It also made me stand straighter. The maid withdrew and shut the door. There are silences meant to be softened. This one clearly wanted plain speech or nothing. My mother and brother will join us presently," I said. "If your business cannot bear witnesses, my lord, it has come to the wrong house." Something in his expression altered by a fraction. "Not surprise. Perhaps recognition," he said. "It can bear them?" "Indeed, I would prefer it." But his voice was lower than I had expected, and less polished than a man of his standing might have made it, if he valued ease in strangers. I did not dislike that. Men who speak too perfectly on first acquaintance usually mean to leave women remembering the surface instead of the terms. I said, "Then you may begin with the part that made you call without warning in a house under mourning." Before he could answer, Mama entered with Tom at her side and Mr. Armitage a step behind them. I had not expected Armitage to join us, but the sight of his dry, unornamented presence steadied me at once. If great houses meant to speak law in our drawing room, then law from our side might stand up and hear it. Mama bowed and gave her name. Tom, poor soul, nearly forgot he was master of Hartwell now, and corrected himself halfway through the inclination. Lord Ashcroft received them with perfect gravity. No excessive condolence. No murmured commonplaces over Papa's death. Again, I valued him for it against my own caution. When we had all taken our places, Mama on the sofa, Tom near her, Mr. Armitage slightly behind and to the side like a well-bred weapon, I at the writing table where I could see every face in the room, Ashcroft remained standing for a moment longer. Then he said, "Mr. Armitage, I believe you know my solicitor, Mr. Fenwick." Armitage inclined his head. "By reputation and correspondence." "Then you will know that I do not come to this room without grounds already laid in paper." I suspected as much. Something almost like dry approval passed between them. I disliked both of them for it on principle. Ashcroft sat at last. He said, "My business concerns two things at once. Your late father's name, Miss Hartwell, and the immediate vulnerability of this house." Tom bristled. "Hartwell is not vulnerable." Lord Ashcroft looked at him. Not with contempt, which, in a way, was harder to bear. He said, "It is. But I do not say that to shame you, Mr. Hartwell. Only because the people who mean to use it are already less polite." Tom flushed red enough to frighten me. Before he could answer, Mama laid one hand on his sleeve, and the boy's indignation, admirable and useless both, sat down inside him again. I said, "You have spoken to Mr. Armitage." "No, Ba." "Then how do you know the state of this house?" His gaze came back to mine. He said, "Because Adrian Vale has already made inquiries through his London man of business. Because Belsize has heard enough to begin testing the old Hartwell amendment. And because your father's name appears in papers now under examination at Ashcroft which connect your family more nearly to my own than society has yet been allowed to guess." There it was. Not merely coincidence. Not merely one gentleman's call following another's disturbing account. A line already drawn between our houses and likely drawn long before I had been admitted to see it. Mama said softly, "What papers?" For the first time, I thought I saw him choose among truths. Not to lie. That was not the feeling. Something subtler and perhaps more dangerous. A man deciding which fact must be laid first for the room to bear the rest. He said, a codicil challenge. Armitage said. My late sister's property division is under dispute. A secondary copy has appeared in support of my cousin's claim that certain funds and household effects were meant to pass through a branch of the family that had no moral right to them. And, I think, no legal one either. In reviewing the older papers around that matter, Fenwick found your father's name tied not only to one of the witness references, but to a side discussion touching the Hartwell Settlement Amendment and the Vale connection. You are certain? No, Ba. The answer came at once. Then, because the word had struck the room like disappointment, he added, I am certain only of the reference, not yet of its full meaning. That uncertainty is one reason I am here. I remembered, suddenly, Mr. Armitage's warning in the morning room. If a great house under legal strain chose to ally itself with ours quickly enough, the social posture of this family would improve before the trustee line could harden. And here it was. A great house under legal strain, I said. You have not come only to ask after papers. No. Tom, who had been struggling visibly not to interrupt men older and richer than himself, burst out. Then what do you want? Ashcroft turned to him fully. He said, I want to prevent two branches of bad family from profiting at once from weakness created by dead men. No one in the room breathed. The sentence was brutal. It was also, infuriatingly, the first one that made the whole matter feel almost clean. He went on. My cousin Adrian Val means, if he can, to advance from trustee possibility into practical authority over Hartwell's affairs before your books recover enough to resist him. My own cousin, Lionel Vale of the Ashcroft side, means to use the codicil dispute to reopen claims my late sister believed buried, and to weaken my present authority over a household already made vulnerable by mourning. If either man succeeds fully, both houses become easier prey for the other. There it was not just law, but appetite moving through bloodlines in two directions at once. Mama said, your late sister. It was not a question exactly. More the instinctive recognition that, if this man spoke from mourning too, then his urgency had not been born in ambition alone. He answered her at once. My sister Clara died 8 months ago. Her daughter has since remained under my protection at Ashcroft Hall, while the property attached to Clara's marriage portion and some of her separate effects are being challenged by Lionel's branch through a questionable codicil and older settlement language. A daughter, then, a child. I did not know why that fact altered him in my mind so swiftly, but it did. Men may be cold in 100 ways and still be made dangerous or decent by what children depend on them for. The existence of a little girl, at the center of his legal trouble, changed the shape of his need from property into household, and that made it at once more comprehensible and more alarming. I asked, how old is she? His eyes came to mine. For the first time since entering, I saw something pass through their reserve that looked unmistakably human. 8. Not the child. Not my ward. Enough, I said, more carefully now. And your house is vulnerable because... He replied, because I am unmarried. Because my sister's death left the domestic side of Ashcroft in uncertainty. Because Lionel means to argue that a household already altered by mourning and run without a settled mistress cannot offer the stability necessary where a female child's inheritance and future placement are concerned. And because he is exactly the sort of man who will use pity in public and appetite in chambers and call both duty. The words should perhaps have horrified Mama. I think they did. For me they produced something worse as understanding. I said, you require a wife. He did not soften the answer. Yes. Tom half rose again. Armitage said, good God. Dry as dust. Sit down, Mr. Hartwell. Your astonishment will not alter the shape of the room. Tom sat. Mama looked between Lord Ashcroft and me with the expression of a woman watching fate arrive, in excellent cloth, and wishing more than anything that it had broken an axle on the Bath Road instead. I said, because I could not bear another second of implication. Then say it whole. He did. I have come to ask whether you will consider marrying me. No one moved. The clock on the mantel ticked once. Twice. Outside, a branch struck the west window and slid away. Somewhere deeper in the house a servant crossed the passage with a coal scuttle and, hearing perhaps nothing but silence in the drawing room, went on. My own body seemed, for one wholly unreasonable instant, to forget whether breathing required decision. Tom said at last, "You cannot be serious." Ashcroft answered him without offense. "I am. Because of papers." "Because of papers, yes. Because of your sister's judgment as observed in the last 10 minutes. Because Belle and Lionel may both be answered at once by one visible alliance. Because your mother needs a house to stand in that Adrian Vale cannot easily touch. Because my niece needs a household that cannot be painted as unstable by men with too much legal leisure. Because time is already moving against us all. Nothing romantic in it. Nothing softened. Only the bare arrangement of necessity, laid out so clearly that one could either step toward it with eyes open or recoil and call recoil virtue." I said, "And you think marriage is merely an answer made visible?" "No." The answer came immediately. Then, more deliberately, "I think marriage is the clearest instrument available to us." Instrument. The word should have sent me from the room. Instead, it made me calmer. That, perhaps, was the first true sign of danger. A woman should not become calmer at hearing herself proposed to as structure. It means life has already taught her too much about the insufficiency of softer lies. Mama said, "My lord, this is impossible." "Not impossible," said Armitage quietly, "only abrupt. I might have loved him for that if circumstances had not made love to anyone seem such a reckless luxury." I looked at Ashcroft. He had the self-command to sit still under all our shock without once attempting to turn his own difficulty into masculine charm. He did not plead. He did not flatter. He did not begin admiring my courage or my beauty as if either would improve the bargain for me. He simply remained there, grave as weather, and in his way, as dangerous. I asked, "When did you decide on this?" Another pause. Another choosing of truth, he said. "Yesterday, finally. The possibility was put to me earlier. There it was. Not the whole of it perhaps, but enough." He had not come to the drawing room born all at once from desperate inspiration. Some solicitor somewhere had already laid out the geometry. He had considered it. He had chosen to come. The knowledge should have offended me more sharply than it did. It would, later. In that moment, it only proved he was not improvising me in his life out of sentiment and rain. "By whom?" I asked. "Fenwick. Of course. Men and their lawyers again, arranging women into solutions with impeccable handwriting." I let out one breath and said, "Then at least your proposal comes honestly drafted." Tom made a sound of protest. Mama said my name. Ashcroft, to my irritation, almost looked as if he understood the line as I intended it, not consent, not wit, merely recognition of how ugly clear things can be. He said, "Miss Hartwell, I would rather have your contempt in daylight than false softness under agreement." The sentence went through me with alarming force. Not because it was tender. It was not. Because it acknowledged, in one direct stroke, that he knew exactly what he asked and under what moral weather he asked it. A lesser man would have begun at once to praise me out of my own anger. He left it standing. I said, "And if I refuse? Then I continue the paper search through Armitage and my own solicitors. Adrian Vale hardens his position here as he can. Lionel continues to test and your family remains exposed to the exact timetable most convenient to men who mean to profit by mourning." I hated how little exaggeration the answer contained. Mama whispered, "Lenore." I turned to her then. Her face had gone white with the kind of fear women acquire only after enough years of marriage to understand that male confidence, debt, and silence are often three names for the same ruin. Tom looked as if he might physically insert himself between me and the Marquis if only he could decide whether the danger was the man or the marriage. I loved them both so fiercely in that second that I could have hated the whole English system from crown to cellar. I said to Ashcroft, "You have spoken of your house. Speak now of mine." He inclined his head once. Armitage said, "Your mother would remain at Hartwell under the shelter of my name and my solicitor's interference before Adrian's. Your brother's position would not be cured at once, but it would be materially strengthened by alliance. Your London debts could be reviewed in order rather than panic. Bell and Vale would lose the easy appearance of unguarded weakness. And any papers touching your father and the codicil dispute could be sought through acknowledged family interest, rather than as scavengers at a funeral. That last point is true. I looked at him sharply. You support this? I support survival, Miss Hartwell. Such things always sound cruelest when spoken plainly, Ashcroft said. I do not ask for an answer in ignorance. Ask what you please. There it was then. Not love, not rescue, terms waiting to be named. I looked from him to Mama, to Tom, to Armitage, and back again. He had come with urgency in his pocket and law at his back. Yes. But he had also come openly, into our house, before my mother and brother, with no attempt to dress structure as romance or call necessity by a prettier name. There is a kind of respect in that. Harsh as winter light and almost as unwelcome. It would have been easier if I had disliked him more. Instead, I heard myself say, "Very well." Tom turned toward me. "Ellie." I lifted one hand. "Not yes," I said. "Not yet." "Very well" to questions. Then I looked at Sebastian Vale, Marquis of Ashcroft, and knew with the dreadful certainty of a woman still free for, perhaps only a few hours more, that if I was to save my family by marrying him, I would first make him answer for every inch of the structure he meant to offer. It is one thing to hear marriage offered as necessity. It is another to remain in the room afterward and discuss it like law. For a few seconds after I said questions, no one moved. Mama's hand still rested on the sofa arm as if she had pressed it there to stop herself from reaching for me. Tom had gone rigid in the chair, every inch of him young enough to be outraged and newly burdened enough to know outrage pays no bills. Mr. Armitage stood as before, dry, upright, and morally offensive in the way all useful men become when ruin makes their usefulness visible. Ashcroft alone appeared unchanged. I was beginning to suspect that in him stillness was not ease but labor. He said, "Very well." No flourish, no condescension, not even relief at having kept me in the room. Only the plain acceptance that if he meant to have an answer, he would first have to survive inquiry. That pleased me more than it should have. I said, "How long do you imagine I require to become your wife?" Tom made a furious sound. Mama whispered. Ashcroft replied, "Eleanor, as little time as possible. That is not a number. Then 3 days for the license if matters are pressed. 4, perhaps, if the roads turn stupid." Such answers ought not to be given in drawing rooms by gentlemen to ladies under mourning. That he gave it without blush or ornament only proved how far past ordinary decency necessity had already driven him. I said, "You mean me to marry before the county has finished writing condolence notes?" "Yes." "And you think society will admire the speed?" He said, "No. I think society will feast on it. That cannot be helped." Again that refusal to flatter me with false comfort. Infuriating. Useful, dangerous. I looked at Mama. Her face had the pale, strained beauty of a woman fighting both fear and memory. I knew, before she said it, that some part of her wanted to forbid the whole thing at once, and another part, older and harsher, had already begun measuring what forbiddance would cost us. She said, "Ask him everything, quietly. And ask for me too." I nodded once. Then I turned back to Ashcroft. "My mother remains at Hartwell, Wes, as mistress. Not long, but real. As its lady in all visible household matters, yes. The legal ground beneath the place is another question, and will remain one until the debt and settlement are better managed." I almost smiled at the phrasing. Visible household matters. Men and their belief that women may be satisfied if their titles survive while their authority is turned into decorative upholstery. "No," I said. "That will not do." For the first time, something very like surprise touched him. I went on before anyone else could break the line of it. "If my mother remains here under your alliance, and your name becomes the shield against Adrian Vale, then she does not stay as visible comfort, while men alter the power underneath her chair. If Hartwell must be managed, I hear it. If papers must be reviewed, she hears it. No one is to soothe her with appearances while deciding her home elsewhere." Armitage shifted. "My dear Miss Hartwell." "No," I said without looking at him. "You may let me finish. I have had quite enough this morning of men who enter rooms already knowing what women can bear." Silence followed. Then Ashcroft said, "Very well, not defensively, not to placate, to concede the point is properly made. My mother is not to be kept polite while stripped of knowledge," I said. "No. Good," I went on. "My brother." Tom looked as if he might combust from being discussed as asset and person simultaneously. Again I loved him. Ashcroft asked, "What of him?" "He is not to be managed out of his own inheritance by being treated as a child too long or a fool too soon. If you mean to shield him from Adrian Vale, you do it as ally to his right, not as substitute for it." Ashcroft's gaze went briefly to Tom. "Understand, do you?" It came sharper than I intended. I did not regret it. He answered without offense. "Yes, Mr. Hartwell remains heir. Nothing in my proposal alters that. It only places another house between him and men who would use his youth before law catches up to him." Tom, who had thus far been forced to listen while older people discussed his future as if he were both central and incidental to it, said at last, "And what then?" "I marry as told. I sit where placed. I ask your leave to breathe because you have saved us from Val." The last line nearly broke my heart. Ashcroft looked at him steadily. "No." Tom stared. "No," he repeated. "No," said Ashcroft. "If I marry your sister, I become your relation, not your keeper. I have enough of keeping already." The words changed something in the room. "Not much." "Enough," I said, before the small shift could turn sentimental and betray us all. And what precisely am I to become in this arrangement?" "Wife. Countess, in waiting. Decorative argument against your cousin's legal appetite. Governess with a marriage line." That one landed. His expression altered by a degree too small to count as discomfort and too real to miss. He said, "My title is Marquis, not Count." I stared at him. For one wholly ridiculous second I thought I might laugh him. At myself. At the whole monstrous room. Then I understood not wit, exactly. A correction offered, because he would not allow even an insult to stand inaccurately if it could be made cleaner. The absurdity of that steadied me more than kindness might have done. "Very well," I said. "Marquis's wife, then." "What am I in fact?" he answered with more care than before. "My public wife. Mistress of Ashcroft Hall. Guardian presence in the house where my niece is concerned. My equal in household matters. My partner where appearances must be held and where private family judgment is required." Partner. Yes. The word sounded too good in his mouth. I distrusted it at once. And privately. That was the question, not title. Not house. Not the estate arithmetic of public life. The room beneath the room. The locked door within marriage where most women discover too late whether they have been rescued or merely transferred. He knew what I meant. I could see it in the stillness that met the question. He said, privately, at last, "I ask for courtesy, honesty where possible, and no false affection." No false affection. There was more mercy in that than many romantic proposals contain. I said, "And if I dislike you?" His answer came immediately. "Then I hope you will say so more constructively than most people do." Tom let out a startled sound that might almost have been a laugh and strangled it at once. Mama, astonishingly, smiled only for a second, only with one corner of her mouth, but enough that the room felt briefly more human and less like a solicitor's fever. I said, "You speak if this could be conducted by treaty." He replied, I suspect most marriages are. The sentimental ones merely draft their conditions later, and with worse temper." That line nearly undid my caution entirely. Not because it was charming, because it was so bleakly, offensively sane. I folded my hands together to stop them, showing how alive my nerves had become. "My family comes before your comfort," I said. "Wes, my mother and brother are not to be made grateful in ways that reduce them." "Agreed. If Adrian Vale presses, you do not answer him with some private masculine arrangement from which I am excluded and afterward expected to admire the result." The sentence sharpened the room. Armitage looked at me quickly. Mama lowered her eyes. Tom, who had suffered too little in life to understand all of it, and too much in the last 12 days not to feel its shape, went very still. Ashcroft's answer took longer this time. No. It was the first no of substance he had given me. I felt, absurdly, the weight of it. I went on, because now the thing had to be pressed to the floor and pinned there if I were to survive saying yes at all. You do not get to decide that I am safer without knowledge if the knowledge touches my own house. His face changed. Not visibly enough for anyone else, perhaps. To me, yes. Something in him went more guarded, not because he meant to lie, but because the sentence had found somewhere already sore. Miss Hartwell. No. Hear it whole. My father kept debt from my mother until the debt had nearly eaten the walls. He called it protection because he believed numbers were rougher on women before arrangement. I have heard enough male protection in one morning to last me a lifetime. If you mean to marry me, you do not get to hide behind the same word wearing better cloth. The silence after that was absolute. Ashcroft did not move. When he spoke, his voice had gone lower and lost the last thread of drawing room smoothness. No, there. That answer meant more than the rest. Not because it solved anything. Because it told me the line had found its mark, and he had not tried to slide around it with reason. I said more softly, "Know what? No concealment called care if it touches what is yours to know." The room held. I believed he meant it. I also believed, even then, that meaning a thing and living it are not the same achievement in men. Mama said quietly, "My lord, forgive me, but there is another question." He turned to her at once. Of course. If Eleanor marries you, will she be expected to love the child as replacement for the mother she has lost? The question went through the room like a thin knife. Tom looked down. Armitage looked politely nowhere. I kept my eyes on Ashcroft because I wanted, more than I wanted any of my own answers, to see what sort of man replied to such a thing without preparation. He did not answer quickly. Good. Let him feel the weight of it before speaking. He said, "No, at last. My niece is not in need of replacement. She is in need of truth, steadiness, and a house not shaken every week by adult strategy. If affection comes, I will be grateful for it. If it does not, I will not have a child instructed to perform it." Mama looked at him for a long moment. Then she nodded once. That frightened me more than if she had wept, because I saw in that nod the first small surrender of a mother who has measured danger honestly and found no easy road around it. Tom said, "And what do you get besides a wife?" The bluntness might have offended another man. Ashcroft answered as if the question were merely due. "A household that looks settled rather than vulnerable." Reader standing against Lionel's insinuations. "A woman I think will tell me the truth even when I dislike it. And, He stopped. That pause again. Chosen truth. Unchosen omission. I asked. His eyes met mine. And a link to the Hartwell papers strong enough that if your father meant to leave anything cleaner than debt behind him, it may be found before other men reach it first. There it was. Not hidden now, not entirely. I felt the words strike inside me with cold force. There in one sentence, the whole insult of it stood up: my father's name, my house, my hand, and his need crossing into a structure called marriage because it made the search decent and the alliance visible. I said, "So I am useful?" "Yes." The answer came too fast for courtesy and too plainly for defense. I think Mama flinched. Tom did. Armitage, curse him, looked almost relieved by the honesty. I stood. The room could no longer contain me sitting. "So that is the truth of it," he said. "No. Edie is part of the truth of it." I turned away from him and went to the window, because if I remained facing him I might say yes from anger, just to prove I could bargain over my own ruin better than the room expected. Outside the rain had thinned. Water ran down the glass in narrow, steady lines. Beyond the west lawn, Hartwell's trees stood bare and dark against the afternoon. I heard Mama say, very faintly, "Eleanor, you must not do this for us alone. For us alone." There are some phrases a daughter hears all her life and understands only when sacrifice enters the room. I turned back. "No," I said. "I must not." Then, to Ashcroft, "If I agree, it is not because you save us. I will not marry gratitude. I would rather be poor in my own right than spend the next 10 years being reminded that my family breathes. Because a marquis once took pity." His face altered again, not quite surprise, not quite pain. Recognition. perhaps, of a line he ought to have expected, and had still not wholly prepared to hear. Then do not marry gratitude. I stared. What? He spoke with more force now than before, though still without raising his voice. Do not marry gratitude. Marry because the structure serves you. Marry because Adrian Vale must be answered. Marry because your brother's future may harden into someone else's custody if we wait. Marry because this house and mine can keep each other standing long enough for the truth in the papers to be found. But do not marry gratitude. I have no taste for it and no right to ask it. The room went silent in an entirely different way. That answer, so cleanly offered and so free of masculine vanity, did more violence to my anger than any apology would have done. I said quietly, you ask a great deal. Yes. And you offer very little ease. Yes. And no romance at all. No. There was no help for it. I laughed then, once, softly and without happiness, but real all the same. Tom looked scandalized. Mama looked shocked into near life. Armitage coughed into his fist, because even lawyers sometimes must acknowledge the absurd. I said, my lord, you are either the coldest man in England or the most honest. I cannot yet decide which is worse. This time there was no change in his expression at all. Only the answer. They are not always different. That nearly did it. Not love, not admiration. Something far more dangerous in a woman under pressure. Respect. I drew one breath and let it out slowly. Very well, I said. Then hear mine. If I marry you, my mother remains here until it is proper for her to choose otherwise, and not under decorative ignorance. My brother remains here, not dependent. Your niece will not be forced into grateful affection. I will not be protected from truths that alter my own life. And if I find, after marriage, that you have mistaken structure for moral superiority, I will tell you so without concern for your comfort. Ashcroft held my gaze. Agreed. Do not agree because you are trying to win, he said. I am agreeing. Because I think those are the only terms under which you could live with me without eventually despising me. Tom made the smallest, astonished sound. I think I did too, though only inwardly. Because there again was the thing I had not expected from him, not merely intelligence, but the refusal to pretend he would be easy to marry once placed outside the romance of his own proposal. Mama said so softly I almost missed it, Eleanor. I turned to her. She looked older than she had in the church and somehow stronger for it. That, too, is one of grief's injustices. It reveals women's strength to the world only after men have died leaving them to use it. She said, if you do this, do it as a woman choosing with both eyes open, not as a daughter drowning. There are words one keeps forever because they arrive at the precise point where one's life must divide. I looked at Tom, at Mama, at Armitage. Then at Sebastian Vale, Marquis of Ashcroft, sitting in our west drawing-room with law, grief, need, and an offer too harsh to be pretty and too clear to be called false. I said, Wes. Tom stood up at once. Mama closed her eyes. Armitage exhaled through his nose like a man whose paperwork had just become survivable. Ashcroft did not move for a full second. Then he bowed his head once. Very well. Not triumph. Not relief. Charge accepted. And in that instant I understood, with the full cold clarity of a woman, not yet 25 and already too acquainted with the cost of respectable male decisions, that I had just agreed not merely to marry a man I did not love. I had agreed to marry a man whose structure I trusted more than comfort. That, I thought, was either the beginning of safety or the most elegant disaster of my life. Once a woman has agreed to an extraordinary thing, the world begins at once to behave as if she had been preparing for it all her life. The next 4 days passed in a state of compressed unreality, as though time itself had been folded by competent hands and pinned into place with legal ribbon. Mr. Armitage wrote, received, sealed, and dispatched more papers in 48 hours than Papa had likely answered in the last 2 years. The special license was pursued with a speed that made ordinary decency look almost leisurely by comparison. The dressmaker, who had ignored my mother's last 2 polite notes about morning alterations, arrived within 3 hours of hearing the word Marquess and spoke of satin as if she had personally invented rank. Two distant cousins discovered an urgent desire to call. One rector's wife sent a note expressing pious concern at the swiftness of events and ended by asking whether the ceremony would be very private. Society, I found, can always be trusted to mourn only until a better form of entertainment presents itself. Mama bore it all with a self-command, so severe it frightened me more than any tears could have done. Tom attempted dignity, failed at it, attempted it again, and by that process became more manly in 3 days than he had in the previous year. He did not forbid me to marry. To his eternal credit, he did not even ask. He only followed me into the East Gallery on the evening after the license arrived and said, in a voice too steady for 17, and too young for the sentence it carried, "If I were older, I would hate this properly." I had been standing before Aunt Beatrice's miniature when he spoke. She looked out from her gilded oval as she always had, fair, laughing, and forever 19, with none of the cost of her marriage visible in the painted smile. Men like to hang women at their happiest and call it remembrance. It keeps the walls from telling the full truth. I said, still looking at the miniature, if you were older, you would understand that hating it properly may still not be enough to prevent it. He came to stand beside me. I do understand that. The answer nearly undid me. I turned then and took his face between my hands exactly as I had when he was 10 and had fallen from the orchard wall and tried not to cry because Papa was watching. The same courage now, only sharpened by inheritance and fear. You are not failing me, I said. Do not become one of those men who spend the next 10 years apologizing for what a boy could never have prevented. His mouth tightened. And you are not rescuing us. No, Bo. The lie sat between us at once. He heard it, so did I. Yet there are moments when siblings must permit each other one temporary falsehood if truth would be too sharp to bear entire. He said, after a moment, do you think he is kind? It was not the question I had expected. Not do you trust him or do you fear him or will you be happy? Kind. I thought of Ashcroft in the drawing room, of the way he had not flattered, not softened, not called necessity by any prettier name than it deserved. I thought of the child, 8 years old, somewhere at the center of his house and his urgency both. I thought of the answer, do not marry gratitude, and the line, I have no taste for it. I think, I said slowly, that he may be dangerous in all the ways serious men are dangerous. But not, perhaps, in the cruelest ones. Tom accepted that with a gravity no 17-year-old should have needed. That is not the same as kind. No, I said. Is not. He nodded. Then, because he was still Tom and not yet fully buried under Hartwell's new burdens, he said, if he turns out to be stupid, I shall kill him. There is spirit in that dot. I mean it. So do I. That almost coaxed a smile from him. Almost. Then he put his arms around me once, quickly, fiercely, without ceremony, Evan left before either of us had to say anything softer. The wedding took place on a Thursday morning under a sky the color of old pewter and a rain so fine it did not fall properly, but hung in the air like judgment. We were married in the little chapel near the west gate, the one used mostly by family and funerals, and children too young to survive the larger parish spectacle. That seemed fitting. I wore gray silk, because white would have been either ridiculous or dishonest. Mama wore full mourning and looked like every sonnet ever written by a man who thought sorrow improved women, if only it suited their coloring. Tom stood straight and pale at my side. Mr. Armitage witnessed with the face of a man, attending a legal necessity conducted under stained glass. Lady Morland, who had come down the previous afternoon from Ashcroft Hall to stand for the family dignity I was marrying into, arrived with Lord Ashcroft, and at once took my hands as if we were already allies against the men and their documents. She was the first real surprise of the marriage. Lady Morland, Sebastian's widowed aunt by marriage, had the air of a woman who had once been beautiful in a way society called dangerous, and had since grown into a face too intelligent to need beauty's help. She was perhaps 50, elegantly severe, and dressed in dark plum relieved only by an old lace collar, and the sort of self-possession that makes lesser people sit straighter in her presence without knowing why. My dear Miss Hartwell, she had said, when we were first introduced at Hartwell the day before the ceremony. Why should apologize that we meet under conditions fit for a pamphlet and not a family? As I cannot improve either, I shall instead promise you this: Ashcroft may be grave, but it is not indecent. It was one of the few comforting things anyone had said to me, and therefore I distrusted it less than comfort usually deserves. At the altar Sebastian stood exactly as he had in our drawing-room grave, controlled, perfectly aware of the reality of the thing, and not pretending one breath of romance over it. Yet once, only once, as the clergyman moved into the vows and my own hands felt suddenly much too light and much too visible in my gloves, I looked up and found his attention on me with an intensity so unsoftened by performance that my breath altered. Not tenderness. Something more difficult, and, for that reason, perhaps more trustworthy. The full recognition that this was costing us both. We spoke the words. I do not remember much of the next 5 minutes with any clarity beyond sound and cold. The clergyman's voice. The rustle of Mama's skirt. Rain at the chapel window. Sebastian's hand steady and gloved, taking mine for the ring. My own voice not faltering when it might reasonably have done. Tom staring fixedly at the prayer book as if threatening it to remain legible. Lady Morland looking not at us but at the small congregation with the satisfied air of a woman prepared to meet scandal by giving it less reaction than it had hoped. Then it was finished. I signed Eleanor Hartwell Vale and hated, for one wholly irrational second, the shape of the new name beneath my hand. Not because it was his. Because it looked so calm on paper after such upheaval, as if the ink meant to imply women become wives by penstroke, and not by surrender, calculation, courage, fear, and all the other less decorative materials no register preserves. When we came out of the chapel, the rain had strengthened. The drive was slick. The small crowd of local observers, because nothing private remains so in counties that rely on weather and marriage for excitement, bowed, curtsied, peered, and withdrew into later gossip. A boy from the village nearly slipped in the mud while trying to see my face. Mrs. Lathbury from the lower rectory pretended not to stare and failed completely. The horses stamped. The carriage door stood open. I turned first to Mama. No long embrace. No theatrical clinging. Women in our family had always preferred restraint in public, and we were not about to let marriage improve our taste. She kissed my cheek once and said only, "Choose with both eyes, still." I will. Tom took my hand, held it too tightly, and released it at once before emotion could turn his grief into spectacle. Then Sebastian offered me his arm for the carriage. It was the first time he had touched me in any way not required by church or form. His sleeve was damp with rain. The pressure of his hand at my elbow was careful without being tentative, steady without presuming intimacy. Another small distinction, another one I noticed at once, as women always do when men think the great acts matter more than the little permissions and restraints by which actual safety is measured. Lady Morland traveled with us as far as Ashcroft Hall. I was grateful for that before we had reached the second milestone. Not because I wanted chaperonage in my own marriage. Because silence in a carriage with one's new husband, when one has married him as strategy, and only just begun to suspect he may have depths more inconvenient than strategy accounts for, is the sort of circumstance likely to produce either false ease or unnecessary misery. Lady Morland, by contrast, talked of roads, tenants, one overfed curate, and the moral collapse of the previous housekeeper under weak tea, with such exact social intelligence that by the time she fell briefly quiet for the last mile, the arrangement between Sebastian and me had acquired at least enough air not to suffocate us. He spoke very little. Again, not from coldness. I was beginning to understand the difference. When he did speak, it was to practical effect. "Your mother's first note will go tonight if you wish, O.S. Julia?" He stopped and corrected himself at once. "Your brother should receive my steward's land abstracts within the week. If he wishes to review them himself, rather than through Armitage, that may be done. There again, not only the offer itself, the correction, my brother. Not some temporary dependent under marital shelter. Tom, and his right to read what concerned him. I will tell him. Good. Lady Morland looked out of the carriage window and said nothing. That, too, I noticed. Ashcroft Hall appeared in rain and distance almost all at once. The house stood longer than Hartwell, broader through the front, and less charming by half. Hartwell had always looked as if it had grown with a family and merely suffered them badly in the last 2 generations. Ashcroft looked built deliberately, as if a line of men had meant from the first to produce symmetry, command, and the correct amount of awe in those approaching it from the drive. Pale stone. High windows. A central portico. 2 grave wings. No foolish ornament. No roses attempting to humanize the front in winter. A house that did not ask to be loved and likely considered the omission a sign of respect. My first, unfair thought was that it would be cold. My second, fairer one, was that cold houses are often simply those in which too much has been carried silently. The carriage drew up under the portico. Footman came down at once. The butler, tall and silver-haired and composed enough to make bishops look theatrical, stood in the open doorway with the untroubled gravity of a man who has already decided that whatever oddity the family has done, now, the family remains his and must therefore be managed into dignity. Lord Ashcroft, Lady Ashcroft, Lady Morland. The title struck me more sharply this time than it had in Hartwell's drawing-room after the proposal. Then it had been possibility. Now it was fact in wet stone and a house waiting. I descended. The entrance hall was vast, warm, and perfectly ordered. Black and white floor. A staircase sweeping upward beneath portraits and tall lamps. A fire in the central hearth. Chinese porcelain in niches. The faint scent of beeswax, cedar, and old flowers. A house used to receiving exactly the right number of people at exactly the right hour. No noise greeted us. No confusion. No bustling household eager to admire the bride or sniff the scandal. Only smooth service and, beneath it, the kind of tension one feels in families where grief has been trained into posture. Sebastian removed his gloves. He said, "Prin." To the butler, "Is my niece below?" The man inclined his head. "Miss Clare is in the schoolroom, my lord. Nurse said she would wait until tea unless your lordship wished otherwise." Clare. Not Lily now but Clare. I had almost forgotten the name from the urgency of the last days. A child somewhere above us, not yet brought down, not yet placed before the woman who had entered her dead mother's house under a new title and old reign. Sebastian said, "Tea." Then, after the briefest pause, "And tell Mrs. Finch Lady Ashcroft will take it in the west drawing-room, not upstairs." Again one of those small things. Not hidden. Not installed like a parcel. Received where the house could see it. Prin bow very good, my lord. Lady Morland, hearing what I heard in the choice, gave no sign beyond the smallest settling of her shoulders. She knew, then, how these rooms worked and how much a first cup of tea might signify in the economy of witness. As we crossed the hall, my eyes were drawn upward to the portraits. Ashcroft men in dark coats. Ashcroft women in pearls, lace, and all the attitudes by which painters flatter old blood into permanence. Near the staircase turn hung a portrait newer than the rest. A fair-haired woman seated beside a little girl with one hand on the child's shoulder. The woman's face was not beautiful exactly, but thoughtful and alive in a way the older portraits were not. The little girl sat grave-eyed and too still for her age. Clare then, and her mother. I stopped before I meant to. Sebastian stopped too. He said, "My sister. Not my late sister, not Lady Clara, only my sister, the human term, the unhelpful one." I turned and found that his face, when he looked at the portrait, had altered in a way none of his speeches thus far had managed. Not softened, not broken, but briefly stripped of all that habitual reserve, which made him seem at times less a man than an arrangement of steadiness and will. Before I could answer, a child's voice sounded from the gallery above. "Is she here?" Everything in the hall changed. A small figure stood at the stair-turn in blue wool and black stockings, one hand on the banister, the other clutching what looked to be a wooden horse. She was fair like the portrait and as grave, though I could see at once that the gravity in life fought with curiosity much more actively than paint had allowed. Nurse reached her half a second later and said, scandalized, "Miss Clare, The child did not move. She looked only at Sebastian. Is that her? No one in the hall had prepared to answer the question for us. Good, Sebastian said. Wes. The child's gaze came then to me. Children do not flatter. It is one of their better qualities. She looked at my face, my morning dress, my wet gloves, the hall, the footman, Sebastian, and something in her own life I could not yet see, but knew already to be crowded with changes made by other people. Then she asked, into the great polished quiet of Ashcroft Hall, "Did you want to come?" Lady Morland inhaled softly. Nurse shut her eyes. Prynne, whose expression had not altered since Waterloo or likely since birth, might for all I knew have found religion at the sound and not shown it. I looked at the child, then at Sebastian, then back again. No, I said. It was the truth. There seemed no point beginning anywhere else. The room held. The child considered. Then why did you? I said, because sometimes grown people go where they are needed first and decide later what else may be possible. There are moments in life when a wrong answer would alter the entire next month. I knew, without knowing how, that this was one. Claire thought about it a little longer. Then she nodded once, as if I had at least passed some first moral inspection, and said to Nurse, "Very well. I shall come to tea." She disappeared before anyone else could improve the exchange. Lady Morland put a hand to her forehead. She said, "Praise heaven," softly, "for children. They commit social murder so early that one hardly notices the brilliance until afterward." Sebastian looked at me. There was something in that look I could not then fully read. Not gratitude. Not surprise. Something nearer to recognition sharpened by relief. He said only, "This way," and led me toward the west drawing room, where tea, witness, and the next stage of my marriage waited in a house that had already shown me three things clearly: its grief, its discipline, and the child at the center of both. As I crossed the threshold, one further fact settled coldly and precisely into place inside me. The marriage had secured my position. It had not yet bought me trust. Chapter 2: A House Built on Silence. My first morning at Ashcroft Hall began before the bells. That, I learned later, was the house's preferred method of instruction. Nothing in it waited for announcement if habit could do the work first. I woke in darkness softening toward gray and for one foolish second had no idea where I was. Then the bed hangings, the high unfamiliar ceiling, the faint scent of cedar and lavender from linen I had not chosen, and the muffled quiet of a great house holding itself together before dawn returned all at once. The room into which I had been shown the night before, called, with enormous understatement, the Blue Room, looked east over the lower terrace and had been prepared with such exact care that one could not mistake the welcome, only the terms upon which it had been arranged. My trunks had been unpacked only so far as necessity required. My dressing case stood open but not intrusively so. A fire had been laid up for morning. On the small table by the window, someone had placed fresh violets in a plain glass bowl, either because the house still believed in beauty or because Mrs. Finch, whom I had not yet properly met, understood women better than men write them. Then the rest of the house began. Not noise. Ashcroft never seemed likely to do anything as vulgar as noise. Rather a series of distant, disciplined signs that life was already in motion below mere, a servant's step in the passage, the opening and soft closing of a door somewhere beyond the gallery, the shift of coal in a grate being coaxed back to usefulness, and finally the first bell, not the one for breakfast, but some internal summons from the lower regions of the house, where order begins and the family only later pretends to direct it. I lay still another moment and thought, with a kind of cold clarity, I am married. The sentence, though simple enough, continued to feel like something a clever legal mind had done to me in excellent ink rather than a fact my own body entirely recognized. Yet there was no help for it. Marriage, I was beginning to see, becomes real less in the church than in the morning after, when one wakes in another house and finds the servants have already adjusted their habits around one's new name. A knock came at the door. My lady, there it was. The title entered before the maid did, and I felt my entire spine answer to it not with pride but with worry attention. Wes. She came in carrying hot water and the sort of composed curiosity respectable servants cultivate in the first week under a new mistress. She was young enough to blush and experienced enough not to let it alter her hands. She curtsied. Mrs. Finch asked whether my lady would take chocolate or tea before breakfast. Not my lord asked. Not the house usually does thus. Again that small, deliberate courtesy of inclusion, the sort of thing I noticed because women always must. Houses do not merely receive their mistresses. They teach them, by degrees, whether they are expected to command, decorate, or consent gracefully to decisions made elsewhere. Tea, I said. Very good, my lady. Breakfast is at 8:30 in the south room. Lady Morland said to tell my lady that, if she does not appear precisely then, she will assume either tears or common sense have intervened and come up herself. I looked at the maid properly. She kept her face bent to the water jug, but I could see by the corner of her mouth that Lady Morland's message had been delivered often enough in spirit that the house no longer feared it. Then I had better be punctual. Wes, my lady. When she had gone, I dressed more slowly than I needed to, not from vanity, but because dressing is one of the few occupations by which a woman may order herself inwardly before a house begins making claims upon her. I chose dark blue trimmed only in black, something neither bridal nor deeply widow-like, and pinned my hair with unusual care. If I was to become a visible answer to Ashcroft's domestic instability, then at least I would answer on my own feet and in my own face. The gallery outside my room ran along the hall and looked down into the great entrance below, where yesterday's arrival had seemed to divide my life into before and after. Morning altered it. The black and white floor shone cleanly under the early light. The central fire had been relit. A footman crossed with letters on a tray. Prince spoke quietly to someone near the library door. The house no longer looked monumental. It looked administered. I was halfway to the stair when a door opened farther down the passage, and Lady Morland emerged fastening one bracelet with the absent competence of a woman who has lived too long among men to believe they see anything done quietly unless it improves their comfort. She said, "My dear. Seeing me at once, excellent. You are upright. I had already prepared 2 speeches, one for weeping brides and another for practical ones. The second is much better, so do continue deserving it, but if I promise not to cry before luncheon, may the first be spared me entirely. Possibly. It depends what the post brings." She took my arm as if we had known one another for years and guided me toward the stair with the authority of a woman who would not have admitted guidance in herself from any living creature, and therefore bestowed it freely on others. She asked, "You slept enough not to disgrace the house?" How quickly marriage improves your diction. It has not yet improved my circumstances enough to affect my vocabulary. That coaxed a brief look of approval from her. Good. Keep that. Ashcroft has been too long without female insolence equal to its architecture. The south breakfast room was warmer than the rest of the house and much less grand, which made me distrust it at once and then, within a minute, prefer it. The windows looked over the lower lawn and winter-stripped gardens beyond. A round table stood laid for 4 grown people and 1 child. There were books on the side table, flowers not yet fully arranged, and 2 extra cushions on the chair nearest the fire, which told me Lady Morland had fought at least 1 successful battle against Ashcroft masculinity, and 1 on comfort rather than principle. Sebastian was already there. He stood by the window with a cup in one hand and 3 opened letters in the other, reading with the grave concentration of a man who does not begin his mornings, he resumes them. He had changed little from the day before: dark coat, severe line of cravat, restraint worn so habitually it no longer looked chosen. Yet morning made one thing clearer: the control in him was not made of ease. It was labor, and likely old labor at that. He turned when we entered. He said, "My lady." No start, no awkwardness, no private tone in public room. I valued that against my own caution as one values a steady railing on bad steps, with gratitude sharpened by the wish it were not needed. "My lord," Lady Morland said, "you both look disappointingly composed. I had hoped for at least one domestic crisis before coffee." Sebastian took her cup from the table and handed it to her before replying. "You may yet have the post," she said. "Wes, that is generally where God stores his sense of humor." I had barely taken my place when the door opened again and Claire entered at speed not tolerated by decorum, and therefore obviously habitual within safe limits. She wore blue wool black stockings, and an expression half military, half curious, with a wooden horse tucked under one arm. Nurse came behind her with the look of a woman who has already lost the argument and means to preserve only civilization's remnants. The child stopped when she saw me seated there, not in shock. She had expected, I think, that I would still be in the house. What stopped her was something subtler and more difficult: the realization that my presence had crossed overnight from event into structure. She said, "This is different." No one answered immediately. Then Sebastian, still seated and therefore not towering over her with explanation, said, "Yes." Claire moved toward the table slowly and looked at the arrangement of chairs. "She is at breakfast," Lady Morland said. "One does hope so." The child ignored her. Then she said to me, "Does that mean you stay in the morning too? There are questions one suspects will matter and questions one knows. By the turn of the room alone, may set the whole next week's weather." "Yes," I said. She considered this. Her gaze went to the place card by my cup, where someone again, likely Mrs. Finch, had replaced Miss Hartwell with Lady Ashcroft in a hand too exact to be accidental. Then Claire climbed into her chair and said, "Very well." That was all. No drama. No tears. No childish performance of loss or welcome to flatter the adults into relief. Just acceptance provisionally granted and breakfast resumed. I think I liked her more in that instant than many people I had known for years. Tea and coffee were poured. Toast passed. Lady Morland asked whether I preferred preserves. Sebastian passed them before I answered. Again that kind of practical attentiveness I found more disarming than courtesy. Claire ate with concentration until she had swallowed enough to risk a more dangerous subject. "Nurse says Lady Ashcroft may walk with us later if the weather behaves." "Does nurse say so?" Lady Morland murmured. Claire ignored her too. She looked at me. "Will you?" I was still learning when a child's request is really a test and when it is only weather. This one, I thought, was both. "If you wish it." Sebastian's attention shifted toward me, very slightly. Claire buttered one piece of toast with murderous care. "I think I do, but only if you know maps." Lady Morland laughed into her coffee. Sebastian, to his credit, did not. "Maps?" I asked. "Yes. Uncle Sebastian puts them away when people talk about papers. That means they are important." There was a silence then which lasted perhaps no more than 2 breaths, and in which I learned more of the house than all yesterday's ceremonies together had taught me. Sebastian said, after that quiet, "Claire," she looked at him, "that is not for breakfast. Children, I am persuaded, read danger in adults long before adults permit themselves the word." Claire did not flinch. She only lowered her eyes to the toast and said, "Then breakfast is less interesting than I hoped." Lady Morland said, "That has been true of many institutions." I saw, from the corner of my eye, the line of Sebastian's mouth alter by the smallest degree. Not a smile. The memory of one, perhaps, checked before it could arrive improperly in front of the child. Breakfast went on. The ordinary things mattered. That was the lesson of it. Not what was said in speeches, but how the household breathed around us. Claire asked whether Tom liked horses and whether Hartwell had swans. Lady Morland informed me, sotto voce and without mercy, which local wives would call first, and why none of them should be trusted with whether piety or daughters. Sebastian read one letter and set it aside unopened until after the eggs because, I noticed, Claire had begun watching his face when post arrived and he knew it. That, too, mattered. He was not soft with her. He was exact. He answered her questions directly, corrected falsehood, ignored theatrics, and listened with a concentration so complete that I began to understand something of what his house meant by stability. Not warmth and abundance. Presence that did not waver. After breakfast, Claire was taken upstairs for lessons under protest that maps ought not to be considered formal education if they involved invasion. Lady Morland left with her, muttering about the decline of Europe and the rise of female command. That left Sebastian and me alone in the south room, with only the retreating sounds of the child and nurse in the passage beyond. He set down the last unread letter. He said, "There are 3 people you should properly meet this morning. Mrs. Finch, the house steward, if you wish, and the schoolroom before decides absence a form of betrayal." I almost smiled. "You speak from experience." "Yes." Again no ornament, just yes. Like a man who has spent years learning that the safest answer to women and children is often simply the true one, before they are forced to prize it loose. I said, "Mrs. Finch first. It seems unwise to enter a house by rank alone." He said, "No, very unwise." He led me not to the principal rooms but through a side passage near the still room, where the air smelled faintly of bread, beeswax, and wet wool drying. The shift itself told me much. Ashcroft Hall might receive guests through its front, but its life, like every sensible place, was governed from corners gentlemen rarely notice unless some woman makes them. Mrs. Finch stood in the housekeeper's room with a ledger open before her and 2 keys more formidable than moral philosophy at her waist. She looked up as we entered, curtsied to me, and in that single movement conveyed 3 things at once. She acknowledged my rank, reserved judgment on my usefulness, and considered it likely that usefulness would matter more before the month was out. "Muddy," Sebastian said. "Mrs. Finch. A Lady Ashcroft wished to know the house before the house invents her." Mrs. Finch's eyes moved very briefly from him to me. "A sensible precaution, my lord. Houses are worst at first if left to themselves." I liked her at once. Not because she flattered me. Because she had absolutely no intention of it. For the next quarter hour, she showed me the true spine of Ashcroft. Where stores were kept, how the upper maids rotated through the principal rooms, which nursery windows stuck in damp, why the chapel key never remained where gentlemen thought they had left it, which footman was faithful, which housemaid cried when corrected, and how often Claire's governess changed the schoolroom flowers, because grief in children, in Mrs. Finch's view, ought not to be left facing stale arrangements if one could help it. Sebastian said almost nothing while she spoke. Again I noticed that too. He did not answer for the housekeeper, did not improve her explanations, did not translate Ashcroft into masculine language for my benefit as lesser men might have done. He only stood beside the desk with one hand on the back of a chair and listened as the authority in the room had rightly changed hands. That small deference did more to steady me in the house than all the title I had gained by marriage the day before. At last Mrs. Finch said, "There is one room my lady ought to know of soon, though perhaps not before luncheon." I looked at her. She said, "The old west morning room?" "Lady Clara used it sometimes. The child goes there in weather too wet for the terrace. My lord keeps some of the family's private papers still in the escritoire there until they are sorted." It was spoken as simple domestic instruction. Yet the phrase private papers struck like flint. I felt, rather than saw, a change in Sebastian's stillness beside me. "Not much. Enough," I said. Mrs. Finch, who missed very little, answered with perfect blandness. "So I understand, my lady." The room held for 1 second. Then Sebastian said, "After luncheon, if you wish." The offer came plain. No excuse. No redirection. I should have been relieved by that. Instead I found myself sharply attentive. Because here, already on the first morning, stood the first small sign of it. Not a lie, not concealment, not yet anything one could justly name and pin to the wall. Only the unmistakable sense that there were papers in this house touching matters larger than linen, and that he knew precisely which room held them before I did. I said, "Wes, I think I shall wish." Mrs. Finch closed the ledger. "Very good, my lady." And there, in her quiet tone and his almost invisible restraint, I understood the central grammar of Ashcroft Hall before the day had properly turned noon. This was a house built on service, grief, witness, and silence. And I had entered it not merely as wife, but as the one person now entitled, if I had the courage for it, to begin asking what the silence held. By noon, I had learned two things about Ashcroft Hall. The first was that the house could absorb a new mistress with alarming speed, if the servants were sensible, and the family sufficiently trained in pressure. The second was that absorption is not the same as acceptance, and certainly not the same as safety. Mrs. Finch, having delivered me through linen, lamps, schoolroom flowers, and the moral failings of two under housemaids, left me with a stack of notes, requiring answer before luncheon. They had already been arranged on the little escritoire in the blue drawing-room, and set beside a fresh stick of sealing wax, as if the house meant to make no mystery of my usefulness from the first hour. One note was from the vicar's wife, warm and pious and entirely too curious about whether I found Ashcroft crestful. Another came from Mrs. Barnwell, in the village, with an inquiry about blanket distribution to two laborers' families and a sentence at the bottom congratulating me with a delicacy so elaborate it amounted almost to eavesdropping in lace. The third, more interesting, came from a lady in Bath who signed herself Augusta Vale and wrote in a hand so elegant it ought to have apologized for the malice it carried. "My dear cousin," it began, "though I was no cousin of hers except by yesterday's rain, how swiftly the house corrects itself under Providence. I hope Lady Ashcroft finds the transition not too abrupt, and that dear Claire bears these domestic improvements with the composure for which children in our family are so justly admired. Pray tell Sebastian that we all rejoice to see Ashcroft restored so sensibly at a moment when steadiness is more necessary than sentiment. There are women who could pour poison into tea and make the cup look devotional. Miss Augusta Vale, or Mrs., I had not yet learned, was evidently one of them." I read the note twice, then carried it to the table in the south room, where luncheon would be served, and found Sebastian there with Fenwick's morning packet just arrived. He looked up as I entered. "You have found the family already, I see." I held out the note. He scanned the first lines, and the corner of his mouth altered by the slightest degree, not in amusement but in recognition of a familiar species of attack. He said, "Augusta Vale, Lionel's widowed sister." I had gathered she was not writing only to welcome me to the county. No. He set the note down. She is writing to establish a tone before others choose one for themselves. Which tone? That the marriage was a prudent domestic improvement undertaken for the child and the house rather than from haste, fear, or strategy. He paused. Which means she believes the opposite will also be discussed. The line did not startle me. I had expected as much from the first mention of the license. Yet hearing it stated so plainly, over a luncheon table where the silver had already been laid and the servants moved in quiet competence around us, made the matter feel less abstract and more insulting. I said, "Then my marriage is a county argument already." He met my eyes. Yes. There it was again, that infuriating refusal to soften a truth merely because it entered a room before pudding. "Who is speaking?" I asked. "Everyone," said Lady Morland from the doorway before he could answer. She came in with Claire at her side and a folded note in one hand. "That is what counties are for. They survive on weather, births, deaths, and the hope that one's neighbors have conducted all three with poorer taste than oneself." Claire climbed into her chair and said to no one in particular, "Augusta pinches cheeks and says cruel things in compliments." Lady Morland sat. Sebastian said, "Wes, darling, that is because she was born with too much leisure and too little honest occupation. To me, Augusta will call if she thinks the ground worth testing, and if she calls. Then, said Lady Morland, helping herself to soup with the composure of a woman who had outlived several family catastrophes and chosen excellent table habits as retaliation, you will receive her here, seated properly, with the child visible at least once and no sign whatever that the marriage is being conducted under separate roofs in one house. I looked from one to the other. No sign. Sebastian set down his glass. Lionel's position depends partly on making Ashcroft appear unsettled, legally, domestically, morally if possible. A hurried marriage helps him unless the house begins behaving at once as if the arrangement has already taken root. I disliked, more than I can say, the ease with which he could speak of my life in terms of rooting and appearance before the fish had been served. Then, perhaps, I said, the house should have asked whether it wished to take root before the gardener was hired. Lady Morland nearly smiled into her napkin. Claire looked from me to Sebastian with bright attention. The child liked verbal weather. That, I thought, was either healthy or hereditary. Sebastian answered after one brief pause. He said, it should have. It did not. Again no defense. No attempt to argue me out of the justice of the blow. I found that almost more difficult to resist than contradiction. Luncheon proceeded under the shadow of that new fact the house, and therefore all of us inside it, had become visible as evidence. Which chair I took. Whether Claire approached me of her own accord. Whether Lady Morland still managed the room more obviously than I did. Whether Sebastian addressed me with formal courtesy or the kind of awkward warmth that makes county women purr over romance, and county men sneer over female influence. Everything, I understood, might now be read as structure, weakness, or cover depending on who wished to profit by it. Claire, who had not been warned against the county, and therefore remained far wiser than any of us, solved the matter halfway through the meal by asking, if Lady Ashcroft must sit here now, where did Mamma sit when she was alive? The room stilled. Lady Morland set down her fork. Sebastian's hand, resting near his wineglass, became very still. I felt in that instant exactly how dangerous houses become when children remember the dead aloud in front of rearranged furniture. It was Sebastian who answered. He said, here, indicating the seat at his right, where I now sat. Claire considered this. Then Aunt Clara moved over. Bah. Yes. And now Lady Ashcroft is there. Yes. The child thought again and then, to my astonishment, nodded as if she had solved a problem of military deployment rather than maternal absence. She said, that is acceptable. Lady Morland let out a breath so quiet I think only I heard it. I said, nothing at all, because there are moments when any adult improvement spoils the honesty that made the thing livable. Sebastian glanced toward me only once. And in that glance was not gratitude exactly, but the simple recognition that I had remained steady inside an arrangement none of us had chosen in anything like the order it deserved. After luncheon Fenwick arrived. I had expected a grey legal gentleman with dry hands and a dry conscience. Fenwick did not disappoint. He was spare, fair, and so entirely composed that one felt immediately he had been born with clauses in his blood and patience in his bones. He bowed to me with neither excessive deference nor the polite indifference men of law often use when they mean to reserve judgment on women in property matters. My lady, Mr. Fenwick. He was shown into the library at once. Lady Morland took Claire upstairs for lessons with the stated purpose of not allowing the child to grow up under the impression that all adult gatherings involved paper and subdued ruin. I followed Sebastian to the library, because no one suggested I should not and because from this morning onward I meant to train the house properly in the fact that what touched my life would not be discussed 3 doors away, while I parred tea elsewhere. The library in daylight was less forbidding than I had imagined, though not by much. Books rose in dark lines to the gallery. The windows looked south. A large table at the center held papers already in orderly ranks, which told me Sebastian had not merely anticipated Fenwick's arrival, but had prepared the room to be useful before the man crossed the threshold. That too I noticed. Fenwick laid out 3 letters. The first is from Lionel's solicitor. The second from Adrian Vale's man. The third is my own memorandum on what both imply when read together. Then begin with the implication, said Lady Morland, who had returned in time to hear the last part, and had evidently decided children's education could for once be trusted to governesses. Lawyers are always longest where they know least. De Fenwick did not appear wounded. He said, "The implication is that the marriage has already been interpreted as part of both disputes, whether or not anyone chooses to admit it. Lionel means to suggest that a house which required so rapid a wife to stabilize itself proves, by the speed alone, that instability already existed. Adrian means to use the same speed to argue that Hartwell has effectively placed itself under outside direction, before the trustees could review matters, which may push him toward acting sooner if he thinks delay helps us." Lady Morland said, "Heaven forbid men ever let a family bury its dead before attempting legal improvement." "No," said Fenwick. "Heaven has not, in my experience, been closely consulted in these matters." He opened Lionel's letter first and summarized rather than reading aloud, which I appreciated. Men who quote other men in rooms full of women often believe the act itself equals intelligence, he said. Lionel's side offers congratulations. Expresses hope that Lady Ashcroft finds the house congenial. Notes concern for Claire's stability under so many recent changes, and observes delicately that papers touching the Lady Clara's property division ought perhaps now to be handled with even greater caution, lest outsiders mistake domestic rearrangement for documentary convenience. "Outsiders," I repeated. Sebastian said, "Meaning you." "Meaning," I replied, "woman he cannot afford to accuse directly before he has better footing." Fenwick looked at me then, properly for the first time, and I saw the small adjustment in his face when a man of law discovers the woman in the room may be capable of reading insult without translation. He said, "Wes, my lady," meaning precisely that. He went on to Adrian Vale's letter. "This one, even in summary, made my blood run colder." Fenwick said, "Adrian writes that while he is relieved to hear of your family's alliance, to me, he must insist that Mr. Hartwell's position not be prejudiced by any appearance that external rank has been brought to bear upon the trusteeship question before proper review." Tom's face rose before me at once. 17, proud, frightened, still too new to manhood to understand fully how other men meant to use the timing of his grief. "And what does that mean in practice?" I asked. "It means," said Sebastian, "that if Hartwell begins looking too much like a satellite of Ashcroft, Adrian may claim he must step in for Tom's protection against influence from us." "Use," I repeated. "Yes." The word tasted sore. Lady Morland sat down at the edge of the sofa as if deciding the room had grown tedious enough to require furniture. "Then, one cousin thinks the new countess may alter papers, and the other thinks the Marquis may swallow Hartwell whole by marriage. How very flattering. We have clearly made an impression." Fenwick, untroubled, slid his own memorandum forward. "My advice is simple. The marriage must now be treated as public fact and household stability, not as a private arrangement into which law intrudes by accident. Lady Ashcroft must be visible in the domestic order of the house. Claire must not appear banished to the nursery for fear of emotional confusion. The county must see no theatrical tenderness, no visible fracture, and no sign whatever that my lord and lady are conducting separate sovereignties under one roof." I looked at Sebastian. He was reading the memorandum already as if Fenwick's advice had merely put into legal language what his own instincts had told him before lunch. I said, "No theatrical tenderness, at least, seems a condition we are well suited to fulfill." But Lady Morland made a noise that might have been a cough and might not. Fenwick continued as if no one in the room possessed humor enough to interfere with paper. "Further, Lady Ashcroft's hand should appear where domestic authority requires it. Notes to the village. Household instructions where appropriate. Presence at tea if callers arrive. Visibility with Claire at least once daily in a natural setting. None of this need be false. It need only be consistent." There it was again, not false, consistent. How quickly life teaches women to distinguish the two, and how rarely men appreciate the cost of asking it. I said, and if I do not wish to become an argument in my husband's favor before the county." This time Sebastian looked up before Fenwick could answer. "You already are one." The sentence ought to have enraged me. Instead it made me colder, clearer. "And your answer to that is what? That I had better argue prettily?" "No." His gaze held mine steadily. "That I should rather you know the truth of the room than be allowed to think you still stand outside it." There. Again. The same quality that had unsettled me from the drawing-room at Hartwell onward. Not softness. Not a gentleman's willingness to spare a lady unpleasantness. The opposite. The placing of unpleasantness where I could see it whole. Lady Morland said, "Very well. Then we have our stage directions. But I should like one point made plain before the village begins to improve itself on our behalf." Fenwick waited. She said, "If any old paper touching Hartwell or Lady Clara appears in this house after the marriage, I will not have Eleanor made to look like some clever bride who opened drawers by instinct." Sebastian's face changed, only by a degree, but enough for me to feel the shift. Fenwick answered first. That danger exists already, which is why any such discovery must be witnessed properly and its sequence recorded. If papers are opened rooms should not contain only my lord and lady. If an old escritoire is unlocked, the act ought not to look private. The room went still, because there it was suddenly in practical outline rooms, keys, old papers, and the now obvious fact that my first desire after breakfast had already aligned itself with legal risk. The West morning room, the private papers. Lady Clara's past and my father's name. Even curiosity. In a house like this, had become political. I said, before anyone else could decide for me what sort of expression a new wife ought to wear under that knowledge. Then if the room is opened after luncheon, it will not be opened privately. There was a pause. Sebastian looked at me, then at Fenwick, then back again. No one in the room had yet named the room aloud. That, more than anything, told me I had guessed correctly. At last he said, "No, just that. No, if you insist. No, as you please. No attempt to diminish my inference or soothe it into feminine irrelevance." Another one of those small grave answers that seemed, against all my caution, to place me more solidly in the structure rather than more delicately outside it. Fenwick closed the memorandum. "Then the present urgency is this: callers may begin by tomorrow. The marriage must look settled, the child not displaced, Hartwell not absorbed, and no private discovery made that can later be painted as conjugal influence. If we are fortunate, all this will merely look like family good sense. If not, it will at least look defensible." Lady Morland rose. "Excellent. I am delighted to learn that our domestic peace has been reduced to a matter of successful optics. Eleanor, you will take tea with Claire in the west drawing-room at 4. Sebastian, you will be visible there for at least 10 minutes and no more, lest the county decide the marriage has made you sentimental. Fenwick, stay to dine. If you have made us a theater, you may as well take supper behind the scenes." He bowed. "My lady." The conference broke after that into practical instructions. Notes to be answered in my hand. Armitage to receive a reply about Adrian's inquiry. Claire not to be hidden when Augusta Vale called, if she did call, because hidden children always look either injured or inconvenient, and neither suited our purposes. Sebastian listened. Answered. Adjusted. Never once trying to push me from the center of the matter for my comfort. And yet when I left the library and walked alone for a moment down the west passage, before the house called me back to tea, I could not shake the feeling that I had only just stepped onto the visible stage of something already half arranged before my arrival. The marriage was now part of the case. The house knew it. The county knew it. The lawyers had written it into memoranda before I had been a wife for 24 hours. And somewhere in Ashcroft Hall, as in papers' rooms, and the silences between them, lay the older truth that had brought me there sooner than anyone yet admitted whole. At 4 of the clock, the west drawing-room became a stage, and, against my better instincts, a refuge. The room looked west over the lower terrace and beyond that to the bare lawns falling away toward the wet line of beach, and you. Afternoon light entered there more kindly than in the front rooms. It had less duty in it. The curtains were pale gold, the carpet dark enough to hide mud, if one had any sense. And the furniture arranged in that particular Ashcroft manner, which made comfort look almost accidental until one sat and discovered somebody, at some point, had cared exactly where warmth and witness ought to meet. Tea stood ready when I entered, a small table, 2 cups, a third plate already set with plain cakes likely chosen for a child, rather than county display, and beside the hearth a lower chair drawn slightly out from the rest. Claire's, I supposed. On the little round table by the window lay an atlas, 3 colored pencils, and Atlas the wooden horse, who had apparently been promoted from military service to geography. Lady Morland, seeing all this before I did, murmured, "Mrs. Finch is making a religion of domestic optics." "Is that dangerous?" I asked. She said, "For the weak. For the rest of us, it is simply civilization." Claire came in a minute later, with Miss Renshaw behind her, and stopped in the doorway as if she had not entirely believed the room would truly have been arranged around her curiosity and my presence at once. She said, "This is different from breakfast." "Everything is different from breakfast," said Lady Morland. "That is why God made afternoons." Claire ignored her and came instead to the atlas. "I thought perhaps," I said, "that if the weather refused us the lower garden, maps might be made to suffer in its place." That earned me the first thing I had yet seen from her that approached enthusiasm without caution. She climbed onto the low chair by the fire, set Atlas beside the atlas as though horses improved scholarship, and opened the book to Europe with great solemnity. The child still wore morning blue. She still had the grave eyes of the portrait in the hall. Yet here in the lamplight and pale afternoon, bent over borders and seas, she looked less like the emblem of family difficulty and more like what she was: an 8-year-old girl in a great house full of adults trying not to let paper decide her life. Lady Morland remained exactly 10 minutes, as if obeying her own stage directions under protest. She spoke to Claire of France's absurd shape, to me of the rector's wife's weak sponge cake, and to the room at large of the moral failures of county weather. When Sebastian appeared at the appointed interval, neither too soon nor with any sign of having calculated his entrance to the second, she took one glance at him, another at the atlas, and rose at once. She said, "Excellent. You are all arranged. I leave you to geography and your consciences." She went out before either of us could stop her. Sebastian stood just within the room, not by me and not quite by Claire, but in that exact position which allowed him to be present without occupying the center. Again I noticed how much of him was made of such measurements. It would have been easy, I think, for another man to cross directly to the child, kiss her hair, praise the new wife's effort, and call the whole tableau natural. Sebastian did none of those things. He remained at the edge of the circle and asked Claire, "Has Europe survived the hour?" Claire, studying the Mediterranean with Atlas at full attention, said, "Not Italy. Lady Ashcroft says maps are always lying because men move borders and then expect paper to look wise afterward." His eyes came to mine very briefly. He said, "That sounds plausible." "It is true," I replied. "I do not answer for its comfort." He said, "No. You generally do not." The line held just enough dry understanding to warm the room, and not enough to look like intimacy, if a servant entered at that moment. I understood suddenly, with uncomfortable clarity, that this too was part of his talent and his damage. He had been taught too thoroughly how much feeling may be shown before a room becomes dangerous. Claire tapped the page with one finger. "Uncle Sebastian says Naples is never where Englishmen want it to be. That applies to several Englishmen I have known." Lady Morland had said earlier of France. I nearly smiled. "And what do you say of Naples?" I asked the child. She considered. "That if people love a place so much, they ought to let it remain where it likes." Sebastian looked at the map. Not at either of us. That would improve Europe. Miss Renshaw, having remained wisely near the door, murmured that she should fetch the copybook Claire had abandoned upstairs. This was plainly an excuse to remove herself from the room, while retaining the right to have been nearby if any aunt later inquired into propriety. I appreciated her for it. As soon as she had gone, Claire drew Atlas across the page from Vienna toward the sea and said, as though she had merely continued an earlier thought, "Nurse says Mama liked this room, because no one could come into it by accident." The sentence changed the air at once. I felt it in Sebastian before I saw it, that slight inward stilling which now, after only 2 days, I was beginning to read as effort under memory. "This room?" I asked. "Yes. The Old West room. Not this one." Claire glanced up and seemed to notice, perhaps for the first time, that she had spoken more directly of her mother than before. She did not retreat from it. Mama had papers there and sometimes paints, and one little silver box with dried flowers in it. Uncle Sebastian said after she died it must be kept proper until things were sorted. There it was again, proper, sorted. Those Ashcroft words in which grief and authority met and shook hands behind a locked door. I said carefully, "Do you miss it being open?" She frowned at the map. "I miss things not changing without asking me first." The answer went through me more sharply than anything else she had yet said. Before I could reply, Sebastian moved at last, not toward me, but to the table by the window where the teapot stood. He poured a second cup and set it beside my hand, before taking none for himself. A practical gesture, invisible kindness, if one wished to be sentimental, or simply an acknowledgement that difficult truths require tea, if women are expected to survive them with grace. He said to Claire, "Would you like to walk after lessons tomorrow if the rain stops?" She looked up at once. "With both of you?" "Yes." The child considered the invitation as, if she were already mistress of the lower lawn and expected formal petition for its use. She said, "Very well." "But not the terrace, it echoes too much." That startled me. "Ichus?" I asked. She shrugged, sudden and awkward. People say wrong things there when they think the garden keeps them." I looked at Sebastian. He did not look back. His face had resumed its composure too perfectly, which told me the arrow had struck. Some old family argument on the terrace then. Some history Claire had overheard in fragments and stored under weather, the way children always do. "I think," I said to her, "that many grown people depend too much on gardens not listening." This time she did smile, though only with one side of her mouth. Yes. That, I think, was the first true sign she liked me. Not because I had flattered her. Because I had accepted the world as she had already learned it to be. By the time Miss Renshaw returned, the atlas had been improved. France reduced by no one's authority, Naples left entirely to itself, and Claire sufficiently at ease to ask whether Hartwell's swans were more foolish than Ashcroft's geese. I answered honestly that swans are only more decorative kinds of temper. She appeared satisfied. At 4:30 Sebastian left the room with exactly the timing Lady Morland had prescribed, no more and no less. Claire noticed, and did not object. I noticed too and objected inwardly to how much relief and disappointment his absence could produce in the same minute. The rest of the afternoon passed in the way houses under legal strain often save themselves, through children, work, and the insistence of ordinary objects. I wrote 2 notes in my new hand. Claire corrected the shape of Italy by force of colored pencil. Miss Renshaw recovered her lesson plan in fragments. Lady Morland reappeared with sewing she never touched, and watched us all with that quiet, unembarrassed intelligence of women who know family peace is usually built out of 100 small acts no historian will ever record. Toward 6, as lamps were being lit, and the child came up to wash before dinner, Lady Morland detained me by the fire while Claire ran ahead with Atlas and Miss Renshaw. She said, "You did well. With Italy. With the child." I looked down at the teacup I still held though it had long gone cool. I answered what she asked. "Wes." Which is rarer in houses like this than most men will admit. I hesitated. Then, because she had earned enough of my trust to warrant one honest question, I asked, "Was Sebastian always so?" I stopped. "Restrained," she supplied. "Wes." Lady Morland's mouth altered in a way that was not quite amusement. "No. As a boy he was merely serious, which is a very different disease." She sat down and gestured for me to do the same. She said, "His father believed feeling in men ought to be mastered before it became visible." His mother believed feeling ought to be spoken before mastery turned into damage. The house, being a house, learned mostly from the man with the keys. There it was again, keys, rooms, silence made into inheritance. I asked, and his sister. Clara understood him too well and indulged him too much. She could always tell when he had already decided to bear a difficulty privately, and would then bully him until he named half of it aloud. The other half he kept. Lady Morland looked toward the door, through which he had left earlier. He has improved only enough to make the remaining fault less obvious and therefore more troublesome. The sentence settled in me with uncomfortable accuracy. Not coldness, then. Not natural reserve. Training. Paternal method hardened into adult virtue until the house mistook it for reliability. How familiar that looked, once named. Not only in Ashcroft, in Hartwell too. In Papa's debts. In the whole respectable male belief that women are best served by truths trimmed to manageable proportions. I said very softly, "That is dangerous, Wes. Why does no one stop it sooner?" Lady Morland gave me a long look. "My dear, because men who carry everything alone are praised for strength until the day a woman finally names the cost and ruins the story for them." Dinner that evening was more comfortable and therefore, in some ways, more dangerous. Claire took her place at table and informed me at once that Hartwell's swan sounded preferable to Guy's in moral tone if not intelligence. Lady Morland presided with dry splendor. Sebastian spoke more than at breakfast, though still never where speech would have become display. Twice he asked my opinion directly before giving his own, once on a local tenant school appeal, once on whether Claire ought to continue French this season or be allowed a fortnight's respite while the house settled. Both times I noticed the servants hear it. Both times I saw, from the corner of my eye. Claire noticed too. It is one thing for a husband to make a wife visible before callers. Another to make her judgment ordinary inside the household. I was not foolish enough to mistake such acts for trust entire. Yet they mattered. After the child was sent up, Lady Morland left us in the library on the pretext of riding to Bath. I had thought to withdraw too, but Sebastian said, "If you wish, Fenwick's second memorandum on Lionel's solicitor is here. You ought to see it before I answer." I stopped. Not because of the paper, because of the phrasing. You ought to see it before I answer. No arrangement afterward, no edited summary, no man deciding the proportion of truth suitable to my evening. "Yes," I said. He handed me the memorandum without flourish. The library lamps burned low. Rain touched the south windows in a soft, persistent pattern. Somewhere in the hall a servant crossed, and the boards answered faintly. Everything about the room ought to have felt settled, even intimate. Yet the paper in my hand, and the man standing on the other side of the table made it feel, instead like one of those fragile new constructions, built after flood, sound enough perhaps, but only if every beam is tested before weight is trusted to it. Lionel's solicitor had written in loops and reservations. Fenwick had translated beneath in dry marginal notes. The substance was plain Lionel meant to imply that any papers surfacing now from within Ashcroft Hall after the marriage would be open to suspicion as discoveries too conveniently aligned with my family's need and Sebastian's domestic interest. He did not accuse directly. He did not need to. Men of his kind prefer poison in diluted form, because it travels farther. I lowered the page. So if anything old is found now in the West Room or elsewhere, it becomes my doing whether I touch the drawer or not. Sebastian said, "Was?" Again that unsoftened answer I asked. And was that already true before the marriage? His eyes held mine. Here, I thought. Here was the place where his restraint might again become withholding. Here, perhaps, the inherited habit might choose sequence over candor even after all my conditions had been so clearly laid. He said after only a beat, "No. Before marriage the suspicion would have attached to my search alone. Now, it can be made to look domestic." The plainness of it disarmed me more than any careful speech might have done. I said, "Then I have become a legal adjective." Something almost flickered at the corner of his mouth and vanished. "At present, yes." The answer was so dry, so entirely unwilling to flatter either of us out of the ugliness, that I nearly laughed and hated myself for wanting to. Instead I asked, "Do you always tell the truth so plainly when it is least convenient?" He did not sit. He rarely seemed to when matters grew sharp. He said, "No. Only when I am reminded the alternative does damage faster than comfort justifies." That one stayed in the room. Not because it was sentimental. Because it admitted more than perhaps he intended that my conditions at Hartwell had remained with him, not as charming female difficulty but as rule. Small comfort. Significant all the same. I folded the memorandum and set it down. My father used to say that by the time a woman heard the whole truth, the worst of it had usually already been arranged over her head. He looked at me for a moment longer than courtesy required. Was he right? Too often. The rain went on at the windows. The fire shifted in its grate. Ashcroft Hall, enormous and disciplined around us, seemed suddenly less a monument to male order than a place crowded with the residue of women learning to live around it. At last he said, quietly, "Then I would rather be accused of discomforting you early." The answer moved through me with an ease I did not trust. I rose because sitting had become dangerous in ways entirely unrelated to furniture. "We shall see," I said. Yes, there it was again. Always yes or no, grave and exact. As if the man had built half his soul out of plain admissions, and the other half out of the effort required to make them in time. I left the library then, but not with the same certainty I had carried into it. Because somewhere between Claire's map, Lady Morland's quiet lesson in Ashcroft men, and Sebastian's refusal to spare me the memorandum, something had shifted. His restraint no longer looked to me like indifference. It looked like inheritance. And inheritance, I had learned too well at Hartwell, is often most dangerous precisely where the family has mistaken it for virtue. The Old West morning room was open the next day under witnesses, dust and a degree of family dignity which no one in the house truly believed the room deserved. It happened because Claire asked for the blue paint box again. Not the one already in the schoolroom. Another one. Better. One, apparently, kept in her mother's room with old paper, ribbon, and a set of brushes forbidden to common use by the dead, and therefore naturally irresistible to the living. She asked at breakfast with such calm conviction that Lady Morland said at once, "Very well, but if we are to exhume memory, we shall at least do it in daylight." Sebastian looked at me then. Not warning, not permission. Recognition perhaps, that the moment Fenwick had politely dreaded was now upon us and would not be improved by pretending otherwise. He said, "After luncheon, Mrs. Finch." Rue had heard the exchange while directing the placement of toast with the moral force of a field marshal, replied, "Then I shall have the room aired first, my lord, unless your family means to worship mildew along with grief." No one argued. The room lay at the far end of the west passage beyond a turn of corridor, not much used by visitors, and likely used by servants only when sorrow or weather made direct routes inadvisable. I had passed the painted door twice already without being taken to it, which told me enough. Rate houses do not accidentally omit rooms from a new mistress's knowledge. They defer them, and in the deferral one may usually smell importance. At 2:30 we gathered there like an odd little expedition, Claire, with purpose, Miss Renshaw with resignation, Lady Morland with a shawl and strategic authority, Mrs. Finch with keys enough to storm a fortress, Sebastian with the grave stillness of a man who had been in this passage many times and never yet with such company, and I with the very distinct sensation that if I breathed wrongly, the whole house might decide the scene had become mine. The door itself was pale blue gone gray with age, the brass latch polished by old hands and newer restraint. Mrs. Finch reached for the ring at her waist. Sebastian said, "I have it." The sentence was ordinary enough. Still, I noticed two things at once. First, that Mrs. Finch did not appear surprised. Second, that he drew from his waistcoat pocket not one of the heavy household keys she carried, but a smaller silver one on a narrow chain, darkened at the bow by years of use. So, not merely a room in the house. A room with a private key, Claire said, before anyone could improve the moment by adult silence. "That is Mama's key, Ga." Sebastian paused only a fraction before putting it in the lock. Yes. He opened the door. The room beyond held its own weather. It smelled of lavender long faded into paper, dust warmed by weak winter sun, and that faint still scent of closed things which have not been abandoned so much as deferred. 2 west windows looked over the lower terrace. The curtains, once blue perhaps, had gentled into gray at the edges. A smaller writing table stood near the hearth, a work basket on the floor beside it. There was a sofa under one window, a child's stool by the fire, and on the shelves 2 rows of books that had nothing of the library's masculine display about them: poetry, sermons, a French grammar, botany, household memoranda, a few small novels too used to have belonged to a collector rather than a reader. Nothing in the room was grand. Everything in it had been lived in. That, more than portrait or morning band, made Lady Clara's absence feel suddenly human. Claire went at once to the little cabinet near the window. There. Miss Renshaw, seeing the destination and having no wish to be implicated by carelessness in future family memory, looked to Sebastian for instruction before touching anything. Again I noticed that too. This house had learned who among its adults might be crossed, and who must be read first. He said, "You may open the lower drawer." She did. Inside lay the blue paint box, 3 sketch pencils, 2 ribbon-bound copybooks, and a folded piece of linen smelling faintly of violets. Claire seized the box with a gasp of triumph so real it spared the room from becoming too immediately a chapel. Lady Morland took the linen. Miss Renshaw got the pencils. Mrs. Finch muttered that half the world's sentiment had always been built on improper storage. Even I smiled. Then, because domestic mercy rarely lasts without challenge, Claire said, "May I show Atlas the little desk?" The little desk stood not by the window but against the inner wall, a narrow escritoire in darker wood than the rest of the furniture, elegant and severe. Its writing flap was closed. A sheaf of older papers lay stacked on top, tied with faded green tape, and apparently judged too harmless to lock away fully. I looked at it and knew at once that harmlessness had almost certainly been overstated. Sebastian said, "No." The answer came too quickly. Not harshly. Not enough to alarm the child. Enough to alarm me. Claire, who had inherited or acquired the dangerous gift of noticing adult pressure at first breath, turned and looked at him. "Why?" "Because papers are dull." "They are not. They make everyone speak too carefully." Lady Morland closed her eyes for 1 second. Mrs. Finch made a sound very like agreement, and disguised it as disapproval of the hearth. I said lightly, "Because tension around children is its own kind of cruelty. Then perhaps Atlas may inspect only the lower shelf, and not the desk." Claire considered this as if I had proposed terms in a border dispute. "Very well." She crouched at once beside the bookcase near the writing table. Miss Renshaw followed. Lady Morland drew the child's attention toward a row of botanical sketches. And for one brief useful moment the room divided itself into 2 worlds, the women and child bent over flowers at one side, and at the other the desk, the tied papers, Sebastian, and me. Mrs. Finch went to the fire and stirred it. I do not think it was accidental. The gesture left me a clear path to the escritoire without requiring anyone to admit the path had been offered. I crossed to it. The green tape packet on top was labeled in a clerk's neat hand, "Schoolroom accounts Clara v. Miss. 1. Miscellaneous." The most dangerous word in any household. I touched the packet. "It seems schoolroom papers survive every dynasty." "Wes," said Mrs. Finch from the hearth. "Because gentlemen never think children's accounts worth stealing until years later, when they discover the useful thing was tucked behind copybooks all along." Lady Morland, still seated beside Claire and the botanical sketches, said, "Do not encourage excavation, Finch." "I am encouraging reality, my lady." I untied the green tape. Sebastian said my name, not sharply, not as command. Still, I heard the fraction too much in the sound and understood at once that he knew, or guessed, more of the packet than he wished this room to hear all at once. I looked at him. "It says schoolroom, Wes. But not only schoolroom." A pause. "No, there." Another one of those plain answers. Yet now I had begun to hear something else in them, not merely honesty, but the shape of its boundary. I drew out the first few papers, copybook lists, bills for slates. A note in Lady Clara's hand about Claire's French verbs and the immorality of weak governess T. A pressed violet between two sheets. A receipt from Bath. Nothing. Then under the third folded account I found a narrower slip, heavier paper, laid crosswise as if inserted later and not belonging to the schoolroom file at all. The hand was not Lady Clara's, nor Sebastian's, nor any of the household servants, so far as I knew. It read H. Hartwell to be asked whether the amendment review in town was concluded with Vale present, or only discussed in the side room before supper. My whole body went still. H. Hartwell, not vaguely Arden-like, not some social mention drifting loose among names. Hartwell, initialed, specific, and more than that, not merely witness to a document somewhere, but present at an amendment review in town and at a discussion in the side room before supper. My father, not an accidental signature, not a courtesy, a participant, however briefly or imperfectly, in the matter before it ever hardened into this house's present trouble. I heard myself say very quietly, "What is this?" No one answered immediately, because now the room had changed for everyone. Lady Morland looked up at once. Mrs. Finch turned from the fire. Claire, hearing the change in adult silence if not the words, went still over the botanical sketches. Miss Renshaw wisely occupied the child with a flower, and did not yet attempt to rescue the room by movement. Sebastian crossed the carpet in 3 measured steps and stopped at the escritoire. His eyes went to the slip in my hand. The smallest possible thing happened in his face. Recognition. Not of the full paper perhaps, but enough that I knew, before he spoke, that whatever explanation came next would not be his first encounter with the danger of my father's name in that room. He said, "It is only a reference note." Only. The word struck me sharply, because it had become, in 2 days, the first refuge of men who wished to keep proportion in their own hands. It is Hartwell, Wes, and amendment review, Wes, and side room before supper. I looked straight at him. "How much of this did you know already?" Lady Morland said quietly, "Sebastian." He did not take his eyes from the paper. He said, "I knew there was an older Hartwell reference tied to the amendment discussion. I did not know this slip was in Clara's schoolroom packet. That was, I thought at once, technically an answer. It was also, quite clearly, not the whole one." Mrs. Finch from the hearth said, "That sounds like a sentence built by a solicitor." Sebastian ignored the comment. I did not. Because there it was now in the room entire. Not yet the betrayal of a husband, fully proved false. Not yet the cold certainty of deliberate management. Were the unmistakable feeling that he had been expecting a Hartwell connection more closely than he had ever yet admitted, and had allowed me to walk toward the desk without telling me how near I already stood to his prior knowledge. I said, "You knew there was more." His gaze came to mine then. "Yes." The answer, because it was plain, hurt more. Claire said from the window, "Is it bad?" Every adult in the room turned to her at once. A Miss Renshaw, poor woman, looked as if she would gladly have exchanged the entire West Wing for one quiet schoolboy and a slate. I folded the slip at once and said, "Because whatever lay between Sebastian and me now did not belong first to the child. No. Only older than we thought." Claire accepted this with less suspicion than I deserved. Perhaps because children forgive concealment more readily when it is done for their protection and not one's own ease. Or perhaps because the blue paint box still stood open beside her and had bought the room a little grace. Lady Morland rose. "That is enough for today. Claire, take your box and Miss Renshaw to the schoolroom. You may show Atlas the flower book there." Claire came at once, but as she passed me she looked at the folded slip still in my hand and then up at my face. Whatever she saw there made her pause. She asked, "Are you cross?" No one could have prepared me for the question, not because it was difficult, because it was exact. "Not with you," I said. She nodded as if that were all she had required and went out. The door closed behind the child, Miss Renshaw, and the blue paint box. The room, relieved of her innocence, altered at once into something much less merciful. Lady Morland stood with one hand resting on the back of the child's chair. she said. Well, there are women who say well and mean comfort. Lady Morland said it and meant judgment. Sebastian did not answer her. He said to me, "The slip proves only that your father's presence at one review was expected to matter." Expected by whom? I do not know. That answer I believed. I also believed it was less than he feared or less than he had already suspected. The distinction mattered and hurt. I asked, "What did you know before I opened this?" He paused. There. Again. Not the pause of invention. The pause of proportion, of deciding which part of the truth the room would bear first, and which he would rather place in cleaner sequence. Once Claire's voice no longer echoed from the passage. "Too late now. I heard it fully," he said. That Fenwick had found one older index note attaching Hartwell's name to the settlement discussion more closely than the witness line suggested. Nothing more secure than that. No direct paper. No confirmation. Lady Morland let out one slow breath. She said, "And you did not think that your wife might enjoy hearing this before opening drawers in your sister's room?" My wife. The title sounded less like dignity and more like accusation under her voice. He said, "I thought if the reference proved nothing, alarming her with half-shapes would serve no one." Ah. Fear. There was the old grammar at last in fully recognizable form. Not cruelty. Not contempt. Protection by exclusion. Men papers, half-shapes, women spared until the shape became useful enough to offer safely. My father. "Sebastian Betterclondide," I said very quietly, "you thought it should remain yours until it had earned me." He looked at me sharply. "No, no," I repeated. "Then what did you think?" He answered without retreat. "I thought uncertainty was mine to bear first." The sentence struck like cold water. Because it was honest. Because it was dangerous. Because it was, in one line, exactly what Lady Morland had told me of Ashcroft men and exactly what I had feared when I spoke at Hartwell of being protected by better-dressed silence. Mrs. Finch said, "And there we are." No one rebuked her. I set the folded slip on the escritoire with more care than I felt. "That may be your instinct," I said, "but do not mistake it for generosity when it touches my father, my house, or my life." His face changed by a degree. "Enough. I am not." But I thought, looking at him there in the West Room with Lady Clara's books and child's stool, and the old smell of violets in the air, that he had mistaken it for exactly that, until this moment forced otherwise. Lady Morland crossed to the door. She said, "Bring the slip and the packet to the library after tea. And if either of you intends to begin the marriage properly by wounding the other over dead people and missing papers, do have the decency to wait until I have ordered lamps." She left us then. Mrs. Finch, after one look at my face and one at Sebastian's, gathered the remaining schoolroom papers into order, and said only, "The fire will need feeding in half an hour." Then she too withdrew, which was as great a concession to privacy as any housekeeper with sense should ever make. That left Sebastian and me in Lady Clara's room with the folded Hartwell slip between us. I did not move toward him, neither did he. For a long moment the room held only the low shifting sound of the fire, and the faint rain beginning again against the west window. At last I said, "You are not cold." He looked at me as if the line were not merely unexpected but dangerous in some way he had not prepared for. He said no. "No," I repeated. "You are not cold. You are only accustomed to deciding, before anyone else enters the room, what part of the truth may be safely borne." The words landed exactly where I meant them to. His answer came after one brief silence. "Yes." Again the bare answer. Again the worst kind, the kind that makes anger cleaner and harder to sustain at once. I said, "That is not the same as trust." "No. No," I echoed softly. "It is not." I took up the folded slip, retied the packet, and moved toward the door. At the threshold I turned back once. He still stood by the escritoire where the papers, and my father's name had met him all at once under my eyes. Not proud, not defeated. Only, I thought, made visible to himself by the same mechanism that had first made him seem so steady to me, the habit of carrying everything inward until a woman finally reached the room and named the cost. The knowledge did not soften my suspicion. It made it personal. and as I went down the west passage toward tea, the library, and whatever further shape the Hartwell connection might now take, I knew with painful certainty that silence in Ashcroft Hall was no longer merely a feature of the house. It had become part of my marriage. Chapter 3. The Lock Discretor. The next morning I discovered that once suspicion enters a marriage, even kindness begins to cast a second shadow. Nothing outward at Ashcroft had altered. That was the worst of it. The bells rang at the proper hour. The footmen moved with their usual grave efficiency. Claire's porridge arrived in the same bowl painted with faded strawberries. Lady Morland complained of the weather with the same disdain she usually reserved for bishops and weak soup. Sebastian came to breakfast with letters already opened in one hand and coffee untouched at his place, as though the house had resumed exactly where yesterday left it, and expected the rest of us to have done the same. Only I had not. I had gone to bed with the folded Hartwell slip in my mind, and woken with it there still, not only the words themselves, but the more dangerous fact beneath them. He had known. Not all, perhaps. Not the paper in the packet, yet enough. Enough that when I opened the green, taped schoolroom file in Lady Clara's room, he had not been startled by my father's name, only by the particular form in which it had surfaced. That distinction mattered. It mattered more, perhaps, because I could not accuse him cleanly of cruelty. Cruelty would have simplified the room. Cruelty could be hated without residue. What stood between us instead was that more educated male fault, the conviction that uncertainty belongs, first to the man who thinks he can bear it best, and only later, if useful, if necessary, if unavoidable, to the woman whose life it may alter. The house seemed full of that grammar now. At breakfast Claire spoke of G's and maps and a ribbon she had mislaid. Lady Morland informed her that ribbons always go where children deserve them least. Mrs. Finch entered once to correct the disposition of a butter dish, with the expression of a woman defending civilization against moral decline. Sebastian asked me whether I preferred that the vicar's wife received before or after the schoolroom hour should she call, and the question itself, so ordinary, so correct, so entirely what a husband in his house ought to ask, irritated me by its reasonableness. Because there it was again, the small deference, the practical inclusion, the visible courtesy which made his omissions harder, not easier, to endure. I answered, after, if possible. Before, if she insists upon suffering. Claire laughed into her milk. Lady Morland approved the line. Sebastian did not smile, but something in the severity of his face eased by a degree. I noticed it and resented myself for noticing. Then the post arrived. Prynne brought the letters on a silver tray, and laid them at Sebastian's right hand. He sorted them with quick practiced fingers: village business, Fenwick, some account from London, a note in Lady Morland's wide, slanting script that had evidently been sent up from the breakfast room, rather than delivered in person because she disliked crossing large houses for paper. One smaller envelope slipped sideways from the rest, and would have fallen had he not caught it by instinct. It was then I saw the key. Not the silver key he had used yesterday for Lady Clara's room. This one was smaller, darker, and hung not loosely in his waistcoat pocket, but on a fine chain attached beneath his watch, as if it belonged not to the house at large, but to something he meant to carry with his person. The motion of catching the fallen letter had brought it briefly into the light, before he tucked it back again, swift enough that another woman might have missed it or mistaken it for some ordinary private convenience. I did neither. Because there had been no second key when he opened the west room. Because the escritoire in that room, though unlocked outwardly, had shown one inner brass escutcheon beneath the writing fall, which we had not touched yesterday. Too distracted then by the Hartwell slip in the packet above. Because Lady Clara's room had belongs to grief, papers, paint boxes, and all the female order of a life interrupted. And because a man does not carry a small private key against his watch unless he means to know, at every hour, exactly where the lock stands that answers it. Claire saw it too. She said, "That is not the room key." The room changed by a thread. Sebastian, who had been about to open Fenwick's letter, stopped. "No." "What is it for?" "Breakfast is less agreeable when treated like cross-examination." Ah, Claire replied, "I did not say what room." Lady Morland lowered her cup and looked into it as if coffee alone prevented murder in families. Mrs. Finch, at the sideboard, made no sign at all, which in her was equivalent to leaning in. I asked, because there was no reason now to preserve ignorance by pretending not to understand the child, "There is another room." Claire looked at me with open surprise. Sebastian said, "Oh, of course. The little desk room." Claire bah. This time the child did look at him, and there was something in the exchange I could not yet wholly read, not fear, never that, but the knowledge that adults in Ashcroft regularly named things either too much or not enough, and that she had learned to live between both. She said, "The little desk in Mamma's room." More carefully now, not the room itself, the hidden part, there it was. Lady Morland set down her cup. "My dear, perhaps we do not discuss hidden parts of furniture over eggs." "Why not?" said Claire. "They are much more interesting than eggs." On any other morning I might have laughed. Instead I looked only at Sebastian. The old instinct in him had already risen. I could see it in the stillness, in the exact placement of the letter under his hand, in the way his face arranged itself not toward falsehood but toward measured truth. There, again, was the mechanism, the room in his mind already being sorted before the rest of us had yet chosen our chairs within it. At length he said, "Your mother had a small inner compartment in the escritoire." Not had. Not has. A distinction too quick not to have been considered. "And the key?" I asked. He did not answer at once. Lady Morland broke in first. "Eleanor, before you look at him as if he has personally buried Europe, allow me to say that every family in England possesses at least one locked compartment it would rather not explain before breakfast." "Too," said Mrs. Finch from the sideboard. "If the family is respectable." Claire absorbed this with pleasure. "Then we are very respectable." Sebastian looked at me then. He said, "Wes, I have the key." Just that. No easing in. No attempt to let the statement arrive wrapped in domestic nonsense. He had the key. He had kept it. He had not mentioned it yesterday when the room was opened, though he must have known from Claire's first reference to the desk that the child remembered more than paint boxes. I said, "And you meant to tell me when?" Another pause. He said, "Today." Lady Morland closed her eyes once. Mrs. Finch, polishing an already blameless spoon, ceased to polish it. Claire buttered toast, with the absorbed inattention of a child who senses the room has become dangerous and therefore listens twice as hard. "Did you?" I asked quietly. "Wes. You are certain?" "Wes." Again one of those plain answers which ought to have satisfied and instead made the wound more exact. Because plainness after omission is a strange kind of honesty. It feels almost generous until one remembers that the better gift would have been time. Claire, in the bright merciless way of children who have not yet learned to fear adult pride properly, said, "Uncle Sebastian always says he will tell things after breakfast. Then the things go walking all day and come back dressed differently." For a second, no one moved at all. Then Lady Morland laughed once, not because the line was amusing, but because if she had not laughed she might have struck the table. She said, "Darling, you have just explained half the male sex more efficiently than any philosopher." Sebastian did not rebuke the child. He only looked at his niece with a wariness so familiar I knew at once this had happened before. Not the desk. The pattern. The carrying inward until Claire's keen little mind named it back to him in nursery language and made adult dignity look absurd. I said, because the room had already gone beyond ordinary comfort, and there was no use pretending otherwise. Then after breakfast, perhaps. Before the thing returns differently dressed. His eyes came to mine and held. Yes. The word landed more heavily than the rest. Breakfast ended on that. Clara was taken upstairs by Miss Renshaw, with the satisfaction of a child who knows the adults have finally admitted there is a more interesting room in the house than the schoolroom, and will therefore not neglect it forever. Lady Morland vanished to answer a note she claimed to dislike and clearly intended to enjoy. Mrs. Finch, on her way out with the tray, paused long enough beside my chair to say, in a tone perfectly suited to speaking of jam, and far too meaningful for jam itself, "My lady, rooms with inner compartments are generally best opened before luncheon. People think more honestly on an empty stomach." Then she went out and left me to wonder whether all the women at Ashcroft had formed a private republic against male sequencing long before I arrived. Sebastian remained by the table. Not sitting. He often did not when the room sharpened. Standing seemed in him both defense and discipline. He said, "You are angry." It was not a question. Not apology either. Only fact laid down where I might either strike at it or step over it. Wes, with reason, do not improve the answer by generosity. I am not. No, he was not. Again the difficulty. Again the refusal to use softness as solvent once the truth had already broken surface. I rose. Then tell me now what you should perhaps have told me yesterday. Not why you kept the key. Only what the compartment is meant to hold and why Lady Clara thought it worth a second lock. He folded the letter in his hand without opening it. Laid it aside. Another small act, and one I noticed despite myself. He was choosing the conversation first, rather than carrying the paper in his mind while speaking to me of some other paper entirely. He said, "It holds what my sister meant, not for the household books. Private notes, her own correspondence, copies of certain property memoranda, anything she did not wish my father's secretary or Lionel's curiosity to pass over in the first sorting after her death. And you have opened it before." Yes. That at least did not surprise me. Twice. Once the week after her funeral. Once when Fenwick began the codicil review. The second admission mattered more. "Lou, you looked there while searching already." Wes. And found nothing. Another pause. More dangerous now because I was listening specifically for what he placed around the silence before answering it. Nothing complete enough to use. Nothing complete enough to use. I nearly smiled at the phrase out of sheer wariness. There it was again, not nothing, but nothing complete enough, nothing useful enough, nothing shaped enough to crow his private custody into mine. "You hear yourself," I said. He did not answer. "That is always where you go first," I went on. "Not what exists. What can be used. What is earned. In your mind, the right to leave your keeping." A flicker crossed his face. Not anger. Something more difficult, the pain of recognition arriving from outside rather than from one's own internal defense. He said, "At last." Again yes. Always yes once the line had been drawn precisely enough. It was becoming intolerable in its own way. I turned from him then, because the breakfast room suddenly felt too public for what had become personal, and too domestic for the sharpness in me. "After luncheon," I said, "with witnesses." "Ah, yes. And no Claire." He hesitated only a fraction. "Agreed." I left him there among the emptied cups and unopened letters and went up to the blue room where, for lack of any nobler occupation, I sat at the little writing table and tried to answer 3 notes without making a single one sound like a threat. It is astonishing how badly one's pen behaves after discovering a second key in one's husband's pocket. By noon the house had heard enough, I think, to know a room would be opened and a truth perhaps dragged after it. Ashcroft did not speak of such things directly. It prepared for them. The fires were laid before the west passage cooled. Prynne saw to it that no caller could arrive unannounced during the luncheon hour. And Mrs. Finch had the brass on the west corridor sconces polished as though family revelations required better light than common Thursdays. Lady Morland, meeting me on the stair with a shawl over one arm and pure judgment in her face, said only, "Good. You have not yielded to melodrama. It weakens women and strengthens men at precisely the wrong moment. I thought perhaps I should save all weakness until after the lock is open. She said, Do. It is less wasteful. Luncheon passed, almost without memory. Carefully, Mert had been sent to the schoolroom under the promise of paper soldiers and a map of Spain. Sebastian spoke of roads. Lady Morland criticized piers. I answered when addressed and found, to my irritation, that the house still expected me to perform ordinary wifehood, while my thoughts had already gone ahead to the west room and the little hidden compartment behind Lady Clara's desk. Only once did the strain surface. Claire, informed that the west room was not for her this afternoon, asked, Because of the little lock? Sebastian said, Wes. Then Lady Ashcroft will tell me after if it was disappointing. There are moments when children show more moral confidence in one's future honesty than one feels entitled to possess. Wes, I said. She accepted that and returned to her cold chicken as though treaties had been properly concluded. At 2:30 we went. Not as yesterday. No paint boxes this time. No accidental discoveries inside green, taped schoolroom packets. Only the room, the desk, the second key, Lady Morland, Mrs. Finch, Sebastian, and I. The west passage seemed colder than before, though the day had warmed by a degree. Perhaps it was only that I knew too well now what waited at the end of it. Sebastian unlocked the blue door. We entered. The room smelled faintly now of fresh air and old paper, rather than pure closure. Claire's paint box still sat on the little cabinet by the window. Lady Clara's life, interrupted yesterday by memory and Hartwell, now seemed almost to hold its breath for whatever the inner lock meant to yield. Sebastian went straight to the escritoire. He opened the writing fall, reached inside the desk's fitted interior, and pressed 2 fingers against a narrow inlaid panel near the left pigeonhole. A tiny catch gave under the wood. There, behind what had looked to me yesterday like decorative walnut, lay a small concealed drawer not much bigger than a folded letter book. He took the dark key from his chain and set it in the tiny brass lock. I watched his hand, not because I mistrusted the action, because I now understood how much of his life, and perhaps of this family's, had always passed through such gestures, locks, compartments, withheld papers, truth sorted by use. He opened it. Inside lay 3 things. A narrow bundle of letters tied with blue ribbon, a memorandum book in Lady Clara's hand, and beneath both, folded once in heavier paper, a legal note endorsed on the back in another clerk's writing. Hartwell Sidvale Amendment Ipsiper room copy, not entered. No one in the room moved. Lady Morland said softly, Oh. Not shock. Recognition. Mrs. Finch, from near the hearth, made the sign of the cross, so quickly she looked annoyed at herself afterward. Sebastian lifted out the folded legal note and laid it on the desk. I could not have said then whether my pulse had quickened from fear, anger, or the terrible satisfaction of finally seeing the hidden part take visible form. But I knew one thing with certainty, as he put his hand to the fold. Whatever waited inside that paper had already begun changing my marriage long before I had been invited to read it. The folded note was not long. That, I had begun to learn, was what made such papers dangerous. Length allows men to hide cowardice in explanation. Short notes go directly where they mean to wound. Sebastian opened it with careful fingers, laid it flat beneath the west window, where the winter light, weak as it was, still gave the ink a better chance than the room's shadows. Lady Morland came to stand at his left. I remained opposite him by the escritoire. Mrs. Finch stayed near the hearth. Not because distance lessened her authority, but because wise women in houses know exactly where to place themselves, if the truth is likely to strike men first and furniture second. The clerk's endorsement had not exaggerated. The paper was indeed a supper, room copy, a rough memorandum, likely made in haste, after some private conference had concluded, and before the safer, more formal account could be entered into a ledger where later generations might have the indecency to read it in order. Sebastian read the first lines silently. Then I saw his face alter. Not with surprise. Not even quite with recognition. Something worse, the look of a man finding in actual ink the shape of what he had long suspected from fragments and had perhaps hoped, by some last absurd mercy, to find less damningly phrased. I said, "Read it." He did. Memorandum following private conversation in the supper room before the amendment review was resumed. Present H. Hartwell, Lady Clara Vale, Mr. Sebastian Vale, Mr. Pritchard for the old Earl, and, for part, Mr. Lionel Vale. Matter discussed, whether, should the codicil matter worsen or the child's separate property be drawn into the Vale amendment question, a neutral holding arrangement might be made through the Hartwell side under cover of the Beatrice settlement language until the principal line is secured. No one moved. My father, not merely aware, not merely asked to witness, present in the room while Claire's future, Lionel's appetite, and the old Hartwell amendment were spoken over in private conference. Lady Morland said, very quietly, "Good God." Mrs. Finch crossed herself again, more openly this time and with less apology. Sebastian continued reading because there was no dignity left in stopping. H. Hartwell to advise whether the Hartwell side may be used discreetly. If Lady Clara desires the child removed from Ashcroft for a season, no public entry to be made until her wishes are settled. Mr. S. Vale objects that removal may be construed as weakness, and used by L. Vale to widen the challenge. Lady Clara insists that appearances matter less than the child's safety if Lionel presses further and her own strength declines. The room went colder. Not because the fire had failed, because the past had suddenly acquired voices. I took one step nearer the paper. My father was in the room when Claire's removal was discussed. Sebastian said, "The answer did not come quickly this time. It came as if dragged over stone." He argued against it by Wes. The word hung there like a new species of injury, not because he had spoken. Because his speaking proved too much. He had been there too. Not at the edge of these things, not learning them later through law and death. But in the supper room with my father and his sister, and the whole damned question of whether a child should be moved like a sealed packet if men grew dangerous enough. Lady Morland put her fingertips to the paper. This was before Clara died. Sebastian said, "Wes, again, how long before?" He looked down at the date, 5 months. Ah. Mrs. Finch made a low sound in her throat, the sort older women make when the scale of male failure in a family at last presents itself in order, and no one can reasonably deny it any longer. I said, because the question had become unavoidable. "Did you know my father had been named in that discussion itself?" Sebastian's hand rested once on the back of the escritoire chair before leaving it again. He said, "I knew that there had been a Hartwell conversation in the supper room, and that Clara had resisted Lionel's position more strongly than the entered papers showed. I did not know your father was listed as fully present in the copy." Lady Morland turned to him sharply. "But you knew there was a copy?" He met her eyes and did not attempt the comfort of evasion. "Wes." There it was again. Not the whole paper, not this full shape, yet enough. Enough that he had searched with reason, kept the second key, and allowed me to walk into his sister's room without telling me the extent of what might lie under my hand if the hidden compartment chose honesty at last. I said, "And you thought it better that I come upon this in front of the desk rather than hear it from you first?" He answered at once. "No. No," he said. "No. I thought it better that if I had only the outline and not the proof, I did not hand you a story your father could not answer, and which the paper might not sustain." I looked at him. There, in that sentence, lay the whole difficulty again. Not falsehood, not cruelty, that grave, infuriating male confidence, that he could distinguish between what a woman had the right to know, and what might merely distress her before becoming useful. Lady Morland said, "You keep building these tidy moral corridors, and then look surprised when Eleanor refuses to walk down them." Sebastian did not answer her. I looked back at the paper. The bottom lines had been written in a different, hurried hand, perhaps the same clerk, perhaps later, perhaps with more agitation than the rest of the memorandum allowed. No conclusion entered. Lady Clara reserves decision. H. Hartwell to write if willing. Mr. Vale remains against removal under present appearances. Mr. L. Vale not to be informed of further conversation. I read the last line twice. Not to be informed. So Lionel had been present only for part. Enough to know something was being discussed. Not enough to know all. A roomful of people deciding how much of the truth the dangerous man should receive. How familiar that pattern looked. How astonishingly alike families become when frightened. Lady Morland drew one slow breath. So Clara wanted the choice preserved. Wes, said Sebastian. And you preferred the child remain. Wes. Again yes. Again the plainness. Yet now, standing in Lady Clara's room with the note between us, I could hear more in it than before. Not merely control. Fear, a young man's certainty that, if he held the house steady enough, danger might be made to pass without women and children moved through the world like legal furniture. A terrible certainty. A recognizable one. Mrs. Finch, who had long ago given up pretending her place in the room excluded her judgment, said, "Men do so hate looking weak in the wrong house." Lady Morland did not rebuke her. That told me more than any agreement would have done. I said, "And my father, did he write?" Sebastian did not answer at once. My attention shifted from him to the remaining contents of the drawer, the blue ribbon, letters and Lady Clara's memorandum book, still untouched beside the note. If the memorandum spoke of a promise deferred and my father's answer had ever existed, surely it would lie there or nowhere. Lady Morland seemed to follow the same thought. She said, "The letters." Sebastian lifted the blue ribbon packet and placed it on the table between us. The ribbon itself was old enough to have faded toward the exact shade of Claire's paint box. A woman's ribbon, not chosen for law. That, too, made it more dangerous. I untied it before anyone could stop me. The first letter was from a dressmaker in town. The second from some woman in Bath full of weather and moral uselessness. The third, folded more often than the rest and worn at the edges by rereading, bore on its outer leaf one line in my father's hand. For Lady Clara, privately. I forgot, for one brief and humiliating second, to breathe. Lady Morland saw the hand before I said the name. Henry Hartwell. Not Papa. Not Mr. Hartwell. Henry, in the voice of a woman old enough to have known men before they became fathers in memory. The intimacy of the name in her mouth told me, at once what I had not yet thought to ask. How well had our families once known one another before silence and death rearranged the lines? I opened the letter. The hand was unquestionably Papa's, not the broad, easy social hand in which he used to write invitations and hunting notes, but the tighter script he employed when he meant to be taken more seriously than his natural manner encouraged. I had seen it only in account margins and once in a letter to Mama after my grandfather's death. Lady Clara, it began. If you still mean to keep the matter unwritten until you have stronger ground, I understand it. But you should know this, if Lionel's branch means to use your daughter's dependence as argument, they will do so, whether she remains at Ashcroft or not. Sebastian is wrong only in thinking that staying visible under a hostile roof is always the stronger posture. Sometimes men mistake immobility for courage, because movement looks too much like fear to their pride. The room disappeared for a second around that sentence. Papa, not charming, loose Papa who borrowed foolishly and promised everything could be put right later. Not the man who had left Hartwell so brutally open to arithmetic and trustees. This was another aspect of him entirely observant, morally irritated, and sharp enough to see straight through a younger man's notion of dignity to the danger beneath it. I read on. If you choose to keep Claire at Ashcroft, then keep the papers nearer yourself than the house likes and trust your own judgment over any gentleman's appetite for appearing steady. If you choose otherwise, my side of the family will not betray the discretion. My wife need not yet know the whole of it, if you judge that candor, though I warn you that women generally find out what men think too burdensome for them at exactly the wrong hour. At that, Lady Morland let out a sound that might almost have been laughter and was not. My brother in all but blood, she murmured, idiotic in debt, excellent in women, and 2/3 too late in nearly everything. I barely heard her. My wife need not yet know the whole of it, Mama. So he had meant to keep even this from her if Clara thought it kinder. There it was, the old Hartwell pattern twin to the Ashcroft one. Papa and Sebastian, separated by years and grief and rank, both believing themselves the first natural custodians of uncertainty when women and houses were involved. No wonder the room felt cursed by inheritance. I looked up at Sebastian. You were not the first man in the room to think waiting might be noble. His face altered, not with defense, not with shame exactly, but with the painful recognition of an accusation made impossible to dismiss, because the dead had already written it better. He said, "No." The answer hurt more than I expected. Lady Morland held out her hand for the letter. I passed it to her because, if I had kept it 1 second longer, I might have pressed the page hard enough to crease my father back into silence, and would never have forgiven myself for it. She read quickly and with no wasted sentiment. When she reached the line about Sebastian mistaking immobility for courage, she glanced at him only once. It was enough, she said. Clara kept this. Mrs. Finch answered from the hearth. Sebastian said, "Oh, of course she did." Nothing, that nothing, for the first time since I had known him, did not feel like structure or calculated restraint. It felt like being outflanked by the dead. I reached for the memorandum book then. If the letters showed my father in sharper outline than I had believed possible, perhaps the book would show Clara as more than portrait and room. More importantly, perhaps it would tell me what she had done with the knowledge after receiving it. Whether Claire had been meant to move, whether the papers had stayed, whether Sebastian's objection had prevailed through force, or by the simpler family tragedy of time running out before women could choose safely. The memorandum book was smaller than I expected, bound in dark leather and softened at the corners by actual use. The clasp no longer shut cleanly. Inside, the writing was Clara's, neat and slanting, sometimes tidy enough for accounts, and then suddenly hurried into the margins where emotion had broken the line. Household lists at first. Calls. Claire's French exercises. One note on a draper's dishonesty. Another on Lady Morland's tendency to forget shawls. Then, near the back, 3 pages folded together by repeated opening. I turned to the first of them. At the top she had written, "If Henry writes again before the review, speak to Sebastian only when Lionel is not in the house. Men become more foolish in the presence of the wrong audience." Below that, on the same page, another line. "Sebastian means well and therefore grows dangerous fastest when he thinks himself solely responsible." I closed my eyes once. There it was. Not from Lady Morland. Not from Claire in childish form. Not from me. From Clara herself, written years before I ever set foot in Ashcroft. The very habit I had begun to feel and resent had already been seen, named, and entered by his sister in her own book as if family mail error required perpetual indexing by women to survive its own nobility. I said nothing. Lady Morland said, very softly, "Oh, which?" Sebastian did not move at all. For 1 second the room contained only the faint hiss of the fire and the paper between my fingers. Then I turned the page. Below Claire's lesson times and a list of medicines for 1 bad week in spring, Clara had written in darker ink, "Henry understands what Sebastian does not, that a child can be hidden by visible steadiness just as easily as by exile." I read the line twice, then a third time slower. My father, Clara, Sebastian, the child, all of them now bound not by some accidental witness clause, but by repeated conversation, judgment, and argument over what courage meant where Claire's safety was concerned. And Sebastian had known enough of this older pattern to keep the second key, search the drawer, and still ask me to wait for certainty before truth. I lifted my eyes to his. The room had become too full of dead intelligence to permit pretense. "This was not a passing reference," I said. "My father was part of the thing itself." "Oh, yes," he answered. "Only yes. Nothing else. No shield. No rearrangement. No attempt to lessen the scale now that the papers themselves had already done the work." I understood then, with a clarity almost cruel in its coldness, that my marriage had not merely crossed paths with Ashcroft's trouble. It had been laid, from the beginning, upon older ground than I had ever been allowed to see. And somewhere among the remaining pages and letters still unread, I thought, lay the next truth. Not about my father only, but about Sebastian's own search for it, before he ever entered Hartwell, and offered me structure in place of safety. For a while after I said that my marriage had been laid on older ground than I had ever been allowed to see, no one in the room moved at all. The note lay open under the west window. My father's letter to Clara rested beside it, still folded back on the line about men mistaking immobility for courage. The memorandum book remained in my hand. Sebastian stood opposite me at the escritoire with one hand resting lightly against the desk as if the wood itself had become necessary to him. Lady Morland had gone very still near the hearth. Mrs. Finch, who had long ago given up pretending that housekeepers are deaf to family truth, looked from the papers to Sebastian with the expression of a woman watching old male education, finally received the impertinence of evidence. I turned another page in Clara's book. No one stopped me. The next entries were less orderly than the first. Dates crossing one another, a list of medicines broken off halfway through, a reminder about Clara's blue ribbons, written over the margin of something else, and then, under all that domestic interruption, 3 lines in darker ink as if she had gone back later, and wanted the thought not to vanish under errands. Father thinks Sebastian's objection proves steadiness. Henry thinks it proves fear disguised as principle. Both are partly right. The difference is that Henry knows fear need not be shameful if named in time. I read the lines once. Then again, slower. Lady Morland said softly, she did enjoy an autopsy where men were concerned. Mrs. Finch answered, only where the patient was still alive enough to benefit. Neither of them sounded amused. The room had traveled beyond amusement. I lifted my eyes to Sebastian. She understood you. He met my gaze and did not attempt denial. Yes, not perhaps, not she thought she did. Only yes, as if his sister's knowledge of him had long ago gone beyond dispute and into burden. I read on. Below the darker lines Clara had added another, later in a hand more hurried than the rest. If I die before this is settled, he will carry too much alone and call it duty until some woman finally refuses the trick. The page shook once in my hand. Not visibly, I hoped. Enough that I felt it. Lady Morland crossed the room, then took the memorandum from me without asking. Not to remove it. To spare my fingers the effort of holding the thing steady while the line still worked through me. She read it. Her mouth changed by a degree. Then she looked at Sebastian and said, with a gentleness more dangerous than sharpness, she knew exactly what would happen. He stood as he had stood all along, straight, controlled. Impossible to accuse of any grand display, because even suffering in him refused vulgarity. Yet I could see now what the control cost in moments like this. The very absence of movement had become, in its way, exposure, he said. Wes. Mrs. Finch said from the hearth. Then perhaps it is fortunate the woman arrived. No one in the room pretended not to know which woman she meant. The impropriety of it might have offended me once. Not now. Because there it was in plain shape, Clara had written me into the future by kind, tired inference years before I ever crossed Ashcroft's threshold. Some woman, she had said, not because she imagined me precisely. Because she knew her brother's flaw would one day require a witness unwilling to admire it. I said, my father saw it too. Sebastian's attention shifted to me with a swiftness almost too slight to call movement. Yes. Did he dislike you? It was not the question I had meant to ask. Yet once spoken, I knew it to be the right one. He did not answer at once. That pause again. But different now. Not the old withholding. More nearly the effort of a man searching not for the safest line, but for the most exact. He said, no at last. I think he was exasperated by me. The answer, because it was so dry and so entirely plausible, nearly drew laughter from the room, and failed only because none of us had enough ease left to spare for it. I said, that sounds uncomfortably like family feeling. It may have been. Lady Morland handed the memorandum back to me. She said, go on. If Clara kept writing, she was trying to save one of us from becoming idiotic later. I turned the page. There, between a list of nursery supplies and a note about Claire's persistent refusal to pronounce Versailles as if it deserved dignity. Lay another short entry. This one dated 3 days after the supper, room conference. Henry wrote again. Says he will keep the Hartwell side quiet unless called. Also says very fairly that men who wait for certainty before trusting women usually discover the certainty too late to be useful. I ought to stitch that to Sebastian's cuffs. The line did draw the briefest sound from Lady Morland. Mrs. Finch said, I could have done it neatly. Sebastian looked down. There was, I thought, something almost unbearable in seeing a man so trained in reserve made to stand before his own flaw written out by people who had loved him best. Not because it excused him, because it left him no room to claim misunderstanding as shelter. I said lower than before, so that is where it began. He lifted his head. What? This? I touched the page. The habit. Not saying nothing. Saying too little until the truth is ripened to your taste. His mouth altered by a fraction. Not with offense. Something like fatigue meeting recognition in full daylight, he said. Earlier than that. There, a further truth offered without wrestling. Lady Morland looked at him. From your father, Wes. Mrs. Finch muttered. As if we needed another dead gentleman in the room. I did not smile. I was too busy listening. Sebastian went on, still not looking away from the memorandum. He believed women bore uncertainty badly and children worse. So every unpleasant fact was to be reduced, arranged, and delayed until he had decided the proper proportion in which the household might survive it. Lady Morland said, Your father believed almost everyone bore truth badly except himself. Wes. Again that yes. Yet now it no longer felt like a wall. More like a door opening grudgingly because the dead had from both sides. I said, and you despised that in him. Yes. But inherited it. A long pause. Then Wes. There it was. So cleanly said. No self-defense. No appeal to youth or grief or the pressure of old houses. Just the thing itself placed where all of us could see it. I could not decide whether that honesty made the fault easier or more difficult to forgive. Perhaps both. Perhaps that was why it hurt. Lady Morland moved toward the door. She said, I think that Mrs. Finch and I should leave the two of you with Clara's forensic handwriting before the room becomes entirely unmanageable. Mrs. Finch did not move immediately. She looked at me first. My lady, the question was real, not housekeeper's politeness. Did I wish her to stay as shield? Did I wish the room witnessed? I looked at Sebastian, then at the papers, then at the west windows where rain had begun again in thin bright lines down the glass. No, I said. Not yet. Mrs. Finch inclined her head once. Very good. She went out with Lady Morland, who shut the door not fully, only enough that privacy might exist without impropriety growing proud of itself. The room altered at once. Without the other women in it, everything became more intimate and more dangerous. The writing table, the faded curtains, the fire, the memorandum in my hand, my father's letter between us. Clara's room no longer felt like a family archive. It felt like a chamber in which the dead had done their work too well and left the living nowhere comfortable to stand. I set the memorandum down. Neither of us spoke. Then, because silence had been his weapon too often already, and I refused to borrow it on principle, I asked, Were you afraid? The question landed harder than accusation would have done. His eyes lifted slowly to mine. In the supper room. In all of it. Another pause. Not evasion. Effort, he said. Wes, of all the answers he might have given me, that was the one I had least expected him to say so plainly. I took one breath and let it out carefully. Afraid of what? He crossed to the window then, not away from me exactly, but toward the paper light where his face lost some of the room's gentleness and took back a little of its habitual severity. Yet now that severity looked different to me. Not nature. Armor. Inheritance. Labor, he said. That if Claire left Ashcroft, Lionel would call it surrender and use it to widen every challenge already in motion. That if she stayed, Clara would grow weaker and the house less safe than I was determined to believe it was. That my father would mistake any visible uncertainty in me for unfitness, and seize the matter entirely. That if I moved too soon, I would do the wrong thing in public. That if I did not move, I would fail Clara in private. The words were not dramatic. He gave them the bare structure of fact. That made them far harder to hear. I said, "And my father." He looked at the rain a moment longer before answering. "Your father irritated me because he saw at once what I was trying to disguise from myself," he said. "In that room, almost exactly what Clara later wrote down, that immobility is often only fear taught to stand still and call itself duty." I said nothing. The rain went on at the window. Somewhere below, faintly, a door closed. The house lived around us, indifferent and attentive both, as old houses always do. At last I asked, "Did he mean to help?" That, I think, reached the deepest uncertainty in me then. Not whether Papa had been present. Not whether he had been clear, sighted in one room and ruinous in another. But whether whatever he had done here belonged to his better self, or merely another of his late, right impulses. Sebastian turned back from the window. He said, "Wes." Clumsily, perhaps. Intermittently. But yes. The answer moved through me with a force I was not prepared to bear elegantly. I looked down at the letter again, because looking at my husband's face, while he told me my father had tried, however imperfectly, to stand on the right side of one child's danger, seemed likely to undo me beyond safety. "It is strange," I said, and heard my own voice thinning despite my efforts, "to learn that a man one loved badly may still have loved somewhere well." There was a silence after that so deep it felt almost like pity, and I could not have borne pity from him just then for any sum in England. Instead he said very quietly, "Wes." Only that. Yet this time it held no defense and no proportioning. Only the fact that he understood exactly what sort of wound it was. I hated that understanding. I hated more how much I needed it. To keep myself from saying something softer than prudence allowed, I turned back to the papers. There remained, still unread, a narrow folded sheet tucked into the back of the memorandum. Not Clara's hand. Not Papa's. Not the clerk's formal note from the supper room. I took it out. This one was in an older, sharper script I recognized from nothing in the room, and everything in Sebastian's face once I began reading. It was his mother's. I knew it before I finished the first line. If Sebastian insists on carrying every uncertainty in his own pocket until it becomes fit for household use, he will one day make some woman pay dearly for his steadiness. The room seemed to narrow around the sentence. Not Clara now. Not a sister speaking with affectionate exasperation. His mother. Earlier. Sharper. No warm edges around it at all. Beneath the line she had added, later perhaps, and with ink pressed harder into the page. Men call this duty because women have not yet found the strength to call it vanity to their faces. I lowered the paper very slowly. Sebastian had not yet seen it. I knew that from his expression. I held it out. He took it, read, and for the first time since I had known him, I saw composure fail visibly. Not by much, a fraction only, but in a man so arranged by control, the fraction felt like witnessing a wall crack from foundation to cornice. "Your mother," I said. Yes. There was nothing else to add. The page had done its own work. He read it again, then folded it once along the old line and set it beside Clara's memorandum with a care almost reverent in its restraint. I said before I could stop myself, "He all saw you." It was not meant cruelly. It came out that way anyway. He accepted it as if cruelty might be his due. Yes. And suddenly the whole shape of him stood clear in a way that frightened me more than obscurity had done. Not cold. Never cold. A man built under fathers, sisters, mothers, houses, and responsibilities until the carrying itself had become identity. A man who kept keys in his pocket not because he delighted in power, but because he had been taught too early that if he did not carry the difficulty alone, the house might collapse into worse hands. Dangerous precisely, because the instinct was half noble and half pride, and he had been praised too often to tell where one became the other. I heard myself say, softer now, "That is not the same thing as being cruel." His eyes came to mine sharply, as if the sentence had struck somewhere he did not wish touched. "No, no," I said again, "but it is still dangerous. Wes." There was no help for it. Some of my anger shifted then, not gone, never that, but altered by shape. It is difficult to keep a man monstrous once one has seen too clearly the machinery by which he was made, and the exact places where he suffers under it too. That difficulty is one of the least convenient forms of intimacy, I said, because the truth of the room now demanded its own next question. How long before you came to Hartwell did you know enough to search your sister's desk? He did not answer immediately. There. Again, the smallest pause. Yet now, after all the pages and voices and women naming him across years, I heard its meaning too clearly, not refusal, but the old instinct rising once more to order sequence, decide proportion, keep back the next thing until he could present it without stain. I looked at him and knew with sudden certainty that we had not yet reached the bottom. He saw me know it. That, I think, changed his face more than any accusation. At last he said, "Long enough that I should have told you sooner there was more to find than was witness lines and clerk's indexes." It was an honest answer. It was also not the whole one. I said very quietly, "Now, that is not a date, no." "No," I repeated. "It is not." The fire shifted in the grate. Rain tapped at the west window. Between us lay my father's better self, Clara's clear intelligence, his mother's ruthless love, and the growing certainty that however much truth the room had already forced out into daylight, one decisive part of the sequence still remained under his hand. I gathered the memorandum, the letters, and the folded note from his mother into one stack. "Then we are not finished." He looked at the papers, then at me. "No." And there, for the first time since entering Ashcroft, I understood how dangerous honesty can be when it arrives one layer at a time. Because even while I knew he still had not told me all of it, I also knew something else now with equal force. I no longer mistook his restraint for indifference. And that made the next truth much more likely to wound. We were not finished. The room knew it. The papers knew it. Even the rain at the west windows seemed to know it, falling there with the soft, stubborn patience of things unwilling to let the moment close before it had yielded all it could. I stood by Lady Clara's writing table with the memorandum book and letters gathered beneath my hand. Sebastian remained opposite me, the small dark key still lying near the open inner compartment like an accusation in metal. Between us sat not merely my father's name and Clara's clear-eyed understanding, but that more dangerous fact which had risen and not yet been answered. Hola, he had known enough to search before I ever entered Ashcroft, before I ever stood in Hartwell's drawing room and agreed to marry him on terms. I said again, because precision had become the only mercy left to either of us. "How long before you came to Hartwell did you know enough to search your sister's desk?" This time he did not try to improve the answer by delay. 2 days. The number entered the room with astonishing force. Not weeks, not months, not some long secret grown moldy in family custody. 2 days before he rode to Hartwell and proposed marriage as structure, protection, and answer. 2 days. I repeated. "Wes, and in those 2 days you searched this room, Wes." The old simplicity of his answers had ceased to disarm me. Now, it only made the moral line cleaner and therefore sharper. "What did you find then?" He looked at the papers in my hand, then at the open compartment. "Not Clara's memorandum. Not your father's letter. Only a smaller index sheet from Fenwick's early review notes and one reference in my mother's hand that suggested Hartwell had stood nearer the matter than the entered papers admitted." There. I touched the memorandum lightly. "That is already more than you brought to me, Wes." A little breath left me, not quite laughter and not yet bitterness. "You do make agreement an exhausting virtue." This time something changed at the corner of his mouth. Not amusement, exactly, but the briefest acknowledgement that the line had landed where both of us knew it belonged. Then he said, more quietly, "I do not think it a virtue." "No," I said. "I begin to think you only think it inevitability." That struck him harder. I saw it. He answered after a beat. "I thought it responsibility." Fear is the better word men use when they mean to decide first and involve women afterward. The rain thickened briefly, drumming harder against the glass. Somewhere in the house a door shut below, and the sound carried faintly upward through the passage. Ashcroft lived around us, full of servants, children, weather, meals, and all the ordinary machinery of family. Yet in Lady Clara's room it felt, for one suspended minute, as if the house itself had narrowed down to one question, and the man who had not yet answered it far enough. I said, "Show me the index sheet." He went still, not with refusal, with that same wretched internals and annals sorting I had come to hate because I now recognized it so clearly, the weighing, the measuring, the instinct to decide which truth should leave his hand, and in what order. The worst of it was that I could see by then he was fighting it. Not perfectly. Not successfully enough for my peace. But fighting it. He said, "It is in the library. So you kept it?" "Yes." "I'm not here." "No, bah." "Whoa, why?" A longer pause this time, because if Clara's room yielded something clearer, I wanted the two not to be muddled by wish. That answer was so exact to the structure of him that I almost hated it more for being intelligible. "You mean," I said, "that you wanted your evidence in separate piles before deciding how much of it might become mine?" His gaze lifted to mine fully then. Yes. No shelter. No softening. I looked down at the memorandum and Clara's letter, because if I had kept my eyes on him, I might have struck the desk with my hand, like some melodramatic heroine in a circulating library novel. And I had no wish to give any room in Ashcroft the satisfaction. At last I said, "Very well. Then we go to the library." He moved at once. Not ahead of me. Not to direct. Simply to gather the open papers with the care they required. Clara's memorandum. My father's letter. The rough supper, room copy. His mother's note. He tied the blue ribbon once more around the letters, but loosely, as if even that small act of closing now had to be done under witness. When he had finished, he picked up the dark key. For a moment, I thought he meant to pocket it again. Instead, he set it on the table beside the memorandum. He said, "I should leave this here." Almost to himself. The sentence altered something in me by a fraction. Not enough to soften what had already been done. Enough to remind me that the room was changing him too, and not only because I stood in it naming the cost. I said, "Yes, you should." He nodded once. We left the compartment open, the desk unlocked, and the room itself only half closed behind us, not from carelessness, but because after what had been read there it seemed indecent to shut Lady Clara away fully again at once. The library was warm when we entered and already dusk, gray at the windows. One lamp had been lit, not by chance I thought, but by Mrs. Finch or Prynne or some invisible intelligence in the house, which understood that certain rooms require light before difficult truths can be carried into them without turning immediately to injury. Sebastian went to the central table and opened one of the leather dispatch cases there. He drew out a single folded sheet and placed it before me without commentary. I looked down. Fenwick's hand. Dry, precise, faintly irritated even in ink. Across the top he had written preliminary note, Hartwell Yudvale linkage before proposal. Before proposal. The words seemed to sharpen the whole room at once. I unfolded the paper. It was not long. "My lord," it began. The Hartwell name appears too often at the margins of Clara's property question, and the old Vale amendment to be dismissed as social accident. Until fuller proof is secured, I advise caution in approach. If Hartwell is already drifting toward Adrian Vale's reach, and if Lionel means to force the codicil argument through domestic instability at Ashcroft, then any alliance with Miss Hartwell would need to be treated as both personal and strategic from the first, whether or not that distinction is comfortable. I do not say marriage must follow. I say if it does, you should not deceive yourself about its uses. I read the note twice, then once more. There it was, not the full break yet, not the uglier thing that might still wait somewhere deeper, but enough. Enough to know that before Sebastian came to Hartwell, before he stood under our morning roof and asked me to become wife, Fenwick had already named the possibility of marriage to me as both personal and strategic and had placed the words together on paper as if such a conjunction were not likely to ruin a woman's peace for weeks. I said without looking up, "So he put it to you?" "Yes." "Before proposal." The phrase burned in my mind. "And you kept this?" "Yes." "Why?" This time he did not pause long. Because until I knew whether Hartwell was truly part of the old matter or only brushing its edge, I would not ask you to stand inside an uncertainty I had not measured. I looked up then. You did ask me to stand inside it. Yes. The answer landed hard because it was so starkly true. I asked once I believed Belle, Adrian, and Lionel were already narrowing the room around us all. The line would have sounded noble from another man. From him, after Clara's room, it sounded only grave and exhausted by honesty. I said, and this note did not seem something I had the right to see before agreeing. The hurt in the question showed more than I meant it to. I heard it. So did he. His face altered at once, not with defense, but with the painful recognition that there are some injuries no explanation touches without first admitting them whole. He said, no, quietly. It did seem so. The room went still. There, at last, was the truth in its cleanest and ugliest form. He had not merely forgotten, not merely misjudged under pressure in some vague, accidental way. He had held a paper in which marriage to me had already been named as strategy and had decided I need not see it before being asked to enter the strategy itself. I set Fenwick's note down, very carefully. My lord, I said, and the return to title felt like steel sliding back into place. That is not something a woman mistakes. I know. Do you? Yes. Again yes. Yet now it no longer soothed by plainness. Now, at only confirmed scale. I moved away from the table because standing directly over the note made me feel too much like an exhibit under legal light. At the south window the lawn had gone dim to rain and evening. My own reflection hovered faintly over the dark glass, pale face, dark dress, one hand tight against the sill. A wife. A daughter. A woman who had married under urgency and now learned, line by line, how much of the urgency had already been named, measured, and discussed by men before ever reaching her mouth. Behind me he said, Cicely. I turned at once. The use of my name, here, after the note, after the sentence both per strategic, struck too close to softness. I would not have it. No. He stopped. That too mattered. I went on. Do not use my name to make this room gentler than it is. For the first time that day, something close to pain showed openly in his face. I was not. Wes, I said. Perhaps you were not. But the room has had enough of men meaning well and still arranging women into damage. So do not. He bowed his head once. Not submission. Acceptance of the line. Very well. The library fire shifted. The lamp hissed faintly. Outside, the rain ran darkly down the panes. Inside, the note from Fenwick lay on the table beside Clara's memorandum, my father's letter, and his mother's savage little prophecy, all of them now arranged in a sequence no one had intended, and I trusted least of all for being so tidy. At length I said, You said there was more than witness lines and indexes. Yes. You have now shown me this. Is there more still? That question, I think, touched the exact place where the next break waited, because this time the pause in him was longer, not old habit alone, resistance, or perhaps fear. Not of me, not precisely, of what naming the next thing might finish between us before anything honest had even properly begun. I felt the change at once. There is, I said. He did not insult me with denial. Yes. The word was low. I laughed then once, softly, without mirth and with more exhaustion than I had believed one room could produce. How very efficient of the house to educate me in layers. Cicely. Again my name. Again that involuntary movement in him toward directness just when the room least permitted it. I closed my eyes briefly and then opened them. Do not tell me the rest tonight. He went still. The answer had surprised him. That, perhaps, surprised me too. I went back to the table and touched Fenwick's note with one finger. If you tell me now, it will be because the room has cornered you, not because you have chosen rightly soon enough. I am too tired to sort one from the other, and too angry to trust my own mercy if you hand me the final injury all at once. The honesty of that cost me. So be it, he said, after a moment. What would you prefer? I looked at Clara's memorandum. At the line where she had written that some woman would one day refuse the trick. At my father's exasperated letter. At his mother's accusation of vanity dressed as duty. then at the man standing across from me, built partly by those old rooms, and partly by the courage, very late but real, with which he had at least begun to stop lying to himself about them. "Morning," I said. "And not by accident. Not because a drawer betrays you. Not because a child names the wrong key. Morning. In daylight, with nothing else hidden under the sentence before it is spoken." He held my gaze for a long moment. Then, "Wes." The answer should perhaps have comforted me. It did not. Yet it settled something. Because now the next truth, whatever it was, would not be dragged out by furniture or dead women's books. It would have to be given. Chosen. And if he failed even at that, then I would know at last the full scale of what I had married. I gathered Clara's memorandum and my father's letter back into their order. He took up Fenwick's note. For 1 second our hands nearly touched above the papers and did not. Another small mercy. Or another cruelty, depending on one's view of unfinished feelings. At the door I stopped. Behind me the library remained warm, ordered, and intolerably civil around the wreckage of our new understanding. The house, I thought, would continue to lay fires, pour tea, school the child, and polish silver as if nothing had shifted. Houses are indecently good at that. I turned back once. He still stood where I had left him, one hand resting beside Fenwick's note, the other at his side, looking not like a man caught in strategy, but like a man who had finally been made to see the full moral vulgarity of deciding too long alone. That should have satisfied me more than it did. Instead I said, "Tomorrow then. If there is any respect left in this marriage, let it arrive before breakfast." Bah! His face changed by a fraction. He said, "Before breakfast." I left him there with the lamp, the papers, and the knowledge that whatever waited for morning had already begun altering the ground between us. And as I walked up the stair toward my room, I knew with the clean, dread certainty of a woman too long educated by men's omissions that, when the last part of the sequence finally came, it would not merely explain the marriage. It would tell me what sort of man he had been when he entered Hartwell and asked for my life. Chapter 4. Silence has a cost. I slept very little and understood too much by dawn. The house was quiet in that particular Ashcroft way which never feels like emptiness so much as order holding its breath before bells begin. Rain had gone in the night. By morning the windows of the blue room were only dimmed by damp and a pale winter light that made every object look cleaner, more exact, and somehow less forgiving. Lady Clara's memorandum lay on the table where I had left it. My father's letter, refolded, rested beneath it. I had not taken them to bed with me, only because even grief and anger require a limit. If a woman means to preserve her reason. I was fastening the last button at my wrist when a knock came at the door. Not the maid's brisk tap. Not Lady Morland's more candid assault. His. For 1 second I did not answer. Then I remembered my own words in the library the night before breakfast, "If there is any respect left in this marriage," and said, "Come in." Sebastian entered with one folded paper in his hand. He had not yet broken the morning fully into society. No coat fit for collars, only dark morning cloth. Hair still slightly unsettled in a way no one below stairs would likely notice, and I, to my irritation, did at once. His face looked tired and more open for the tiredness, which made me distrust my own eyes from the first instant. "I said before breakfast." "I began," he said. "Wes. That is why I am here." No apology first. No attempt to soften the entrance. Good. He shut the door behind him, though not fully enough for privacy, not enough for impropriety. Another small distinction. I was becoming too practiced at measuring them. I remained where I was beside the table. "What is it?" He came no nearer than the foot of the bed and held out the paper. The part one had not yet told you. There it was then, not found in a drawer, not dragged from furniture by chance, given, chosen. I should perhaps have felt some relief at that much being respected. I did, by a degree too small to trust. I took the paper. The hand was Fenwick's. At the top, written more heavily than the rest as if he had meant the phrase not to escape notice even in haste, stood, immediate consideration, Hartwell alliance if Bell presses and Lionel widens challenge. The room seemed to narrow at once. I unfolded the rest. My lord, it began, if Bell means to fasten himself more firmly to Miss Julia Hartwell, and if Lionel continues to build his insinuation upon the present domestic uncertainty at Ashcroft, the most direct answer may be one and the same. Marriage to Miss Eleanor Hartwell would at once place Hartwell beyond Adrian Val's easiest reach, restore visible female order to Ashcroft, and make lawful inquiry into the Hartwell side's papers less exposed to accusation of scavenging or impropriety. I do not say the step should be taken lightly. I say only that if it is not taken swiftly, two opportunists will have more time than decency deserves. The use is plain even if the feeling is not yet so. Below that, in Sebastian's own hand, shorter, darker, far more controlled, was one line. If done, it must be done openly and on terms she can survive. That line should have helped him. It did not. Because it sat there beneath Fenwick's recommendation like conscience under architecture, real, perhaps even decent in its way, and still wholly unable to alter the fact that when he came to Hartwell he already held me in writing as answer, instrument, and lawful access. I read the note twice before looking up. His face had not changed, or rather it had changed only in the way I now knew mattered most. The stillness in him had deepened into effort. You came to my house with this in your pocket. Yes. There. No flight. No cowardice. And you said nothing. Wes. The second answer hurt more than the first, because it closed the room cleanly around the fact. No misunderstanding. No later qualification. He had come to Hartwell already bearing a paper in which marriage to me had been named as strategic answer, and had still stood before my mother and brother as though we were all entering a thing only then, and there discovered under necessity. I set the note down very carefully on the table. You let me negotiate terms, I said, on ground already prepared by another man's hand. No. The answer came sharper than any he had yet given me. I looked at him. Then, slower, no. Fenwick prepared one argument. He did not prepare you. He did not prepare your terms. He did not prepare what I asked of you or what I answered. I brought the note. I concealed it. That part is mine. But what happened in your drawing room was not his construction. I almost laughed. Not from amusement. From the exhaustion of hearing a man so intelligent remain, even here, so faithful to the distinction that made his own conscience bearable. You truly believe that improves the matter? He said, no. I believe it makes the matter exact. The line landed because it was so entirely him. Not comfort, exactness. The scalpel where another man would offer gauze. I turned away from him and went to the window because if I remained facing him, I might say something so harsh it would belong more to sleep deprivation than truth, and I had begun to want truth too much to waste it on noise. Outside, the terrace stones shone wet under a weak, colorless morning. The lower lawn beyond looked half-washed and unconvinced of daylight. Somewhere farther off I heard a stable door close and a hoarse answer. The house had not yet fully woken to witness. For one more minute, perhaps two, the injury still belonged only to us. I gave you terms, I said at last, still looking out, because I thought we were standing together in the first shape of necessity. I did not know your solicitor had already set me down in writing as the most direct answer to Bell, Lionel, and my own father's papers. He did not interrupt. I went on. Do you understand the vulgarity of that? Wes. No, I said quietly. You understand the logic of it. I ask whether you understand the vulgarity. There was a long silence behind me. Then, very low, I do now. The answer should have angered me more for its lateness. Instead it did something worse. It reached too near the part of me that could already see how education like his works on a conscience, until even its best impulses grow managerial. I turned back. No? Yes. After the marriage. After Hartwell. After my mother sat in her own drawing room, while you asked for me, already knowing that another man had calculated the uses of taking me. He took the blow without movement. I hated that too. Did you mean to tell me this before or after the wedding? I asked. Before, if I could have brought you the full shape. There. Again. If he could have brought me the thing in proper proportion, under proper argument, arranged into something a woman might receive without disordering the men involved too much. You hear yourself.
Yes.
No, I said. You hear the words. I do not yet think you hear the shape. For 1 second something flashed in him, not anger at me, but impatience with himself, perhaps with the limits of language where women have already paid the cost of men's categories. He took 1 step nearer, then stopped. Good. Let him know the line still existed even in distress, he said. I came to Hartwell, because Belle was already moving too near Julia. Because Adrian would act the instant he scented weakness hard enough to be useful. Because Lionel meant to build domestic instability into law. And because once Hartwell's name began appearing in Clara's matter, I could not ignore your house without leaving both families to men who would have liked that very much. I said, none of that is false. No, that is not the same as clean. His eyes held mine. No. Again no. Always the plain answer once the fact had been named precisely enough to corner him. I folded my arms because my hands no longer trusted themselves to remain still in any position, deliberate. What did you think would happen if you showed me this note at Hartwell? He answered too quickly for the reply to be anything but true. That you would believe I had come to you as remedy before woman. The sentence struck the center of it so exactly I could not speak at once. He went on before I recovered. And you would have been right enough that I could not have asked you to see anything else through it. There. At last. Not only the concealment, the reason beneath it stripped bare enough to be ugly. He had hidden the note not merely because it was strategic, not merely because time pressed, but because he knew that if I saw how clearly he had already been advised to marry me as solution, I would have had every moral right to mistrust whatever personal regard was mixed into the offer afterward. I said, very softly, so you chose ignorance from me, because knowledge would have made you less bearable. He said, no, with sudden force. I chose delay because I thought urgency left no time for anything cleaner. The room seemed to ring with the answer. Then he mastered the force in his voice at once and added, lower. That was my judgment. It was also my fault. I believed him. I hated that too. Because the truth in him had become, by then, a weapon against the simpler forms of female anger. If he had lied, if he had dressed himself in sentiment, if he had tried to make me grateful that he at least brought the paper now, I could have despised him cleanly and been done. Instead he stood in my room before breakfast with the note in plain sight, and his own fault named inside it, as plainly as his conscience could bear. I said, you thought you could hold the uglier part yourself, and let me enter only the survivable half. Wes. And what did you call that in your own mind? He hesitated. Not long enough. Then, Keir. The word left his mouth almost with shame. There it was, not in Clara's book, not in his mother's hand, in his own voice at last. I laughed then, once, without humor. Of course. He did not flinch. My father called it that too. I know. The answer came too quickly. He heard it the same moment I did. You know. From what you said before marriage. From your mother's face at Hartwell. From Armitage's silences. He drew breath. And from the fact that men who think women bear uncertainty badly are usually trying to spare themselves the sight of what the uncertainty has already done to them. The line landed with brutal accuracy. I could not deny it. That made me angrier, not calmer. So now you see clearly. He said. No. Now I see more clearly than before. Not clearly enough to undo what I chose. That, I thought, was the first genuinely useful sentence he had spoken in the whole conversation. I moved away from the window because I could no longer bear having the cold glass at my back, while he remained the only thing alive enough in the room to answer me. The note still lay on the table between us. Fenwick's hand. His. The whole structure of my marriage reduced to two men writing in different inks over the same possibility. I touched the line in Sebastian's hand without taking the paper up again. If done, it must be done openly and on terms she can survive. You wrote this. Yes. And still brought me less than the whole. Yes. Again. I looked straight at him. Do you know what is worst in it? He did not answer. Thade, I believe this line is sincere. Something changed in his face then, not relief, never that, but pain sharpened by the fact that sincerity under such circumstances could not rescue him, only make the wound morally messier. I said, if it were pure strategy, I could despise you and have peace. If it were pure regard, I could call you frightened and perhaps forgive you faster. But this, I touched the note again. This is the kind of thing women are always expected to understand in men. Neat and calculation and conscience tangled together until the woman must do all the sorting, if she wishes to survive the marriage with any self left. He stood very still. He said, "Was. That is true." I had no use left for his agreement. Yet still it kept striking where denial would have missed. A knock sounded at the door. We both turned at once. I felt my entire body recoil from interruption, because the morning had not yet yielded me anything stable enough to carry downstairs and put before coffee cups. Yet the knock came again, discreet and trained. "My lady," came the maid's voice from the other side. "Lady Morland asks whether the rector's wife may be received at 11 as expected, or whether my lady would prefer excuse by headache." There it was, the house already moving on. The county at the threshold. Village women. Tea shawls, inquiries, and all the little public performances by which a marriage is declared settled before the people in it have decided whether they mean to survive one another honestly. I closed my eyes for 1 second. "No headache," I said toward the door. "At 11. "Very good, my lady." The footsteps retreated. When I looked back at Sebastian, something in me had changed from raw injury into colder understanding. Not because the hurt had lessened, because the day now required that I wear it publicly while receiving callers, and that necessity stripped the room of any last private indulgence. I said, "Dear, do you see? I am to go downstairs in 1 hour and be Lady Ashcroft to women who mean to measure whether the house has settled. And now I must do it knowing that before ever I stood at Hartwell and asked my own questions, your solicitor had already answered the practical ones in writing, and you had decided I need not see how efficiently I served." His face tightened. "Cicely. No. Do not use my name now. Not while the note is still on the table and the room has not yet forgiven us either." He stopped. Again. Good, good. I gathered the memorandum, my father's letter, and Clara's book into one stack, and moved them aside from Fenwick's note, as if physically separating the dead from the men might make the moral lines easier to read. It did not. Then I said the thing I had been trying not to think since the first line of Fenwick's memorandum. "If you had shown me this at Hartwell, I would still have married you." He stared at me. I went on before he could mistake the sentence for mercy. "I would still have married you because Julia needed safety, because Tom needed time, because my mother could not survive Adrian Vale under her roof, and because your child—" I corrected myself at once. "Claire needed the house held against Lionel. I would have married you, but I would have done it knowing precisely what room I stood in, and that is the thing you stole." The room went utterly still. He did not move at all. At last he said, very low, "Wes, there, the true wound. Not the marriage itself. The theft of terms inside it. The difference between choosing under full sky and being guided into a structure someone else had already partly designed, while calling the remaining space freedom. I went to the door then, because if I stayed another minute I might let pity, anger, understanding, and all the other treacherous emotions stirred by truth blur into something weaker than judgment. My hand was already on the latch when he spoke. "I will put the rest before you before the day is out." I did not turn back at once. When I did, he was still standing beside the table with Fenwick's note between us, and the whole morning laid out in plain shape, no lies left, no innocence either. I said, "See that you do." Then, because the hour had already turned toward witnesses, and I could not bear him to misunderstand the scale of what had changed, I added, "You may still have meant me respect, but you did not begin with it." The line landed hard. I left him there with it and went out into the corridor where the house already smelled of fresh fire, polish, and the faint coming tyranny of the rector's wife. Before breakfast, I had asked for truth. He had given it. And because he had given it too late, the whole day now had to be lived inside the knowledge that my marriage had been not merely urgent, not merely grave, but partially planned in language I had not been allowed to see until after I had already become his wife. That, I thought as I went downstairs to receive the county properly dressed and privately wounded, was the true cost of silence, not ignorance. The shape of the room once ignorance has ended. By 11 of the clock I was seated in the blue drawing room with perfect posture, a composed face, and a marriage turned to ash behind my ribs. That, I think, is what society most admires in women of breeding. Not grace, not courage. The ability to receive callers while privately reorganizing one's understanding of one's own life. The rector's wife arrived first with a basket of broth too carefully modest to have been intended only for the sick poor. She was a good woman in the way many good women are, sincerely charitable, genuinely pious, and incapable of leaving any domestic upheaval entirely uninterpreted if tea and the county made interpretation easy. With her came Miss Parker from the village school committee, who had no business calling socially, and yet somehow managed to accompany the basket as if literacy itself required witness where new countesses were concerned. Lady Morland sat at my right. That saved me. Not because she softened the room, because she governed it. The blue drawing room under her hand became not a place where I might be quietly examined for traces of regret, but a chamber in which foolish must arrive better dressed than usual or risk immediate humiliation. The rector's wife said all the expected things. She hoped I found Ashcroft Hall not too altered by the season. She trusted Claire had borne recent changes with admirable sweetness. She believed all would settle beautifully now the house had, as she put it with reverent horror, a lady once more properly at its center. I answered as one must. I spoke of Claire's lessons, the weather, the village blankets, the lower terrace in damp, and the school subscription, as if I had not, less than 2 hours earlier, learned the exact handwriting in which my marriage had first been called direct, useful, and strategically plain. Lady Morland did not once leave me unsupported. When the rector's wife ventured that the county had been astonished by the speed of events, Lady Morland replied at once, Wes. The county is often astonished by any family that prefers action to gossip. It has made a poor religion of surprise. When Miss Parker wondered delicately whether Claire found the transition emotionally taxing, Lady Morland said, Children generally bear truth better than adults so long as the adults do not insist on rehearsing feeling at them. I might have loved her entirely if the room had not already been too crowded with dangerous loyalties. Still, even under her management, I felt the injury newly in everything. Every time I said we in reference to Ashcroft, I heard Fenwick's note beneath it. Every time the rector's wife praised the steadiness of the house, I remembered the line they use is plain even, if the feeling is not yet so. Every smile I offered the room felt not false exactly, but compromised by the knowledge that someone had already written down the practical value of my presence before I had been allowed to negotiate the cost. At the height of the call, Sebastian appeared. He had the decency to do it briefly. He entered with a letter in his hand, bowed to the ladies, inquired after the rector's wife's husband's gout with faultless gravity, asked whether the village school had yet received the promised slate money, and stood only long enough that his presence could be seen as ordinary rather than arranged. Not too warm with me. Not distant enough to suggest fracture. Just enough. It was, of course, exactly right. That was what made me want to throw my teacup at the blue curtains. Because there he stood, managing the room now with perfect visible restraint after having mismanaged the truth before marriage under the same internal flag of responsibility. His public conduct was so blameless that it became, for me in that moment, almost another species of insult. Not because it was false, because it proved how exquisitely he understood appearances once appearances had become dangerous enough to men. When he left, the rector's wife sighed very softly into her cup and said, "How fortunate for the child that Lord Ashcroft is such a devoted uncle." Lady Morland replied, "Wes, Fortune has recently been obliged to work harder than usual for this house." I kept my face steady. The call ended at last. Baskets were admired. Parish broth was promised. The school slate account would be reviewed. The rector's wife departed with her conscience strengthened by having seen me seated where a wife ought to sit. Miss Parker left with the expression of a woman who had gathered enough from curtains, cups, and Claire's absence to sustain the school committee through Thursday. When the door had shut behind them, I set down my cup and discovered my hand was trembling, only slightly. Lady Morland saw it at once. She said, "My dear," and for the first time all morning her tone held no theater at all, "if you begin by apologizing for that, I shall be violent." I let out one breath that was almost louder and not nearly stable enough for the thing itself. I had not intended to apologize. "Good. Sit there, and do not become noble." She moved the tea tray aside and sat opposite me rather than beside, as if what the room required now was not comfort, but witness in honest proportion. For a few seconds I could not speak, not because the injury lacked language, because it had too much. At last I said, "He knew enough to bring me the shape of the marriage already half argued by another man." Lady Morland did not answer immediately. "You mean Fenwick's note?" "Yes." "So he showed it?" "Yes." "Only after the wedding?" "Yes." There are moments when repetition becomes its own moral indictment. Lady Morland leaned back slightly. "Did he defend it?" I looked at the fire. "Not as a hero would. Which is somehow worse. He said he concealed it because if I saw how clearly I served, I would mistrust everything else mixed into the proposal." She closed her eyes once. "Did he say you would have been wrong?" "No." That earned from her a sound I had come to recognize as the purest form of female disapproval available short of murder. She said, "Thier, that is the point where men like him become intolerable. Not when they lie. When they understand too much and still proceed, because urgency lets them mistake injury for necessity." I looked at her sharply. "Like him?" "Wes, like him?" "Like his father before him in another register. Like a certain admirable species of gentlemen who would rather carry the sin themselves than grant a woman full weather and risk her refusing them in time." The line struck too near the center of it. I said, more quietly, "I told him I would still have married him had I seen the note." Lady Morland's brows rose. "You said that already." "Wes, then you are braver than I would have been on 2 hours' sleep." "No," I said. "Only too honest to wound him elegantly when the uglier truth was ready to hand." She was silent a moment. Then, "And what did he do with that?" He accepted it." "That is not nothing." "I know," I said, and hated the H in my own voice. "That is precisely the difficulty. Because there it was. The thing I had not wished to admit aloud to anyone, least of all his aunt. The problem was not that Sebastian lied prettily, nor that he wrapped himself in male vanity and called it romance. The problem was that he kept telling the truth, once the room had become sharp enough to require it. And that honesty made the original wound both clearer and harder to despise in the simple way women deserve sometimes to despise their husbands. Lady Morland looked at me for a long time. Then she said, "You know this is not about the note alone." "No, Bo. What is it then?" "There are questions one has already answered inwardly and still dreads hearing because once spoken aloud they become binding in a new way. It is that he decided I could choose the marriage without choosing the full shape of the room. That he let me think I was bargaining against necessity alone, when in fact the necessity had already been partly mapped with my body in it." The words sat between us. Lady Morland gave a slow nod. "Wes. Not comfort. Recognition." I went on because once the center of it had been named, all the other circles needed their own language too. And because my father did the same thing to my mother with money and debt. Not the same scale, not the same room, but the same structure. Women spared until the worst is arranged. Men believing that, if they are the one to carry uncertainty first, they remain somehow morally superior to the uncertainty itself. I looked down at my gloves in my lap. I cannot survive that in marriage, not after Hartwell. The room was very still then. At last Lady Morland said, "Good." I looked up, startled. She continued, "Not the injury. You're knowing the exact line beyond which you cannot live. Women come to that knowledge late more often than they should." Before I could answer, the door opened and Claire came in under the escort of Miss Renshaw, who had clearly lost a battle with timing and preferred to lose it in company. The child took one look at my face, one at Lady Morland's, and stopped. "Has the rector's wife gone?" "Wes," said Lady Morland. "Then I should like the sofa by the fire." There is no defense against a child's practical need for furniture. Claire came in, arranged herself with atlas and a book of botanical drawings, and in that very ordinary act saved me from becoming too visibly unhappy in the blue room, where the county had just sat. I loved her a little for that, though I doubted she meant anything beyond comfort and cushions. Lady Morland rose. "I shall leave you to flowers and domestic recovery." She paused by my chair only long enough to say under her breath, "Do not mistake his honesty now for having made honesty unnecessary earlier." "I will not." She squeezed my shoulder once and was gone. The afternoon moved on. That was perhaps the third injury of the day. Not that pain remained, that the house required it to remain in motion. Claire wanted the names of flowers. Miss Renshaw required a note signed for the stationer. Mrs. Finch came to ask whether the village blankets should go Thursday or Friday, and appeared not to notice anything in my face beyond the practical answer. Sebastian, from some farther room in the house, went on existing with his papers, his duties, his servants, his niece, and all the terrible masculine continuity of a life, not actually stopped by marriage's moral rearrangement. By 3:30 the rain had gone. A narrow pale light had found the lower terrace. Miss Renshaw took Claire upstairs to change before walking out if the gravel proved passable. Mrs. Finch vanished toward the still-room. I found myself alone in the hall for one suspended minute, looking not at the staircase or the portraits, but toward the library door standing half open beyond the south passage. I ought to have gone upstairs. Instead I went there. He was inside, standing at the central table with Fenwick's morning memoranda spread before him, and his hand resting on one page without reading it. He looked up at once when I entered. Not startled. That hurt too. As if some part of him had been expecting the room not to end where we had left it before breakfast. "Cicely." "No," I said. The word came more tired than sharp now he heard both. "I did not come for your explanation." Then for what? Good, I thought. Make him ask plainly for once. I shut the door behind me to a degree that privacy required and not one fraction more. The library smelled of paper, coal, and damp wool drying on the stand near the fire. One lamp had been lit though the afternoon still lingered at the windows. Everything in the room looked exactly fit for thought, and entirely unfit for what I had come to say. "You asked me yesterday what I would have had you do," I said. He waited. "I know now." Something in his face sharpened. "I would have had you let me choose in the full insult of it." The sentence landed cleanly. I went on before he could answer. I would have had you show me Fenwick's note. Tell me what you knew of my father's connection. Tell me what you feared of Belle and Adrian and Lionel. And then stand there while I chose whether all of that was worth marriage. I might still have said yes. I told you I would, but the I in that answer would have been larger than the one you left me with. For a second, he said nothing. Then, very quietly, "Yes." I took a step toward the table. "That is the injury. Not merely that you used strategy where life demanded it, that you decided first what part of the strategy I could bear as a woman and still become useful enough to you." The words had become cold now, which was better. Cold truth keeps its edge where sorrow might slip. He drew breath. Then, with visible effort, "I did not think in those terms." "No," I said. "You thought in yours. That is exactly the problem." This time he did not answer yes. He looked down at the table, at Fenwick's notes, at whatever legal scraps lay there in their proper order, and for the first time since I had known him looked, not grandly burdened, but simply and recognizably ashamed. He said after too long, "One Fenwick wrote the note. I believe 2 families were moving toward danger too fast for moral cleanliness." "I know." "One I came to Hartwell. I believed showing you the note would make the whole proposal look like purchase. It did." His eyes lifted at once. "It did," I repeated. "Only I did not know it until after the purchase had been signed." The line cut the room more deeply than I had planned. I saw it in his face. Good. Let him feel the vulgarity at last. He took one step away from the table then, not toward me exactly, but out from behind the papers, a small movement, and therefore perhaps more significant than if he had come striding forward in masculine distress. He asked, "What would you have me do now?" There are questions that sound noble, because a man asks them once the damage is done and imagines the asking itself a form of humility. This one did not, perhaps because I had already seen too much of him to mistake posture for change. I said, "Nothing theatrical, nothing soft, no promises born of guilt, and certainly no more protection by exclusion." He was silent. No. Another plain answer. Yet now the words seemed less reflex and more decision. I looked at him for a long moment. "If there is another paper," I said, "another note, another room, another half-shape touching Hartwell, my father, Belle, Adrian, Claire, or this marriage, I see it before you decide whether it is fit." "Yes, dear." Again. You say yes. But yes is only language in this house. What I require is practice. That one reached him. I could see it, not because he flinched, but because the old inward arrangement in him met the new demand, and understood, perhaps for the first time, that he would have to give up the very form of duty in which he most trusted himself. At last he said, slowly, and with more care than any answer yet that day, "Them and practice must begin before the next paper arrives." I said nothing. He crossed back to the table, gathered the 3 memoranda there, and held them out to me. "These are Fenwick's full morning notes on Lionel, Adrian, and Belle. You have only the summaries from luncheon. Read them now." I stared at him. He did not lower his hand. He said, "I have not yet answered them." "Read them before I do." The room changed. Not because the act itself was grand. Because it was not. Practical. Immediate. Annoyingly exact. Exactly what I had asked for, and exactly small enough that sentiment could not mistake it for redemption. I took the papers. Our fingers did not touch. Good. I read them at the table while he stood opposite and waited without speaking. Lionel's solicitor. Adrian's calculations. Belle's new tone to Lavington, offended, insinuating, still trying to sound gentlemanly while testing whether Julia might be frightened into some informal interview. All of it ugly. All of it mine to know before answer. Exactly as it should have been from the beginning. When I had finished I laid them down. "Better," I said. Something very faint and very tired shifted in his face. "That is not praise." "No," I replied. "It is not." A knock sounded faintly at the far door. Prynne's voice, muted by Wood. "My lord, Miss Clare asks whether the lower walk may be attempted before light fails." The ordinary world again. The house insisting upon children, weather, and paths while marriage rearranged itself in the library. Sebastian looked at me, not asking permission. "Waiting," I said, because truth now required proportion as much as outrage. "Go. She should not pay for what passed in Hartwell or here." "Ah." He inclined his head. "No." At the door he paused. "Cicely." I did not stop him this time. He went on quieter than before. "You were right. I did not begin with respect. I thought I had. That is worse." The sentence struck me more deeply than all the morning's explanations. Not because it repaired anything. Because it named the moral failure without trying to wrap it in urgency or sorrow. I answered the only way truth allowed. "Yes," I said. "It is." He accepted that too. Then he went out to Claire and the lower walk, and left me standing in the library with Fenwick's memoranda under my hand, and the first thin, dangerous outline of a rule between us beginning, at last, to take shape. No more protection by exclusion. No more room entered first by male conscience, and only later by my life. If the marriage meant to survive, it would survive there or nowhere. The county chose the next afternoon to remind me that private injury never remains private for long, once a marriage has become useful to other people. It began at 3:30 with Augusta Vale's card. The prin brought it to the blue drawing room on a salver as if the rectangle of cream pasteboard were no more dangerous than seed cake. I was seated at the writing table, with Fenwick's memoranda before me, and one of Sebastian's unanswered notes at my elbow, doing my best to learn the difference between actual estate business and the sort of paper men leave lying about so women may feel consulted while nothing material changes. Lady Morland sat by the fire with Claire at her feet, and a book open on her lap, which she had not turned a page in for at least 10 minutes. The child was drawing cavalry formations among snowdrops and informing Atlas that military order improves flowers. Prin said, "Mrs. Augusta Vale, my lady. She is accompanied by Mrs. Weatherby." Lady Morland lowered her book. "Oh, of course she is. Melissa always prefers a witness." I looked at the card. Augusta had not called since the marriage. That omission, under the circumstances, had already begun to feel deliberate enough to be called intelligence. She would not come only to inspect the curtains. Not with Mrs. Weatherby in tow, a woman too harmless to invent trouble and therefore perfect to carry it outward once shown. Claire looked up from her paper. "Is Augusta the cheek pincher?" "Wes," said Lady Morland, "but if you behave with distinction, she may pinch only the room." I rose. "No," I said. "Let her in." Lady Morland gave me a sharp measuring look. "You are certain?" "No. I am simply unwilling to let her go away believing I refused her." She said, "Excellent. That is often the soundest basis for receiving family." Prin withdrew. I crossed to the long mirror between the windows and altered nothing. "Good. Let Augusta see me exactly as I had been found, dark silk, plain collar, no ornamental softness, to encourage the county into believing marriage had made me decorative." Lady Morland remained where she was, which told me she meant to govern the room by apparently doing nothing in it. Claire, seeing the atmosphere shift, climbed onto the small sofa rather than the carpet, and set Atlas in her lap like a diplomat. Augusta entered with Mrs. Weatherby behind her. She was very handsome in that fair, finished way which suggests nature began kindly and society completed the cruelty. Her mourning was half, softened already into violet trimming and jet. Mrs. Weatherby, by contrast, looked exactly as she always did, decent, comfortable, and quietly alarmed by being anywhere family politics might be served with tea. Augusta said, "My dear Lady Ashcroft," advancing with both hands out as if affection had only just been delayed by rain. "At last I may properly welcome you. We have all been longing to know how you find the house. There are women who speak with poison in the syllables. Augusta's poison lived in emphasis, the house, that last. Properly. Every line invited me to answer from within a position already being assessed for fitness. I gave her my hands because refusing them would only have improved her afternoon. "I find it exactly what one would expect from Ashcroft," I said. "Well run, closely observed, and incapable of boring anyone for long." Lady Morland made a small sound which might have been a cough if one were charitable. Augusta smiled. "How very quick you are. Sebastian always did require someone with resolution if not leisure." There it was already. Not insult, classification. Mrs. Weatherby curtsied and murmured the usual civilities. Claire, from the sofa, said without preface, "You may not pinch me. Nurse says people who touch children before tea are morally unsound." Mrs. Weatherby nearly dropped her reticule. Augusta's smile only thinned by a degree. "Claire, my love, how delightfully firm you grow." "Wes," said Lady Morland, "the house improves in several directions." Tea was brought. Cups were taken. The weather was discussed for all of 90 seconds before Augusta steered the conversation, with admirable cruelty, toward the only subject she had come to taste. She said, "I was so relieved, lightly, to hear that dear Claire has borne the late household changes well. One always fears for children in periods of rapid domestic rearrangement, especially where older property questions still cast their shadows." Mrs. Weatherby stared fixedly into her tea. Lady Morland set down her own cup, Children bear rearrangement better than adults when the adults stop admiring the inconvenience. Augusta did not look at her. No doubt. Still, one hears such things. A sudden marriage. Old rooms open. Papers remembered. County mines, Alice, make associations where perhaps no serious person would wish them. This time the line struck coldly and cleanly. Claire, thank heaven, had returned to Atlas and the snowdrops. She heard tone better than content still, which was mercy. I said, then perhaps county mines should be given stronger occupations. Augusta turned her full attention to me. My dear, if county mines did not concern themselves with marriages made in 4 days and old family papers found in the bride's first week, society would collapse from undernourishment. Lady Morland laughed once. It was not pleasant. You overrate society and underrate your appetite. Augusta let that pass. She had come for larger prey. She said, I mean only this. Lionel has been much pained to think that Lady Clara's private things might now be exposed to interpretations shaped by urgency rather than relation. And Adrian, poor man, is anxious that Hartwell not appear to have surrendered its independence merely because rank has arrived before review. Mrs. Weatherby's eyes flicked to me at once and away again. There. The witness had heard it true, my marriage, Hartwell, Lady Clara's room, all laid together under the prettiest possible concern. I felt the morning's hurt turn cold and useful inside me. How fortunate, I said, that concern can travel so quickly where kindness generally rides at a more moderate pace. Augusta smiled. You misunderstand me. No, I replied. I think I understand you exactly. You mean to say that if any paper emerges now touching Lady Clara or my father, it will be said that my presence under this roof has improved its timing for my husband's advantage. The room went still. Claire looked up at the word father but said nothing. Good girl. Augusta lifted one shoulder, all gracious reluctance. I would never phrase it so coarsely. That is because coarseness is so much more useful in another woman's mouth. Lady Morland closed her book at last. Mrs. Weatherby made a tiny strangled sound which might have been tea gone wrong. Augusta said, more coolly now, very well. Let us be plain if plainness is now the house custom. A marriage concluded at speed between Ashcroft and Hartwell, just as both houses find themselves entangled in old vow matters, does invite interpretation, particularly if Lady Ashcroft is seen in rooms and papers where no wife of 1 week could be thought entirely disinterested. There it was. Not merely that I might influence matters. That my very presence rendered me suspect, bride, daughter, wife all reduced into possible motive before the room's eyes. I said, how reassuring it must be to Lionel that the women in his family have mastered his arguments before the solicitors need trouble themselves. Augusta's color rose by the slightest degree. Before she could answer, the door opened and Sebastian came in. He must have been told Augusta had arrived. Or perhaps the house itself had carried the news to him by that invisible method old houses employ when actual servants become unnecessary. He stopped just within the room, took in Augusta, Mrs. Weatherby, Claire on the sofa, Lady Morland upright now by the fire, and me standing by the tea table with my hand resting lightly on the silver as though I had been about to pour and thought better of it. He said. Augusta. No wasted politeness, no surprise. She rose at once. Sebastian, I was only paying my respects to your wife and relieving Mrs. Weatherby's charitable curiosity. Mrs. Weatherby nearly looked ill at being made accomplice so bluntly. Sebastian came no nearer to me than the room required. I am sure the call has been useful. But the sentence was so grave, so controlled, that another person might have missed the steel in it. I did not. Augusta smiled with renewed softness now that a man stood where the blows were meant to land more profitably. We were only speaking of how difficult it must be for Eleanor to enter the house at such a moment, with Claire's welfare, Hartwell's affairs, and poor Clara's papers all suddenly so alive again. There was something almost indecent in hearing Lady Clara's name turned to drawing-room instrument by a woman who had come for precisely that purpose. Sebastian said, if you have concerns about my sister's papers, bring them to Fenwick, not to my wife. There, my wife, not used to soothe me. used to place me publicly where Augusta could not politely reduce me to visitor and convenience. Augusta tilted her head. My dear Sebastian, that is precisely the difficulty. Once a wife enters the room, Fenwick may say what he pleases and still the county will wonder whether law has remained the only influence at the table. The line landed harder, because it echoed, in twisted form, the very truth he and I had spent the day carving out between us. The marriage had indeed altered appearances. Only now the appearance had become weapon in another woman's hand. Lady Morland said sharply, Enough, but Augusta was not yet done. Lionel is not cruel, she went on. He merely thinks it unfortunate that documents touching Clara and Hartwell should begin surfacing only after Sebastian secures, in one admirable stroke, a new mistress for Ashcroft and a new relation to the Hartwell papers. Adrian, I know, shares some version of the same anxiety. It would be wiser perhaps if Eleanor were seen a little less in proximity to such things. I went very cold. There are insults to a woman's reputation and insults to her humanity. This was the second kind. Not you are false, not even you are ambitious, but step back from the part of your own life that has become inconvenient to men. Before Sebastian could speak, I did. No. The word cut the room. Augusta blinked once. I went on, very clearly, because if a woman is to be stabbed in a drawing room, she may at least choose the position from which she bleeds. It would not be wiser. It would be tittier for Lionel. That is not the same thing. If old papers touch my father, then I will be present where they are read. If Lady Clara's name is used to move Clare like a parcel through legal argument, then I will not remove myself to preserve county comfort. And, if your brother means to say my marriage made me suspect, then let him first account for the men whose appetites made the marriage urgent. The last line hung in the room, like a challenge no one could politely pretend not to hear. Augusta's face sharpened. You speak very boldly for one so newly placed. I answered at once. That is because I was not placed. I agreed. Sebastian's attention came to me with such force I felt it physically. Not possession. Recognition that I had drawn the line where it ought to stand and left no one in the room, himself included, innocent of its consequences. Augusta said, agreed under what information, I wonder. There. The cruel brilliance of her. One sentence, and she had nearly reached the true wound by instinct alone. Not the note. Not Fenwick's language exactly. But close enough that I felt the blood rise under my skin at once. Lady Morland moved before I could. She said, Mrs. Augusta Val, if you intend to remain in this room, you will either become less clever or much less welcome. Augusta smiled again, but the smile had become effort. At that exact moment peered at the door with the expression of a butler who understands, as only butlers do, the precise second at which interruption becomes salvation. Mr. Fenwick, my lord. Of course. Law at the threshold before the social poison had even settled fully in the curtains. Fenwick entered with rain on his coat and a packet in his hand. He took in the room in one sweep. Augusta, me standing, Sebastian too still, Lady Morland standing as well, Mrs. Weatherby wishing herself harmless elsewhere, and changed not one line of his face. He said, My lord. I beg pardon. The reply from Lionel's solicitor could not wait. He saw Augusta then and bowed only as much as was required not to be called barbarous. Mrs. Val. She sat more firmly, as if refusing to let the room become legal without her. Fenwick broke the seal. He said, I had hoped to speak privately. That no longer appears economical. There is a phrase for your gravestone. Lady Morland muttered. Fenwick ignored her and read from the letter with dry precision. My client is advised that any document, memorandum, or private note touching the late Lady Clara's property arrangements and surfacing now under Lady Ashcroft's domestic access, must naturally be treated with increased caution. Given the very recent alliance between Ashcroft and Hartwell and the obvious incentives such an alliance creates. Mrs. Weatherby gasped. Augusta did not move at all. That was answer enough. Fenwick lowered the page. He said, There is more in the same taste from Adrian's man in his separate correspondence. Hartwell, it seems, is also to be protected from Lady Ashcroft's influence over Hartwell itself. The room had gone beyond insult now. It had entered the colder territory of formal stain. Not a whispered county guess, a solicitor's line, written portable, respectable enough to circulate. I felt beside me, rather than saw Sebastian become utterly still. Lady Morland said, with deadly softness, "Well." No one answered. She went on, looking only at him now. "There. The thing has left the drawing room and entered paper. One might almost call that your family's preferred natural habitat." Sebastian did not take his eyes from Fenwick's letter. "Augusta, damn her," said lightly. "Then you see I was not inventing difficulty, only lamenting it." I turned to her. "No," I said. "You were feeding it." For the first time that afternoon, she had no immediate answer. "Good." Fenwick folded the letter once and set it on the tea table beside Augusta's untouched cup. He said, "My lord, we are now at the point I warned of. If Lady Ashcroft is to be defended from this line of attack, the appearance that created it cannot be left in the shadows of private family explanation." There it was. The room understood at once. Not merely my honor now. Not merely callers and county wives. The marriage itself, the speed, the papers, the note I had read that morning, all of it standing on the brink of public use by Lionel and Adrian alike. I looked at Sebastian. He looked back at me. No shield left now. No smaller room in which he might keep proportion. Augusta and Mrs. Weatherby in the chairs, Lady Morland by the fire, Fenwick with written poison on the tea table. The whole thing had become witness whether we wished it or not. And in that one suspended second I knew, with the clarity only public danger grants, that if my name were to be separated from the strategic appearance of the marriage, he would have to do more than answer me privately in my room or the library. He would have to place the compromising shape where it belonged. On himself. Lady Morland said very clearly, as if speaking for the house at last, "One of two things happens now. Either Eleanor bears this in silence, while you preserve the family habit of managing truth privately, or you say openly what part of this appearance is yours." The room went still enough to hear the rain beginning again at the windows. Fenwick did not look up. "Quite." Augusta rose. She said, "Then I think my visit has become unnecessary." Mrs. Weatherby scrambled to her feet as if rescued from a marsh. Lady Morland did not even glance at them. She said, "Wes, do go. We have reached the portion of the afternoon fit for people with actual stakes in it." Pren materialized as if the house itself had summoned him from moral principle. He ushered them out with more dignity than they deserved. The door closed. Only then did the room breathe again. Fenwick looked at Sebastian. Lady Morland did. I did. And for the first time since entering Ashcroft, I saw not merely the cost of his silence but the shape of what breaking it properly would require. Not apology. Not explanation. Public ownership of the compromise before others could continue making me its face. After Augusta left, the room did not recover. That, more than anything, told me how far matters had gone. If a cruel caller departs and the furniture still looks equal to itself afterward, then the harm was social only. But, if a room keeps the shape of the wound after the door has shut, one may be sure the injury has entered the house itself, and means to stay. The blue drawing room held the echo of Augusta's voice in its curtains. Mrs. Weatherby's untouched cup stood beside the tea tray like a witness too timid to lie properly. Rain tapped at the windows again, softer now, as if the weather wished to withdraw from association with the family. Claire, who had been sent upstairs by Miss Renshaw the moment Augusta's tone, sharpened beyond a child's right to hear, had gone reluctantly, and with one last searching glance at my face. Lady Morland remained by the hearth, one hand on the mantel and the other still holding the closed book she had not opened. Since the callers arrived, Fenwick stood at the tea table with Lionel's letter in one hand, and the tired expression of a man whose profession is forever required to put respectable wording around indecent motives. Sebastian had not moved. He stood near the center of the room where Augusta had left him, still and grave and, for once, visibly cornered by the consequences of his own arrangement. Not because Lionel's line was new to him. That, I thought, he had expected in some shape from the first day. What he had not expected, or not enough, was that the social and legal forms of the attack would arrive together and place me so cleanly at their center. Lady Morland spoke first. Well, there are women who say well and mean comfort me. She meant, answer now or be ashamed later. Fenwick laid Lionel's letter on the table. My advice remains what it was an hour ago, only with less room for family delicacy. Lady Morland said, You astonish me. I had no idea you possessed any room for it at all. He ignored that, he said. If the appearance is left as it stands. Looking at Sebastian, Lionel's side will continue suggesting that Lady Ashcroft's domestic access and Hartwell connection make any paper found under this roof newly suspect. Adrian will do the same from the Hartwell side, though in different language. The matter can still be fought. But if the appearance is to be broken cleanly, it must be broken by you. There it was again. Not by me, not by Lady Morland, not by county sympathy or village tea. By him. The whole ugly distinction laid down where it belonged. Sebastian said, How? The question did not sound defensive, only exact. He had moved. I thought, beyond the temptation of pretending the injury might still be privately endured. Fenwick answered at once. You state in writing that before the marriage you had already received advice, presenting the alliance as strategically useful against Belle, Adrian, and Lionel alike. That you had already begun inquiries into the Hartwell connection. That Lady Ashcroft did not devise, procure, or manipulate the marriage to gain access to Ashcroft papers. That any appearance to the contrary arises from your conduct and concealment and not from hers. The words entered the room like cold iron. Lady Morland did not look at Fenwick. She looked only at Sebastian. She said, Wes, exactly that. My breath altered, not because the remedy surprised me. I had already seen the shape of it the instant Augusta made my marriage into motive, and Lionel's solicitor dressed the same thing in legal caution. But hearing it said aloud, hearing the only clean answer spoken in the room by a man of law and then approved by his own aunt without 1 inch of social softening, made the scale of what was being asked feel fully real. Not apology, not reassurance, public ownership. Sebastian asked, And if I do? Fenwick answered, Then Lionel may still sneer, Adrian may still hurry, and the county will still feast on the speed of the wedding. But they will do so against your own signed acknowledgment that, if the marriage has compromised appearances, it is your compromise and not Lady Ashcroft's ambition. The room went very still, because there it was, in its final cruelty and justice both. The only way to take the stain off me was for him to place it visibly upon himself. Lady Morland said, Quieter now. You cannot preserve her from this by managing it privately any longer. He looked at me then. The look held none of the old assurances, none of the quiet masculine confidence that he could still perhaps absorb the greater part of the weather himself, if only allowed to think another half hour. That had gone, or gone enough to matter. What remained was a man finally seeing, with full moral clarity, the line between bearing pain and assigning it. I said nothing. Not because I wished to spare him. Because the decision had to stand in his own voice this time, or it would become one more thing done, for me and not the first right thing done before me. He asked Fenwick, If I write such a statement, where does it go? Fenwick said, To me first. Then, if Lionel persists, to his solicitor. If Adrian presses the trusteeship line in the same breath, I can forward a copy to Armitage with the relevant covering note. The point is not to confess to impropriety. The point is to strip Lady Ashcroft of the implication that she entered this house with designs on the papers. Mrs. Finch, who had come in during the last minutes of Augusta's call, and had stayed by the sideboard, under the excellent pretense of saving the tea service from collapse, said, At last. Then his lordship had best write quickly. Women carry stains longer than men carry shame. No one rebuked her. That, too, told me the room had become honest. Sebastian said, after a moment, There is a second problem. Fenwick waited. My marriage also now appears to have placed Hartwell under my shadow in Adrian's eyes. If I own the strategic aspect only on the Ashcroft side, he may still say Eleanor's family has been absorbed into my household influence, and that Tom's inheritance requires outside management against me. At the mention of Tom's name, some colder part of me sharpened again. "Then answer that too," I said. All of them turned to me. I had not intended to speak yet. Once started, there was no help for finishing. Do not merely say I did not manipulate the marriage. Say that Hartwell's position is to be secured independently of your private favor. My own voice sounded strange to me. Steady, clear, almost too calm. If my mother and brother remain protected only because you have chosen to keep them under your arm, then Adrian will only say the marriage proves the danger. He must be shown that their safety has legal shape, not domestic dependence. Fenwick's attention sharpened at once. He said, "Yes. Yes, that is better." Lady Morland gave me one fierce look of approval that lasted less than a second, and was therefore worth more than comfort. Sebastian said, "What form?" Fenwick had already begun thinking in clauses. "I could see it," he said. "An interim maintenance and legal shield for Hartwell. Not from you personally, and not through casual family generosity. Through me and Armitage together. With authority acknowledged from the Ashcroft side, but not dependent on your continuing private discretion. Enough to keep Adrian from claiming that Tom's only protection lies in your marriage, and can therefore be treated as influence rather than defense." Lady Morland said, "And Eleanor's mother?" Fenwick replied, "A separate settlement note may be attached, confirming her continued residence at Hartwell and her authority in household matters pending review." Again, not as charity. The word hung there. I thought suddenly of my mother, sitting in the morning room at Hartwell with her hands folded too tightly, learning in 1 hour that debt had become structure, and structure had become danger. I would not have her saved now in a way that made her beholden in language men later called generous. "No charity," I said. Fenwick nodded. "No." Sebastian's eyes were still on me. This time I met them fully. There was a pulse's worth of silence, in which I thought he might once more choose the old road and say something careful about how much he could bear to expose, publicly. About Ashcroft's name. About the danger of giving Lionel too much material. Had he done so, I think whatever remained possible between us would have narrowed almost beyond recovery. He did not. Instead he said, very quietly, "You are right." The words moved through me with more force than if he had spoken loudly. Not because they flattered me, because they came without defense. Lady Morland said at once, "Wes, she is. The novelty will do you good." Still he did not look away from me. He said, "I should have separated Hartwell's safety from my own household claims from the beginning. I did not. That is mine. There." Again that clean placing of fault where no woman in the room had to carry it for him. It did not mend the wound. It did something worse and better. It made the wound morally legible at last. Fenwick drew out blank foolscap from his case. "Then we require 2 instruments tonight, one regarding Lady Ashcroft and the appearance of document influence. One regarding Hartwell's independence from Lord Ashcroft's private favor, while the trusteeship pressure remains active. If my lord will dictate, I shall make the first draft here and spare us all another family council before dinner." Mrs. Finch, still by the tea tray, said, "Do. The puddings improve if men are made useful before 5. Lady Morland nearly laughed. I did not. My body had gone too still for laughter now. Too aware of what this meant. Not a private adjustment between husband and wife. Not the soft remorse of a man who wishes to be forgiven in the room where he has injured her. A written admission. A binding of paper against future slander. A public risking of exactly the masculine dignity he had spent the whole marriage, so far, trying to preserve under better language than my father used, and no better moral outcome. Sebastian went to the writing table. He did not sit immediately. His hand rested for 1 second on the back of the chair, and in that second I saw the true cost of the thing more clearly than I had yet allowed myself to. Not because he would be humiliated. Pride like his does not fear humiliation first. It fears misrule, the exposure of private method into public light where others may judge whether duty was duty at all or merely control educated into better manners. He sat. Fenwick uncapped his pen. "My lord," as Sebastian began, not with my name, not with explanation, not with all the proper legal circumnavigation by which men hope to confess and defend themselves in one sentence. He said, I, Sebastian Vale, Marquis of Ashcroft, state that before I proposed marriage to Miss Eleanor Hartwell, now Lady Ashcroft, I had already received professional advice identifying such a marriage as strategically useful in answering concurrent pressures upon Ashcroft and Hartwell. The words fell into the room one by one. Fenwick wrote swiftly. Sebastian went on. I had also already begun private inquiry into the Hartwell connection to papers touching my late sister's property dispute and the older Vale Amendment. Lady Ashcroft did not seek, suggest, or procure this strategy. She did not enter Ashcroft with prior knowledge of the memorandum recommending the alliance in those terms. If her position under this roof has since been made to appear compromising in relation to any document or private paper, the appearance arises from my conduct and concealment, not from any design on her part. I closed my eyes briefly. Lady Morland had gone utterly still beside the fire. Mrs. Finch, for all her iron, looked suddenly and unmistakably sad. Fenwick continued writing as if speed itself were a moral good. Sebastian's voice changed by only a degree, but enough that I heard the next line not as law only, but as something more dangerous, truth admitted, where it hurt his own standing most. Further, if Hartwell has appeared absorbed into my influence by reason of the marriage, that appearance is equally mine and not Lady Ashcroft's. Immediate measures are therefore to be taken, with Mr. Armitage and Mr. Fenwick jointly, to secure Mrs. Hartwell's residence and Mr. Hartwell's legal and financial position independently of my private favor. Tom. There. Tom. Hartwell. Not under my marriage any longer by implication and male goodwill, but to be set apart from it by deliberate act. The line I had needed and not known until this afternoon how badly. Fenwick sanded the sheet, shook off the dust, and looked up. He said, again, more plainly in the middle. Solicitors are not poets, but even we can improve the shape when a man is trying not to be one. Lady Morland said, do. The truth is limped enough already. The second draft came cleaner, harder, more exact. He stated it all again, stripping even the last remnants of gentlemanly abstraction from the thing. Rearage advice, inquiry, concealment, appearance, independence for Hartwell, no claim that I had conspired, no implication that my family's safety must continue through his indulgence. By the end of the second dictation, the room itself seemed changed, not softened, but straightened, as if the old architecture of silence had taken a visible crack. Fenwick pushed the draft toward him. Read. Then sign if you mean it. Sebastian, read. The silence while he did so was one of the heaviest I have ever known. Not because we doubted whether he could understand the words. Because we all knew exactly what they would cost once they left the room and took on lives in other hands. At last he took the pen. He signed without flourish. The sound of the nib scratching across the paper seemed, absurdly, louder than Augusta's malice had been. Fenwick blotted it, folded one copy, began another at once, and said, good, that is one wound less free to travel. Lady Morland let out a slow breath. You may yet become tolerable, Sebastian, Mrs. Finch said. Not before dinner, my lady. They almost smiled at one another. I could not. Not because I was unmoved. Because I was moved in too many directions at once. Relief for Hartwell. Recognition that he had done the necessary thing without hiding behind softer gestures. Fresh pain that the thing had been necessary at all. And under all of it, against my own best judgment, the beginning of something much more dangerous than anger, the knowledge that a man who finally risks himself in the right room can become morally harder to leave wounded than a crueler man ever would. Fenwick stood. I will see to the copies. Armitage must have one tonight. Lionel's man tomorrow if he presses again. Adrian's if needed. My lord, my lady. He bowed and went out with the signed pages. Mrs. Finch gathered the cups at once, because housekeepers understand better than most that after any great emotional scene, the room must be made ordinary again before ordinary life can resume. As she passed me, she said under her breath, "Dear, better the mark on the right coat than on the wrong woman." Then she left too. Lady Morland lingered by the door. She looked at me first, then at Sebastian, then at the space between us where paper had finally done what feeling could not. She said, "You are not finished." "No," I answered. She replied, "Good. It would be indecently easy if you were." Bah. She went out and shut the door behind her. That left only the two of us in the blue drawing room with the rain at the windows, the fading fire, and the knowledge of what had just been signed into the world. He was still standing by the writing table. Not triumphant. Not relieved. Only tired in a way that made him, for the first time since I had known him, look his age rather than the older age duty had taught him to wear. I said, because the room now required proportion more than cruelty, "You did it." "Wes." Again the plain answer. This time it no longer stung. I looked at the blotter where the first draft had lain. At the little curl of sand still glinting there. At the chair he had used. Strange, how such things remain after a moral decision, and make it look almost domestic. "Hartwell will be secured apart from you, Wes. And my name. I have done what I can to remove the stain from it. Not saved, not restored. Remove the stain, precise, limited, honest." I nodded once. "That matters." Something in his face altered very slightly at that, as if the acknowledgement cost him more than I had intended to spend. Then he said, with no shield left around the sentence at all, "Each should have mattered sooner." There was nothing to say to that which would not either soften too quickly or strike too late. So I told the only truth left for the hour. Yes. We stood in silence then. Not the old silence. Not concealment. Not the tidy inward chamber where he used to place all uncertainty before deciding what share of it women might bear. This silence had witness in it, and consequence, and the aftershape of a public correction not yet fully felt. At last I said, "This does not mend the beginning, no, but it does change the next step." He held my gaze. Yes. Another quiet. Then, because honesty now demanded one last line drawn before the day could end, I said, "Do not mistake what you have done here for forgiveness. I will not. And do not think public courage pays private debt entire. No there." Again that plain acceptance, so wearying, so difficult, so much harder to push against than charm. I moved toward the door. At the threshold I stopped and looked back once. He had not followed. Good. The old law remained intact, at least for today. No more movement toward me under the cover of concern before I had chosen whether to receive it. He said, very quietly, "Cicely." This time I did turn fully. Not because I was ready for tenderness. Because there was nothing tender in his face. Only the grave exhaustion of a man who had finally let his own methods stand before witnesses, and be named by it. He said, "I know that I did not begin with respect." The sentence entered me with astonishing force. Not because it was new. I had already said as much myself. Because he had taken my language and made it his own without polishing away the blame. I answered after a moment, "No, you did not." He bowed his head slightly, not in apology exactly, in acknowledgement. Then I left him there in the blue drawing room and went upstairs through a house that had, at last, heard one of its men place the weight where it belonged. That was not repair. It was not peace. But it was the first true cost he had paid for his silence, in a currency I could respect. And as I reached the blue room, and shut the door behind me, I knew with painful certainty that Chapter 4 had ended exactly where it must, drew not in reconciliation, but in consequence. Chapter 5, Choice Before Witnesses. The statement left Ashcroft before dinner and returned before breakfast as consequence. That, I think, is one of the first real lessons marriage teaches, where law has entered it too early, No word spoken under witness remains in the room that heard it. It travels. It arrives. It acquires shape in other hands. By the time I came down the next morning, 2 express riders had already gone out from Ashcroft, one to Armitage at Hartwell, one to Fenwick's town clerk, and the house had that particular atmosphere of disciplined alertness which meant the servants knew something serious had been done without yet knowing whether they were permitted to admire it. Breakfast in the south room was quieter than usual. Claire studied her egg with the solemnity of a child who senses the adults are not quarreling exactly, but have moved from one kind of weather into another, and is waiting to see whether boots or umbrellas are required. Lady Morland read a note from the village school, and declared the curate's handwriting a Protestant offense. Sebastian had 3 letters beside his coffee, and did not open any of them until I had taken my seat, which I noticed at once and refused to be softened by. Then Prynne entered with a 4th. Mr. Armitage, my lord, he asks whether he may be received immediately. Lady Morland lowered her cup. That sounds promising. No relation ever arrives immediately unless ruin has improved itself or justice has. Sebastian looked at me first. Not for permission. For witness. Will you come to the library? There it was the new law between us, so small in sentence and so immense in practice. Wes, I said. Armitage was standing by the south window. When we entered, travel damp still on his coat and a sheaf of papers in his hand, so firmly ordered one might have thought the family's future no more alarming than an inventory of coal. Yet I knew him well enough by then to see the strain under the exactness. Men like Armitage do not show relief by smiling. They show it by standing less rigidly in the shoulder. He bowed to Sebastian, then to me. My lord, my lady. The title in his mouth still startled me more than it ought. Sebastian said, You have had the statement. Wes. Armitage glanced once toward me, and then back again. And Hartwell has had the effect of it. That changed the room at once. Lady Morland. Rue had followed without asking whether she was wanted, because older women with intelligence never ask such foolish questions in their own family crisis. Shut the door behind her. Fenwick, summoned by no one I had heard, and therefore certainly by the house itself, appeared a moment later with his case already open, and sat at the central table as if law expected chairs to be ready when it arrived. Mrs. Finch did not come. That told me enough. The room had moved beyond domestic scandal and into formal correction. Armitage laid out the papers. The first is from Adrian Vale's solicitor. The second from Hartwell's banker. The third is Mr. Hartwell's note to his sister, which he insisted be delivered to her before any man in this room improves it by summary. At that, despite everything, my breath altered. Tom. Armitage held the note out to me. Sebastian did not reach for it, did not ask what tone my brother had taken, did not even glance at the seal. I noticed that too. The practice had begun. I broke it open. Tom's hand, still young enough to look as if force and hurry had written side by side, went hard across the page. Ellie. Armitage has shown me enough of the statement to understand what Ashcroft has done. I would rather have been protected without requiring my sister to marry. And I would rather still have been told the worst of all of it a year ago, by Papa, before any of you had to mend it. But since neither wish improves the present, tell Lord Ashcroft this from me plainly. I accept no protection that makes Hartwell his by gratitude. If papers are to be signed, I read them. If money is to be advanced, it is to the estate and not to my pride. If Adrian means to claim concern for me, I would prefer concern that comes without his hand already on the gate. Also tell him I do not dislike him, which I consider generous under the circumstances. Your affectionate brother, Tom. I read the last 2 lines twice before lowering the page. Lady Morland said, Excellent. The boy has turned into a Hartwell just in time to be inconvenient. Armitage allowed himself the ghost of a nod. Fenwick said, He was very much in form, my lady, dryly. That usually means he has understood enough to be useful. I handed the note to Sebastian. He read it standing, and in his face I saw something I had not seen there before, not guilt, not pity, not even merely respect, but the recognition of another young man's dignity under pressure, and the carrot required not to injure that dignity further by kindness in the wrong language. Sebastian said, "He is right." "Yes," I replied, "he is." Armitage unfolded the banker's paper next. The immediate difficulty at Hartwell is simpler than Adrian would like and worse than ordinary pride permits. The estate can be held through the quarter, if the private notes are consolidated, and the East Meadow extension is renegotiated under firmer guarantee. Without that, Adrian's people will continue hinting that early trusteeship may be prudent. "With it," said Lady Morland. Armitage replied, "We with it. They may still hint. They will do so against paper rather than atmosphere." Fenwick nodded. "Better." Armitage took up Adrian's solicitor's letter. Mr. Vale's side expresses renewed concern that Hartwell's recent alliance with Ashcroft may place the young heir under influence not wholly his own. They are very careful, of course. One must admire cowardice when it arrives in excellent grammar. Lady Morland said, "No one must do any such thing." Armitage continued. "However, and this is the useful part, the statement from Lord Ashcroft has forced them onto less comfortable ground. They can no longer imply that Lady Ashcroft engineered access to Hartwell and Ashcroft together. So now they mean to imply instead that Lord Ashcroft's concern for Hartwell makes him a more dangerous influence than before." "Naturally," said Fenwick. "Once a woman is denied them as villain, men must become excessive in their own virtue." All eyes turned to the remaining blank papers at the table. There it was. The next necessary step. Sebastian said, "What must be done?" Armitage answered at once. "Tom's maintenance, legal expenses, and the estate's immediate breathing room must be set on paper independently of your private favor. If it comes merely from your hand as brother-in-law, Adrian says Hartwell has become a satellite. If it comes through a formal interim instrument tied to the estate itself and acknowledged by both solicitors, he loses the moral posture." Fenwick was already writing notes in the margin of one draft. A temporary support instrument, limited in term, directed toward Hartwell's books and legal review, not toward Mr. Hartwell personally as dependent. Mrs. Hartwell's residence and household authority stated separately. So Adrian cannot claim the house has passed under new masculine government merely because the daughter married well. I felt the words strike through me with almost painful precision. Not charity, not rescue, not a brother-in-law's generous protection. Structure, yes, but for once. Structure built to leave us room inside it rather than swallow us whole. Lady Morland looked at me. "Well," I said, "the money must not pass through me." Four faces turned at once. I went on, "Not because I distrust myself, because I will not have it said later that Hartwell was managed by its daughter's marriage settlement under a prettier title. If support is given, it goes to the estate and under Tom's own reading of the terms. My mother's position is stated without reference to my usefulness here. And Armitage receives the first copy before even I do. Adrian will say family warmth outrun legal clarity." Armitage's brows lifted slightly. Fenwick looked, for once, almost pleased by another person's mind in the room. Lady Morland made no secret of her approval. Sebastian said nothing at all. That, by then, was answer enough. He was listening in the new way now, not to improve, not to soften, but to let the thing stand until it had reached its full shape before entering his own voice. At last he said, "Wes." "Exactly so." Armitage began laying out the necessary forms. For the next half hour the library became what all great family rooms become when ruin has finally grown honest enough to be fought properly, a place where tea, grief, signatures, and inherited pride all make room for ink. Fenwick drafted. Armitage corrected. Lady Morland interrupted only to strike phrases she considered insulting to women or overgenerous to opportunists. I read each line before it was copied fair. Sebastian did not once attempt to hand me a finished paper with "You may trust the rest" in his face. He waited while I read. Answered when I asked. Left silence where I needed to think. That, more than any apology he could have offered, unsettled me. Because here at last was the practice I had demanded. Not feeling, but altered method. We finished the first instrument just before noon. It stated that Hartwell's immediate debts relevant to Adrian's pressure would be supported for the quarter through a joint legal arrangement between Ashcroft and Hartwell, supervised by Armitage and Fenwick, acknowledged by Tom, and not to be construed as surrender of Hartwell's independent management. Mrs. Hartwell's residence and authority in domestic governance were protected until any later settlement review demanded otherwise, in law and not by relation. I read every line twice. Tom would read them again. Good. The second paper concerned Adrian directly, a note, dry and exact, making it clear that any attempt on his side to treat the marriage as proof of Hartwell's incapacity would now meet not merely Ashcroft rank, but documented independence. When Fenwick sanded the final line, Lady Morland sat back and said, "Dear, if the man still chooses to be odious, at least he must now work harder." But Armitage took up Tom's note again and tucked it into his case. He said, "I leave within the hour. If Mr. Hartwell signs before dinner, the worst of Adrian's moral advantage is gone by tomorrow." Something in me loosened then for the first time in days. Not joy. Not safety complete. But a little room where none had been. Sebastian saw it. Again I noticed that too and wished, not for the first time, that he were less observant, or I less vulnerable to being observed by him at such moments. Armitage packed the instruments away. Fenwick gathered the blotter, sand, and spare drafts. Lady Morland rose and announced that if Law had finished consuming the morning, luncheon would now be allowed to resume civilization on less predatory terms. They all left the library by degrees. Fenwick first, because paper must travel if it is to matter. Armitage next, because Hartwell still required him in person. Lady Morland last, pausing only long enough at the door to say to me, "Do not make the mistake of thinking practical relief less intimate than love. It often reaches women more honestly." Then she was gone too. That left Sebastian and me alone in the library for the first time since breakfast. The room had changed with work. The table was no longer a battlefield. Only a workspace now, marked with sand, one unused sheet, and the faint imprint of signatures not yet quite forgotten. Outside, the rain had gone at last, and a weak winter brightness lay over the south lawn. I stood with one hand on the back of the chair I had used. He remained on the far side of the table. For a while neither of us spoke. Then he said, "Tom is right." I looked at him. "About what?" I asked, though I knew that he would rather have been protected without his sister needing to marry. His voice was low, steady, and without any plea for softening. So would I, if wishing altered the structure of the thing. It was a dangerous sentence precisely because it did not seek absolution. I said, "Wishing does not." "No." Again that plainness. I moved to the window because I could not yet stand still before him in the center of a room where he had, for once, done exactly what I required of him without trying to redeem himself by how decently he did it. After a moment I said, "You gave Armitage the first copy."
West. I noticed. I meant you too.
The line went through me with astonishing force. Not because it was romantic. It was not. Because it acknowledged that he knew precisely where the injury had lain and had begun, at least, to place correction at the point of damage rather than somewhere easier to admire. I turned back. "This does not repair the note." "No." "Or the beginning." "No." "But it alters what comes after." He met my eyes. "Wes." The word held. I could not decide in that moment whether what I felt was gratitude, anger, weariness, or the first thin edge of something much more treacherous. The recognition that a man can begin too badly and still, by practice rather than passion, make himself harder to hate. I said, because truth now required proportion from me as well, then keep altering it. Something in his face changed very slightly, but enough. Not relief, not warmth. The kind of careful hope a man allows only, where he knows hope itself is not yet earned and must therefore behave quietly. He said, "I mean to." There was no answer to that, which would not either cheapen the hour, or promise more than my own heart had any right to offer. So I nodded once. Then, because the day still belonged partly to law and partly to the house, and because women are rarely granted the luxury of ending emotional scenes in full stop, Prynne appeared at the library door, announced that Claire had gone into the lower garden without boots, fit for damp, and was attempting to improve the snowdrops by military encouragement. Lady Morland's voice followed faintly from the corridor. If no one claims her in 30 seconds, I shall let the child take command of the estate and be done with it. For the first time in 2 days, I laughed. Only once, softly, briefly, yet real enough that Sebastian's whole attention came to me with the force of surprise. I hated and liked that equally. I said, "You had better go. The house cannot survive Claire in authority before luncheon." He bowed his head slightly. "No." At the door he paused. "Cicely." "This time I let the name stand," he said. "Thank you for insisting on the terms you did." The sentence might have sounded noble from another man. From him, after all that had passed, it sounded something rarer, and therefore more dangerous, unadorned respect. I answered after a moment, "You may thank me when you no longer require insisting upon them." Something like the shadow of a smile touched his mouth and was gone. "Very well." He left. I remained by the south window a minute longer, looking out over the lawn gone pale after rain, and thinking that practical relief is indeed more intimate than love when one has spent enough of one's life under men's arrangements. Hartwell would hold the quarter. Mama would not be softened into decorative dependence. Tom would read every line before signing, and the next thing that happened between Sebastian and me would happen on ground at least a little less stolen than before. That was not forgiveness. But it was, at last, choice beginning to make itself room. The first visible effect of justice at Ashcroft was not peace. It was Lionel. He arrived just after 4 on the same afternoon Armitage left for Hartwell with the signed instruments in his case and Tom's fierce little note in his pocket. I had barely finished writing to Mama 3 pages of practical reassurance and not 1 line of sentiment, because I knew she would distrust the latter more. When Pren came to the morning room and announced, with the grave calm he reserved for storms and relatives, "Mr. Lionel Vale, my lady. He asks whether Lord Ashcroft is at home, and says the matter is one of family urgency." Lady Morland, who had come down from the nursery only 10 minutes earlier, after a battle with Claire over muddy hems and the geography of the lower walk, closed her eyes once. She said, "Of course he does. Ragas always prefer urgency once law has begun using its own feet." I folded my letter. "Will he be received?" Prin's gaze, perfectly proper, moved not to Lady Morland but to me. There it was again, that altered axis in the house. Not because I ruled it already, because I had become one of the points through which decision must now visibly pass, if the family meant to stop making me look ornamental when it suited them. "Yes," I said. "But not in the blue drawing room." Lady Morland's mouth altered. "No, quite right. The smaller drawing room, then. If one is to throttle family, it ought never be done in upholstery that expensive." Prin bowed and withdrew. I stood. "You knew he would come." Lady Morland adjusted the fall of her shawl with all the ceremony of a woman preparing to attend execution in decent wool. "No. I only knew he would be unable to bear the existence of signed paper for long without attempting to recover superiority in person." Sebastian entered by the far door as she spoke the last sentence. He had come from outside. I could see the damp at his coat hem and the faint chill not yet fully left his face. Fenwick was behind him, case in hand, as if the house had already sent for both. Again the old Ashcroft miracle of private alarm converted almost instantly into correctly ordered presence. Sebastian asked, "Lionel?" "Yes," said Lady Morland. "And before you become magnificent in silence, let me save us all time by saying that if he is not answered today, he will turn delay into principle by tomorrow." Fenwick had already set his case on the table. He said, "I brought the copied statement and the supporting note. Also the clerk's comparison from town." Something in Sebastian's face sharpened. "The comparison is back already." "Yes. Your man wrote efficiently. So did the threat." I looked between them. "What comparison?" Fenwick turned to me at once. "The codicil date against Lady Clara's known correspondence and the stationer's account from Bath. It appears the copied codicil paper Lionel relies on was entered later than its supposed date permits." Lady Morland laughed softly. "Theer. You see, family wickedness always stumbles over tradesmen eventually, I said. Then he comes already weaker than he intends to look. Yes, said Fenwick. Which is why he comes in person. The smaller drawing room was chosen again. By then I understood enough to know what the room meant in Ashcroft's moral architecture. Not intimacy. Concentration. A space too small for grand performance, and just large enough for truth to acquire witnesses. The fire had been lit. Lamps were ready, though daylight still held at the windows. Chairs were placed in lines that looked almost accidental until one noticed how completely they prevented anyone from claiming centrality without having earned it. Claire was kept upstairs. I was glad of that. Not because I wished the child excluded from family weather forever. Because some scenes ought not to enter a child until adults have failed at least one more time first, and proved the lesson necessary. Lionel came in with Augusta on his arm, and a solicitor at his shoulder whom I had not seen before, a narrow, pale man with the expression of someone who has been underfed on truth and overfed on strategy. Lionel himself was fairer than Sebastian, smaller in the bone, more finished in all the ways weak men often are when life has not asked them to carry anything except appetite elegantly. He had charm, of course. Men like that must. Without it, the world would step aside from them too early, and they would never reach the point of causing real harm. He said, "My dear cousin," to Sebastian, as if they had been parted by weather and not by property, "I am relieved to find you at home. Augusta told me only the broad outline of the afternoon's unpleasantness." Lady Morland said. Then she was briefer than usual. Augusta ignored her. Lionel bowed to me. Lady Ashcroft. The title in his mouth felt like a measure taken for tailoring, not respect. "Mr. Val," I said. He glanced toward Fenwick and the case at his feet. "I had hoped we might speak as family." Fenwick answered before Sebastian could. "You may the inconvenience to you as only that family has learned to bring a solicitor." Lionel smiled faintly. "Ever industrious, Mr. Fenwick." "Not industrious. Merely unwilling to let vice improve under delay." Lady Morland sat. "Sit, Lionel. You make depravity look restless. Ah, we took our places. Sebastian did not seat me." Good. He had learned at least that much thoroughly. I chose the chair at his right and opposite Lionel, where I could see every face in the room and be seen by all of them in return. Augusta sat near her brother. The pale solicitor took the farther edge as though hoping his own body might not be remembered even if his words were. Lionel began, of course, in sorrowful concern. He said, "I regret that any line from my solicitor has been interpreted as an attack upon Eleanor. No one on our side wishes to trouble a bride newly entered into a house already burdened by grief." I said at once, "That is fortunate. Your concern has been so active one might almost have mistaken it for intent." Lady Morland closed her eyes briefly as if in gratitude to Providence for not having made me meeker. Lionel's smile altered only by a fraction. "I see Augusta was right that you are quick." "She is often right where unpleasantness is concerned," I said. Augusta's color rose by exactly the degree good breeding permits. Lionel turned back to Sebastian. "My point is very simple. If the marriage has become entangled in discussions of old papers, rooms, and Hartwell references, then clarity serves everyone. I have no desire to see Eleanor made a subject of ugly village talk merely because the timing of recent discoveries invites comment." "There," said Lady Morland. Sebastian said, "I had wondered how long it would take you to sound protective. I am relieved not to have lost the wager entirely." "Then be clear." Lionel folded his gloves once across one knee. "Very well. Lady Clara's private things should be reviewed with unusual caution, now that Lady Ashcroft stands at once within Ashcroft and by blood relation to Hartwell's side of the matter. If Hartwell papers emerge here, or Clara's hereafter touch Hartwell, one can hardly blame people for asking whether domestic sympathy has improved the search." No one in the room moved. The line was ugly enough. More than that, it was cunning in the particular way of men, who know society will forgive almost any malice, if the malice appears to be in defense of female delicacy. Fenwick opened his case. "My lord," Lionel's solicitor said quickly, but too late. Sebastian did not take the paper from Fenwick this time. He had already signed it. That mattered. It no longer needed the theater of his hand. Fenwick unfolded the statement and laid it plainly on the table. He said, "This concern has been anticipated." Lionel's eyes flicked down. And there at last, I saw the first real crack in his ease. Not because he could read the words from where he sat. Because he recognized the paper at once as something formal enough to inconvenience him and public enough to deny easy denial later. Fenwick said, "Lord Ashcroft has already stated in writing that before the marriage he had received advice identifying the alliance as strategically useful in answering pressures on both Ashcroft and Hartwell, that he had already begun inquiries into the Hartwell connection, and that Lady Ashcroft neither sought nor procured this arrangement as has access to Ashcroft's papers. Any compromising appearance, as the statement makes plain, arises from his conduct in concealment, not from hers." The room went very still. Augusta's hand tightened once on the arm of her chair. Lionel said, after a beat, "How remarkably theatrical." Lady Morland replied, "No, merely honest. The distinction may feel unfamiliar." Sebastian had not taken his eyes off Lionel. He said, "If you intend to continue using my wife as the face of a compromise I created, you will now do so against my own signed correction." Thea. My wife. Again not tender. Not possessive. A public placement, the right one at last. Lionel leaned back slightly. "You surprise me, Sebastian. I had thought the family preference ran to tiddier forms of defense." Sebastian said, "And I had thought yours ran to cleaner attacks. We are both disappointed." I felt, against my own will, the dangerous stir of satisfaction at hearing him speak, so plainly in the right room, and before the right people. It was exactly the sort of feeling I had promised myself not to mistake for absolution. I held to that promise with effort. Lionel said, "Even if I accept that Eleanor did not arrange the marriage with an eye to papers, the fact remains that the marriage exists, and speed has its own meanings." "It has several," I said before Sebastian could answer. "One of them is that men with appetites moved quickly enough to make delay indecent. Another is that women are then invited to bear the commentary as if the commentary were not one of the appetites." The pale solicitor looked briefly as if he regretted his profession. Augusta did not. Lionel's gaze came to me fully for the first time. "I do not deny your wit, Lady Ashcroft. How generous. I deny your innocence." Lady Morland's book, closed in her lap, made the faintest approving tap against her skirt. Fenwick withdrew a second document. He said, "This question is now also less interesting than it was yesterday." Lionel's solicitor shifted. "On what basis?" Fenwick replied, "On the basis that the copied codicil your side has been pressing appears materially weakened." There. The room changed again. This time not by moral weight, but by legal danger moving under the furniture. Fenwick laid the clerk's comparison on the table. The stationer's account from Bath, Lady Clara's dated correspondence, and the town copyist's inspection together indicate that the paper stock and entry sequence of the codicil copy do not align with its supposed date. In plainer language, the document may be later than your client's case requires it to be. Augusta went white beneath her careful color. Lionel did not. That was answer enough. The pale solicitor leaned forward. "Maybe later is not proof." "No," said Fenwick, "it is not. It is merely the sort of weakness that makes continued insinuation against Lady Ashcroft look like distraction rather than caution." Lady Morland smiled then. Slowly. "Terribly. How awkward for you." Lionel was silent for the first time since entering. I watched him. Not because victory interested me. We were too early in the matter for that vulgarity. But because the shape of him under pressure told me more than the county's gossip ever could. There was no shock in his face. No righteous indignation, only recalculation. So, not innocence then, not concern misled by appearances. He had known enough of the codicil's weakness to profit by social pressure, while the law still lagged behind him. I said, "You came here today not to protect me from rumor, but to preserve your own before the paper reached you." He looked at me, smiled faintly. "My dear Eleanor, you have married into a family too quickly to speak so decisively of its habits." Sebastian said. And you have spoken of mine far too much for a man claiming delicacy. Before the line could turn into one of those family duels, from which women are afterward expected to extract dignity. Leave Hartwell out of your mouth unless you mean to speak of it in writing. Lionel turned to him. Still the housekeeper of all things, I see. As Sebastian replied, no. Only no longer willing to let disorder pass for wit. The answer landed harder than a harsher one might have done. Because there it was again, not heat, not temper, but public refusal stripped of every flourish. He had changed the form of his strength, and the change was visible not to me alone now, but to the whole room. The pale solicitor gathered himself. Be that as it may, my client remains entitled to caution where newly discovered papers.
No,
I said. Every eye came to me at once. I went on, because this too had become part of the rule and I would not surrender it now for the convenience of male combat. He is entitled to caution where law justifies it. He is not entitled to make me the nearest available stain whenever his own footing worsens. If a document is weak, let it be weak in its own hand. If a challenge fails, let it fail on dates and ink and motive. Do not ask me again to stand in the place where a clever man hoped to set his doubt. The words entered the room with a steadiness I did not entirely feel, and was glad, for once, that no one saw through me cleanly enough to call it anything but resolve. Lady Morland said, "Thea, the matter is now complete enough for tea and truth both." Augusta rose. She had gone beyond color now into something harder and more dangerous, not collapse, not panic. Injury to family strategy, which women like her feel with almost masculine depth. She said, "Lionel," quietly. He stood too. For a second I thought he might attempt one last family softness, some line about regrettable misunderstanding, about all parties wishing merely to protect the child, the house, the memory of Clara. Instead he looked at Sebastian and said, "You have chosen a curious way to strengthen yourself." "No," said Sebastian. "I have chosen a necessary one." Lionel's gaze shifted to me. "And you are satisfied with that?" Eleanor. There are questions asked in rooms, not because the asker wants an answer, but because he hopes the woman addressed will either blush, hesitate, or reveal enough pain to make the room unstable again. I gave him none of the three. "No," I said. But satisfaction was never the point, was it? The line struck him because it acknowledged too much and too little at once. Good. He bowed then, properly, coldly, and with exactly the degree of respect one grants when outmaneuvered and unwilling to admire the hand that did it. Augusta did the same, though less well. Pren appeared before anyone rang. Of course he did. He escorted them out with all the correctness due family no longer trusted with the silver. When the door shut, the room did not erupt into relief. That would have been vulgar. Instead it settled by degrees into a silence of spent force. Fenwick repacked the comparison and statement copies. He said, "This is not the end, but it is better ground than we had yesterday." Lady Morland stood. "Everything has been better ground than yesterday since Eleanor entered this house and began refusing the family's preferred forms of idiocy." The compliment, being hers, nearly counted as affection. She turned to me. Fenwick said, "Combe, my dear, you have earned air or brandy and are unlikely to choose correctly without guidance. Without looking up. Brandy would be wasteful. The day's victory is only procedural." "You see," Lady Morland said. "This is why lawyers must never be loved. I might have gone with her then. I should perhaps have done. It would have been wiser. And wisdom in women is so often merely the decision to leave the room before feeling begins confusing itself with justice." But, as Lady Morland moved to the door and Fenwick followed with his case, I found I could not leave yet. Not because I wished to speak tenderly, because the room still held too much truth unfinished between Sebastian and me, and I had learned by then not to trust unfinished truth left overnight, if it could be helped. So I said, "Go on. I shall follow." Lady Morland looked from me to Sebastian and back again. Not warning, not blessing. Simply acknowledgement that if two married people were to continue building their terms honestly, smaller drawing rooms and difficult afternoons would likely remain the chosen terrain. She said, Very well. She went out. Fenwick after her. That left the two of us alone with the fire, the west rain light now fading into evening, the blank space on the table where Lionel's comparison had lain, and all the old cost still present even inside the practical advantage gained. For a long moment neither of us moved. Then Sebastian said, "He will stop using you first now." It was not triumph. Not even relief, only fact. "Yes," I replied. "Because you placed yourself where he expected me." "Yes." Again that simple answer. The strange thing was that it no longer stung. Not because the wound had closed. Because we had, by force and witness, altered the direction of the blade. I walked to the table and rested my fingers lightly on the wood where the statement had lain earlier. You did what was needed, Wes." I looked up at him. "And more importantly, you did it where others could hear it." Something moved in his face then, very slight, very tired, and dangerously human.
"That mattered to you, Wes," I said.
It did. There are moments when honesty becomes its own kind of nearness. This was one, and perhaps that was why I stepped back at once, not forward. He saw that too. "Of course he did," he said. I know it does not mend the beginning, no. Or what I took from the choice. No." He took one breath, then another, as if the next sentence required something more costly than plain admission. He said, "But I think, quietly, it may have stopped the theft from going on." The line went through me with quiet force. I had no answer at once because the truth of it was too near the thing itself. Not repair, not forgiveness. Only the cessation of one form of injury, before it became the permanent grammar of the marriage. At last I said, "Wes." The fire shifted. The room dimmed another degree toward evening. Then, because proportion still mattered, and because I would not let one right public act turn him suddenly heroic in my eyes, I added, "Do not mistake this for praise." A shadow of wariness touched his mouth, almost enough to be called humor. I wouldn't dare. That absurdly, nearly made me smile. I did not give him the satisfaction. Instead I said, "Good." And in that one plain word lay all that had been gained and all that remained withheld. Hartwell on firmer ground. Lionel checked. My name no longer the easiest vessel for suspicion. And between us still a distance neither statement nor argument had yet the right to cross without my leave. That was enough for the afternoon. I left him in the smaller drawing room and went at last in search of air. Air did not improve the afternoon. It made it honest. I went out by the west terrace door without shawl or hat and only realized the omission when the damp cold reached my throat and settled there like a warning. The rain had gone, but the sky remained the color of worn pewter, and the gravel still held the dark sheen of recent weather. Beyond the terrace the lower lawn fell away toward the yew walk, where winter had not yet surrendered but no longer ruled unchallenged either. The first green points of snowdrops had pushed through the soaked earth under the south wall and looked absurdly brave for such small things. I stood at the balustrade and let the cold have me. Inside, the house would be resuming its ordinary dignity already. Tea trays removed. Doors opened and shut with proper gravity. Claire likely demanding to know whether Lionel counted as wicked or merely vulgar. Lady Morland perhaps telling Prynne that family had once again disgraced itself adequately for the quarter. And somewhere in the smaller drawing room Sebastian still stood among the ashes of his own statement, newly vindicated in public and not 1 degree absolved in private. That, perhaps, was the true shape of the day. A man may do exactly what justice requires of him, and still not be loved for it merely because justice was overdue. I heard the terrace door open behind me, and nearly turned at once, thinking it must be him. It was Claire. She came out with Atlas under one arm, and a cloak dragging half one shoulder because children are never properly dressed for emotional weather. Only for the ordinary sort. Miss Renshaw followed to the threshold and then, seeing me, stopped with the unmistakable relief of a governess discovering another adult between herself and a child's next question. "Miss Claire wished for air, my lady." "So do I," said Claire. "Miss Renshaw thinks that if one breathes indoors after callers, one becomes morally stuffy." Miss Renshaw colored. "Did not say morally, miss." Claire considered this. "No, Only visibly. It is nearly the same. I held out my hand. Come then. If we stay under the wall, your governess may continue believing us protected from pneumonia. Claire placed her hand in mine at once, as if the small confidence of the gesture had already become ordinary between us. That, more than any public statement Lionel had been forced to hear, eased something in me. We walked slowly along the lower edge of the terrace where the stones still held a little warmth from the earlier light. Atlas, who had by then become less hoarse than Department of State, was made to inspect every cluster of snowdrops for military promise. Claire remained quiet for nearly a minute, which in children is never emptiness but the visible labor of thought. At last she said, "Was Lionel rude?" The question did not surprise me. Nothing said in one room of a great house remains entirely there. Children surveys always whether they all keep portions. Yes, I said. Claire nodded as if this confirmed a theory long tested. He is always ruder when he is afraid. I looked down at her. And how do you know when he is afraid? He becomes prettier. I laughed then once, despite myself, and with more real ease than the afternoon had yet offered. Claire went on, encouraged by truth behaving properly in the open air. One mama was alive. She said some people get quieter when they lie and some get nicer. Lionel gets nicer. Augusta does too. There was no answer worth giving to that except the one children deserve. Your mother sounds right. Yes. The word held. We walked on a few steps farther. Then Claire said, in a tone so matter of fact it nearly broke my heart, "You are still here." It was not a question. Not quite. Wes. Even after the rude part, yes. She seemed to weigh that and find it useful, she said. I think that is good. People go away after rude parts much too often. I stopped walking. Not dramatically. Only because the line had landed where no adult politeness could soften it. There it was at last, the child's law of the house, written not in codicils and marriage settlements, but in simpler losses. People go away after rude parts. Mothers dance leave. Gentlemen retreat to libraries and come back with improved arguments. Wives, if unsteady enough, might be sent back to Hartwell or hidden upstairs or made into atmosphere rather than presence. And Claire, grave and exact, was still taking account. I crouched to her height. I am still here, I said. And if I must go from a room, I will tell you I am going before I do. She studied my face with painful seriousness. That is better. Then, because children are merciful where adults drag, she kissed my cheek abruptly, informed Atlas that treaties were now secure, and moved on toward the U-walk without another word. By the time Miss Renshaw reclaimed her and steered both child and wooden cavalry back indoors, my anger had changed shape again. Not diminished. Clarified. There is a great difference between a woman deciding whether she can forgive a man for injuring her, and a woman deciding whether she can permit that same man to remain near the vulnerable parts of her life, if he has begun at last to learn what injury costs other people. Claire, Tom, Mama, Hartwell, Lady Clara's room, none of them were abstractions now. All of them stood in the field of what Sebastian had altered, damaged, or helped. If there was to be any future between us that was not merely legal, the rule must be set there. Not in romance. In governance of truth. I went back inside at dusk. The house had settled from strain into order again. Lamps were lit. The lower hall fire burned with a steadier glow. Somewhere above, Claire's feet crossed the gallery and were checked by nurse before speed became a moral failure. Lady Morland's voice carried faintly from the drawing room where she was telling someone, likely Prynne, poor man, that female patients should never be mistaken for approval in old houses or new marriages. I found Sebastian in the library. He was standing by the south window with no paper in his hand for once and no air of having arranged himself against interruption. That alone told me he had expected me, or at least not excluded the possibility that I might come. When he turned, he did not say my name at once. Good. I shut the door to the degree privacy allowed and remained standing near it. I walked with Claire. Something in his face eased, though only by a thread. Was she armed? With less and better judgment than Lionel. That is not a difficult comparison. No, I said. But it is useful, duh. For 1 second something near dry humor moved in him, and nearly became a smile. Then it was gone again, not from coldness, but because the room had not yet earned levity. I came farther in, and stopped at the table. The library smelled of lamp oil, leather, and the last faint damp from the day's weather. Lionel's presence had been erased from it already by service and use, which struck me suddenly as one of the house's more decent habits. It did not preserve malice in upholstery if it could be helped. I came, I said, because there is one thing still not done. He waited, not because he did not know, because he meant, I thought, not to define the room first this time if he could help it. The rule, I said, for what comes after. He drew breath, then let it out carefully. Yes. I laid my gloves on the table and folded my hands over them to keep them still. If there is another paper, I said. Another letter, another locked room, another half-truth connected to Hartwell, Claire, Lady Clara, Lionel, Adrian Bell, or this marriage, I see it before you decide whether it is fit for me. Wes. No. I lifted one hand before the word could settle too easily between us. Not only yes. Hear the whole of it. I do not mean before dinner, or before law is completed, or before your conscience has made itself comfortable with what share should be mine. I mean before the first inward arrangement. Before you decide what part of the weather a woman can bear, and what part should remain under your coat until it has become morally presentable. The sentence entered the room and stayed there. He did not answer immediately. I could see the old impulse rise in him even then, not to evade, but to think first, order first, answer once the line had been properly measured. The very habit under indictment. He saw it too. I knew he did because something like irritation at himself crossed his face and was mastered just as quickly. At last he said, slower than before, "Then if I feel that impulse, I am to speak before obeying it." Wes. He nodded once. I can do that. Can. Not will by miracle. Not vow. A capacity admitted in the exact language of a man finally suspicious of his own inner forms. Strange that I trusted that more than I would have trusted a promise. I went on. And no more protection by exclusion. No deciding that because a fact is rough, it belongs first or only to you. His eyes came to mine fully. No. This no had weight in it. Not reflex. Choi said, and Hartwell. What of it? My mother is not to be soothed with visible authority, while practical decisions are made elsewhere. Tom is not to be handled like a boy, because it is easier for other men. If you wish to help him where he can answer back. Yes. There again. Yes. I shook my head. You make agreement sound almost dangerous, he said. It is, quietly, if it binds. The answer struck me more deeply than it should have. Because there it was again, the best and worst of him together. No ornament. No attempt to flatter me with moral language. Just the acceptance that yes means little unless a man expects later to be judged by it. I said, silence followed. Not the old silence. Not withholding. Something else now, a pause in which the new shape of the marriage was trying itself against the room to see whether the floorboards would bear the weight. At last he said, "Then hear mine." I looked at him. He had not moved from the window. Not crossed to me under cover of confession. Another change, another small thing, another one, I noticed. He said, "If there is to be any respect between us after this, I must also stop allowing your gratitude to stand in place of your freedom." The sentence was so unexpected I felt it physically. What do you mean? He came one step nearer the table. No more. I mean Hartwell. Tom, your mother. Even Claire. None of them may become dead attached to me in your mind, because I happened, eventually, to do what I should have done sooner. If you remain in this marriage kindly from duty to those others, after the legal need has eased, then I have only arranged another form of obedience, and named it better. The room narrowed around the words. No man in my life had ever said anything like that to me. Not Papa, who had believed love and protection excused delay. Not Tom, still too young. Not any county suitor I had ever endured before death and debt ruined the market for innocence. Here stood my husband, already married to me by church and law, telling me in effect that if any future feeling between us did not survive the removal of practical debt, it would be morally worthless to him. I said very softly, "That is a dangerous thing to tell a woman, Wes." "Why say it then?" He took one more breath. "Because after Hartwell and the note and the statement, I think the worst thing I could do would be to let you mistake necessity for loyalty where I am concerned. There are moments when one's whole idea of a person shifts not from grand declaration but from the exact line by which he limits his own right over one's feeling. This was one. I did not want it. I did not trust it. It altered the room anyway. I looked down at my gloves because my face had become suddenly too alive for safety. Then that is the second part of the rule. Wes, you are not to be loved by gratitude. No. The corner of my mouth moved despite myself. Good. It would make you insufferable. This time he did smile, very briefly, very tiredly, and with so little vanity in it, that I felt the change in my own chest as clearly as if someone had struck the table between us. He said, "It would." The smile vanished. The gravity remained. I said because the room had become too difficult for silence again. Claire asked today whether I was still here after the rude part. His face changed at once. "What did you tell her?" "That I was, and that was enough. For the moment." I hesitated, then added, "Children are often more practical in trust than we deserve." He looked down once, then back up. Yes. A different yes now. Sadder. Perhaps more human. I stepped away from the table and went to the shelf nearest the fire, where one of Claire's geography books had been left half open under a paperweight. Such traces of child and household in the library used to seem accidental to me. Now I saw them for what they were, evidence of a family trying, however imperfectly, to keep life from separating too neatly into masculine rooms of thought and female rooms of feeling. She also said, I went on, not looking at him, that people go away after rude parts much too often. Nothing in the library moved length, he said. I know. Do you? I almost asked. But no, he did know that, I thought. Not from women abandoning him in melodrama. From death. From childhood. From all the smaller family retreats by which boys are taught that, if they want people to remain, they had better become useful enough not to burden them openly. I turned back. Then understand this, if I remain, it is not because I have forgotten the rude part. He held my gaze. I know, nor because the practical work is done. No, Bo. Nor because one public statement cancels one private theft. No. Another quiet. Then, because I had come to the true center of what I could bear to say, I added, if I remain, it will be because what comes after is better governed than what began. There. His whole attention changed. Not relaxed, focused, perhaps into a narrower and more dangerous sincerity. He said, that is fair. I laughed very softly and with no amusement at all. No, it is exact. A something in his eyes answered that, not challenge, not hurt. Recognition that I had learned his language too well, and was now returning it to him with female interest added. At last he said, then I accept exactness. The answer should have exhausted me. Instead it steadied. Outside, the last of the evening light had begun to go from the south windows. The library darkened by degrees around us. In the passage beyond, I heard Claire's voice rise once in argument, and then Miss Renshaw's lower answer. The house was moving toward dinner and ordinary life again, whether the marriage had finished reordering itself or not. I said, there is one more thing. He waited. If ever you think yourself noble for carrying too much alone, remember Lady Clara, your mother, my father, and me in one room against you. For the first time that evening, the force of an actual laugh touched him, not full, not light, but real enough to show itself. That is a formidable tribunal, Daw. Wes, I said. And entirely deserved. He inclined his head. I shall keep it in mind. No vow. Good. Vows are too often simply elegance stretched over old habit. Memory was better. Memory and the threat of women. A knock came at the library door. Prynne, discreet as judgment, announced that dinner would be served in a quarter of an hour, and that Miss Clare had informed the nursery maid she intended to seat Atlas beside Lady Ashcroft, unless prevented by force. Lady Morland's voice floated down the corridor just behind his. If anyone allows the horse into my dining room, I shall rewrite the entail. The ordinariness of it broke something in me then, not pain, not restraint, but the unnatural tension by which I had held myself upright since morning. I laughed. Properly this time. Quietly, but enough that the room heard it. Sebastian did not move. Yet the look that came over his face at the sound was so unguarded in its surprise that I had to turn away at once and gather my gloves before I made the mistake of enjoying it too much. When I faced him again, the gravity had returned, though gentler around the edges. He said, "Will you come down?" It was a simple question in it. No presumption go. Not the family expects, only, will you? Yes, I said. We walked out together then, not near enough to touch, not distant enough to make estrangement a performance. Simply under the new rule and toward the old necessity of dinner, Claire, Lady Morland, and the house that still required us both to live in it honestly before it would ever mean to let us rest. That was not reconciliation, but by the time we reached the stair and heard Claire from above trying persuade nurses that horses had excellent table manners in moderate company, I understood one thing clearly. The marriage had at last stopped asking me only to survive it. It had begun, however cautiously, to ask whether I might choose the terms under which it continued. The next morning brought 3 letters and, for the first time since my arrival at Ashcroft, none of them required me to surrender anything in order to survive what they contained. Prin laid the tray beside Sebastian's hand at breakfast with his usual composure, though even he, I thought, had begun to breathe more freely in rooms where the family had recently stopped injuring itself by refinement. Claire was attempting to persuade Atlas to eat marmalade by military principle. Lady Morland had declared the weather indecisive and therefore probably male. I had just taken my seat when Sebastian glanced once at the uppermost seal, then, instead of opening it himself, slid the letter across the cloth toward me. He said, "Hartwell, there, nothing grand. No performance. Only the practice." I broke the seal. It was from Armitage, written the previous night and carried early. Tom had read the instruments, argued over 2 phrases, signed after replacing one line he considered insulting to his future dignity, and then ridden himself to the East Meadow before dark, because, as Armitage wrote with faint disapproval, Mr. Hartwell appears determined to become master indeed at an hour when most young men would still be theatrically grateful. Adrian's solicitor had received formal notice. Mrs. Hartwell's residence and domestic authority stood acknowledged in the interim paper. The banker, once shown actual structure instead of atmosphere, had become markedly less pious and more useful. I read the letter twice before lowering it. Lady Morland watched my face. "Well, Tom has signed. With grace. With amendments," she said. "Excellent. There is hope for England." Claire looked up at once. "Does that mean Hartwell is not being eaten?" I smiled before I quite meant to. "Not today." She nodded and returned to Atlas as if the stability of family estates were properly judged one breakfast at a time. Sebastian had not yet touched his own letters. "That too, I noticed." I said, "My mother's place is secured for now. Tom has the papers in hand. Adrian has been forced onto actual law." He said, "Good. Nothing more. No claim. No relief worn like moral credit. Only the word, given its proper size." Lady Morland, who saw everything and preferred half of it spoken aloud, said, "Very well. Since no one is dying, disgraced, or married in the next quarter hour, I shall take Claire to the schoolroom and permit the rest of you to look as serious as you wish without frightening the child into genius." Claire objected that she was already a genius and ought therefore to be consulted about all letters touching houses with swans. Lady Morland swept her away under protest and Miss Renshaw's grateful eye. The room quieted behind them. Sebastian then opened the second letter. Fenwick's hand. His face altered only by a degree as he read. Then he passed that one to me too. The town clerk's comparison had held. Lionel's copied codicil would not stand easily against the paper dates and sequence now assembled. His solicitor had retreated into caution, and delay always the refuge of men who have just discovered that impropriety becomes less useful once the documents stop cooperating. More importantly, Fenwick added in his dreest line, yet the tendency to treat Lady Ashcroft as the nearest available female explanation for masculine appetite has materially weakened. I should not have been as moved by that sentence as I was. Not because it was pretty. It was not. Because it was exact. The thing itself at last named by law with none of society's lace around it. I set the letter down. So that is done, he said. For now. Yes. For now. He folded Fenwick's note once and laid it beside my brother's letter. 2 pieces of paper. 2 forms of breathing room. Hartwell no longer held entirely under threat. Lionel no longer free to use me as the softest surface against which to sharpen his claim. The room seemed altered by the fact of them. Not safer, perhaps, but less stolen. The third letter he did not open immediately. Instead, he looked at me across the breakfast table and said, "There is one thing left." The words went through me with quiet force because I knew, before he spoke further, that this time the remaining thing would not be paper. I said, "Not at breakfast." A faint thread of dryness touched his face. "No, that would be unwise." "Very." He inclined his head once. "After luncheon, then. If the weather allows the lower garden." There it was again, the new method. Not seizure. Not assumption that private feeling outranks the day's duties merely because law had become less hostile overnight. And asking, "A time? A place?" "Yes," I said. Luncheon was endured. Claire informed me that the schoolroom map had improved under recent justice. Lady Morland said all maps improve once men cease handling them. Mrs. Finch appeared twice, both times for reasons connected to linen, and both, I suspect, to verify that no one in the family had become too emotionally prosperous to behave properly around soup. At 2:30 the weather gave us a narrow mercy, no sun, but no rain. We went to the lower garden by the yew walk, where the gravel remained damp, and the first snowdrops showed white under the dark edge of the hedge. The house stood behind us in pale stone and long windows, not beautiful exactly, but less severe than when I had first arrived. Perhaps nothing had softened in it. Perhaps I had only learned where life was kept. Sebastian walked beside me at a distance that respected both the path and everything which had passed before we came to it. I valued that more than I would once have believed possible. For a little while we spoke of nothing dangerous: Claire's determination to redraw Europe, Tom's amendments, whether the old stone bench under the yews had always leaned left, or whether the family had done that to it through generations of melancholy. Then, when we had come to the bend from which one could see the lower wall but not the terrace, he stopped. He said, "So." The word nearly made me laugh. "That is a large beginning." "I am aware." I turned to face him. The damp winter air had sharpened his features. Without rooms and tables and papers between us, he looked younger and more tired both. A man, suddenly, and not merely a structure. He said, "Hartwell stands for now without leaning on your gratitude to me. Lionel's line is weakened without your name carrying it. Claire is safer. Tom is not under my shadow except where he has chosen to stand in it temporarily and with a pen in hand." He drew one breath. "That was necessary before I could say anything else without insulting you." The sentence entered me cleanly. Not before I dared, not before I wished. Before he could say anything else without insulting me. There, I thought. At last we were speaking the same language. I said, "Go on." He did not move nearer. He said, "Do not ask you to forget the beginning. I do not think forgetting would honor either of us, and certainly not the women who made enough notes in this family to stop me from becoming entirely intolerable." A faint, weary thread of humor passed through the line and made it bearable. "Nor do I ask you to mistake one public correction for a new soul." My mouth altered despite myself. "That is sensible." "Yes." He looked at me steadily. "What I ask is narrower and more difficult." I waited. Now that the practical debt has been separated from the marriage as far as it may be for the present, I ask whether you will allow me to begin honestly with you. The world did not stop. That was the strange mercy of it. Somewhere beyond the hedge a rook moved in the wet branches. Water fell in slow drops from the yew. A servant crossed one of the far windows at Ashcroft carrying linen. Nothing in the universe found the sentence theatrical except, perhaps, my own pulse. Begin what? I asked, though I knew. What should have had the right to exist before I ever asked for your hand and did not? He held my gaze. Regard. Choice. Whatever shape feeling may take, when it is no longer being asked to carry law for us. There it was then. Not romance in borrowed language. Not a grand declaration made too soon, because danger had diminished and men often mistake relief for love. A far more serious thing. The request to let feeling arrive only now that the practical coercions had been forced into other channels. I said nothing at once, because nothing hasty would have been truthful enough for the room. And he had earned, whatever else he had not, the truth. He went on lower now. I know what I took from the beginning. I know there is no courtship pure enough to undo that. But if there is to be any future between us beyond decency and administration, I would rather it be chosen from here than assumed from the church. The line struck deep. Because yes, that was precisely it. The thing I had not yet put fully into words even for myself. We were married. The church had done its work. The county had acknowledged it. The law had begun arranging itself around the fact. Yet none of that, not one syllable of it, had the right to stand in place of choosing him if I ever meant truly to do so. I looked down at the gravel, at the white points of snowdrops under the hedge, at my own gloved hands which had signed, received, refused, and endured so many papers in so few days. When my father died, I said slowly, I thought the worst thing a man could do was leave a woman to manage the wreck of what he had hidden. Then you arrived and taught me there is another, to see the wreck clearly and still believe one may decide first how much of it she is fit to bear. He did not interrupt. I went on. You have been very right since then in several rooms. That is troublesome, but it does not erase that first insult. He said, no. I looked up. Do you know, I asked, what has altered most? He waited. You no longer seem to believe my fear is an inconvenience to be organized. The words landed between us with a force almost as great as any declaration might have done. Because they were, I think, the nearest thing to trust I had yet offered him, and both of us knew it. His face changed by the smallest degree. Enough, he said. I am trying not to. Yes, you are. We stood in the damp quiet with the house behind us, and the lower wall ahead, and the whole shape of the last week pressing, still, around the edges of the moment. It would have been easy then to become romantic. To say the sort of beautiful things people later remember and quote. But beautiful things are often least truthful, where love has had to cross law, pride, grief, and female anger to arrive, so I said what was true. I think I could choose you from here. He did not move. That mattered. I went on. Because the sentence required its full weight, and not the cowardice of partial speech. Not because you saved Hartwell. Not because you stood up to Lionel. Not because Claire likes me and Tom now only half dislikes you. Not because the county will find us respectable if we continue breathing under one roof. I could choose you from here, because at last I know where your danger lies. And I have seen you only begin to govern it rather than call it duty. The damp air seemed to sharpen around us. He said my name then. Not as plea. Not as claim. Simply with the gravity of a man who has heard more hope than he trusted himself to expect, and has not yet decided whether gratitude would be dignified or merely human. Cicely. Ah, there are moments when a woman's own life pauses waiting to hear whether she will be brave enough to finish the sentence she has begun. This was one. I said, very quietly, and because I have already begun. His whole attention changed. Begun what? The question was almost absurd in its restraint, almost enough to undo me. Loving you, I said. No thunder. No burst of winter light. Only that one true sentence entering the wet afternoon where there were snowdrops under the hedge and gravel under our boots, and no one in the world to witness it except the man it would now either steady or unmake. It did neither. He closed his eyes for one brief second, opened them again, and remained exactly where he was. That, more than anything, made me love him more. Not because he was cold. Because he understood that a woman who has just spoken such a truth after all our beginnings deserves the respect of stillness before response. not the immediate possession of arms and mouth merely because feeling has arrived at last. When he spoke, his voice had gone lower. I love you too. Nothing more. Nothing ornamental. No claim that he had done so from the first because that would have been insult wrapped in romance. No appeal to destiny. Only the thing itself, plain and grave and, for that reason, more dangerous than any poetry. I laughed then, not from amusement, but because the body sometimes gives that sound when truth has become too exact for tears. Well, I said. His mouth altered, and this time the smile came properly tired, real, and so suddenly younger that I felt it like a physical atch. That is an underwhelming answer. It is a large feeling, I replied. It requires a little economy. He said, Wes, that sounds like you. A pause. Then he said more carefully, may I ask one thing more? There it was, always now, asking. Yes. If you can choose me from here, may I begin as I ought to have done? Not as your husband claiming rights. As a man asking for them. The line might have sounded absurd from another. From him, after all that law, all those notes, all those rooms and keys and women's hand-dragging him toward honesty whether he wished it or not, it sounded simply right. Yes, I said, still he did not come nearer. Not yet. Then may I kiss you? The question moved through me with such force that for one ridiculous second I thought the whole wet garden might tilt. Not because I had not imagined it. Because I had and had been ashamed enough of the imagining to hide it from myself whenever possible. To be asked now, here, in this plain daylight under no pressure but choice, was more intimate than if he had taken the liberty law already offered him. Yes, I said again, and this time my voice was not entirely steady. He came to me then. Not quickly. Not as a man who believes confession has earned him physical certainty. Slowly enough that I could have stepped back had I wished to, and knew he would have let me. When he stood before me, the damp winter light on his face, and the scent of wet leaves and cold stone all around us, he lifted one hand, and touched my cheek with the care of a man approaching not fragility but freedom. Then he kissed me. There are kisses born of triumph, relief, apology, and hunger. This one was none of those, and all their safer opposites grave, wondering, and so careful of the choice inside it that the whole world seemed, for one suspended instant, to hold still just to let honesty exist in peace. When it ended, he did not keep me by force of hand or expectation. He stepped back by the smallest measure and looked at me as if even now the answer might still change, and he was prepared to survive that if required. I said, because solemnity had become unbearable and because if I did not break it at once I might begin weeping from sheer exactness of feeling. That was alarmingly well governed. The laugh that left him then was soft and astonished, and entirely worth every dead man's paperwork. I had endured to hear it. I was trying not to make a spectacle of myself. You may do so later, once the county is less observant. I shall mark the date. I smiled at last. Properly. I knew it because the cold no longer felt like punishment, and the garden, damp and gray as it was, had taken on the unbearable kindness of seeming suddenly enough. Then I said more seriously, I mean what I said. This is from here, not from Hartwell, not from feared, not from gratitude. I know. And if ever you try again to decide what part of the weather I may bear, I know that too. Good. He glanced toward the house. Lair will begin suspecting diplomacy if we remain out too long. She is already more competent than most foreign offices. Wes. We turned back toward Ashcroft together then, not touching, not hiding, simply walking the damp gravel path under the new rule and the old house both. At the terrace step I stopped. He stopped too. There is still an epilogue to all this, I said. His brows lifted slightly. That sounds ominous. It should. Love is no excuse for becoming badly managed. The warmth that answered in his face was quieter now, steadier. I shall remember. Do. Then we went in. The house received us as it had always received us, doors, fire, servants. The faint scent of tea and lamp oil, Claire's voice from somewhere above insisting that Atlas had earned promotion by constancy. Nothing in the visible world had changed. Yet by the time we reached the hall and Lady Morland looked up from the long bench beneath the portrait of Lady Clara, and took in our faces with one swift, unsentimental glance. I knew the whole of Ashcroft had altered anyway. Not because the marriage had become easier. Because at last it had become chosen. Epilogue. By May, Ashcroft had stopped sounding like a house braced for impact. That, I think, was the first true sign that the worst of winter had passed. The rain no longer sat in the walls like a second memory. Windows stood open in the afternoons. The lower garden, which had been nothing in January but damp, gravel, black earth, and the stubborn white courage of snowdrops, now held young green in every border and a softness in the air that made even the stone of the terrace seem less judgmental. The yews remained grave, of course. Ashcroft was never likely to grow frivolous merely because the season improved. But the house had begun, at last, to breathe from the chest rather than the throat. Hartwell stood. Not grandly, not restored to some earlier romance of abundance. I had learned too much from law and ledgers to mistake survival for fairy tale. But it stood on its own feet again. Tom wrote to me every week, sometimes twice, in a hand that had already begun to lose its boyish haste and take on the harder line of a man discovering that decisions do not become easier merely because one has the right to make them. He argued with Armitage, fought the East Meadow accounts like a private war, learned that tenants trust a landlord more for listening, well than for speaking grandly, and once wrote 4 full pages on the moral collapse of one particular fence before remembering in a postscript to tell me he loved me. Mama remained at Hartwell, exactly as she ought to have remained there, not sheltered into decorative dependence, not graciously faded behind male rescue, but seated in the morning room with authority restored to its proper shape around her. She wrote more calmly as the months passed. Not happier at first, perhaps, but steadier. Then, later, happier too in the quieter way older women sometimes become once the pressure of waiting for disaster every morning begins to ease. When she came to Ashcroft for the first time, after the worst of the legal weather had turned, Claire received her with such solemn courtesy that Mama, who had expected awkwardness, was visibly moved and hid it by asking the child about botany. Claire answered with military detail, and then asked whether Hartwell swans were still morally untrustworthy. After that, they got on remarkably well. As for Lionel, he did what men of that sort always do once the papers begin refusing them. He withdrew into dignity. It did not suit him. Nothing suits a man less than losing usefully. His solicitor delayed. Fenwick refused to be delayed at the wrong speed. Adrian, denied atmosphere and forced into actual law, became less alarming with every week that required him to commit himself in writing rather than through implication and family pressure. I do not say danger vanished. Families like ours are never granted such simple mercies. But the danger ceased to be personal in the old way. It left the drawing room and where it belonged, to clerks, ledgers, dates, signatures, and the other dreary instruments by which power is made less theatrical and therefore, usually, less cruel. And Claire began to laugh, not all at once, not extravagantly, but in degrees as spring does everything worth loving. At first she merely smiled more quickly when Atlas was ridiculous or when Lady Morland said something scandalous about bishops. Then she laughed when the schoolroom map of Europe had to be corrected because she had given one duchy to the Guise by mistake. Then she laughed openly the morning Mrs. Finch discovered 2 jam tarts missing from the nursery tray and Claire, confronted, replied with perfect candor that honesty forbade her from naming the guilty unless the punishment were equally distributed among all creatures present, including Atlas. By May the house had begun to expect laughter from the schoolroom and the lower terrace in the afternoons, and that expectation altered everything. Children do not repair houses. They simply reveal when repair has begun. She trusted me fully before she admitted it. That, too, was like her. She no longer stopped in doorways to see whether I would still be there at the end of the room. She came to me with books, broken ribbons, moral questions, complaints against geography, and once most gravely of all, with the blue paint box from her mother's room and asked whether I thought colors remembered people when people were gone. What do you think? I asked her. She considered, then said, I think rooms do if no one lies in them. There are moments when a child says something so exact that the whole labor of the adults before her feels briefly justified. I told her she was right. Lady Clara's room was no longer closed. That mattered to all of us more than we said aloud. It became, not a shrine, Lady Morland would have loathed that, but a living room again in the truest sense. Claire kept her paint box there on wet afternoons. I used the writing table for correspondence that required quiet rather than ceremony. Once a week Mama wrote from the west window, while Claire sketched flower borders and asked whether dead mothers minded new habits if the habits were decently chosen. No one answered such questions carelessly in Ashcroft. That was one of our better qualities by then. But the room itself seemed to answer. Not by haunting, by settling, by ceasing to feel like a place held in masculine custody and becoming what it had always been intended to be. A woman's room in a house that had at last stopped locking its difficult truths away merely because men feared the shape they made. Sebastian gave me the little dark key in March. Not ceremonially. That would have been wrong for both of us. He came into the west room one evening while I was sorting letters and simply placed it on the table beside Clara's memorandum book. He said, You should have it. I looked at the key, then at him. And if I refuse, then I shall leave it here until you change your mind. No speech, no symbolism forced upon me, only the act itself. That was how he loved by then, when he did not know how to make beauty of a thing without risking dishonesty, by choosing exactness and letting the meaning arrive in its own time. I took it. That, perhaps, was one of the truest acts of marriage between us, because by spring our life had become full of such things, not grand scenes, not declarations repeated until they turned elegant and insincere. Practice. The very thing I had asked for when practice still seemed far less seductive than sentiment. He brought me letters before answering them. He named uncertainty before it had time to dress itself into duty. If some old instinct rose in him, and it did, because men are not remade by one good afternoon and two signed statements, he learned, painfully and not always with grace, to catch himself earlier. Once in April, I found him in the library standing over a note from Fenwick with that old look in his face, the one which meant he had already begun carrying a difficulty in word by instinct before thought had fully entered. I said only, No. He looked up at once and, astonishingly, laughed. You are becoming tyrannical. No, I replied, only efficient. He handed me the note before reading it aloud. That was how we lived then. Not perfectly. Honestly. Love, I learned, is much less decorative once one has already married for reasons that would have ruined weaker people. But it is not, for that reason, less profound. Ours grew where it had the right to grow at last, after choice had been separated from debt, after practical safety had stopped pretending to be emotional claim, after the rooms in which our lives were governed had ceased to belong first to male secrecy, and only later to female endurance. He courted me openly. Imagine it. A husband courting his own wife, as if law were too blunt an instrument for the finer work of being chosen. Lady Morland found the whole thing morally hilarious and entirely correct. Mrs. Finch considered it tolerable so long as it did not interfere with meal hours. Claire declared it slow. Tom, when he visited in April and found Sebastian waiting in the lower garden, because he had asked whether I would walk there after tea, looked between us both and said, At last. I was beginning to think the two of you meant to remain honorable until old age. He was improving. Our walks became ordinary. That is the proper miracle of love when it survives good sense. The lower garden. The yew walk. The terrace in evenings when the air softened and the light stayed longer over the wet grass. We spoke of Hartwell, Tennant's Clare books, weather, the endless moral ugliness of Lionel, and sometimes of us. Not always directly. Directness is not the only proof of intimacy. And in some marriages it is not even the best. Sometimes the deepest trust lives in the fact that nothing need be hidden before it is spoken plainly, even if the speaking comes later. He kissed me first in the lower garden and a second time Weeks later, in the library after handing me a letter from Fenwick, before opening himself, and saying, with such grave self-awareness that I nearly laughed, I would like some reward for progress, but only if progress is not all I am asking you to notice. I set the letter down and kissed him first. That, I think, taught him more than any lecture on equal choice ever had. By May the county had adjusted. They always do. Society feeds on novelty, and then, once novelty becomes fact, and the fact refuses to collapse beautifully, grows bored enough to call it propriety. Augusta remained poisonous, but had lost her brightest field of use. Lionel had become correct to the point of spiritual malnutrition. Mrs. Weatherby still looked uneasy whenever old rooms or quick marriages were mentioned at tea, which I considered entirely proper and perhaps the beginning of wisdom. The rector's wife, having once seen me, Claire, and Lady Morland on the lower terrace all arguing over whether the schoolroom globe had a Protestant tilt, reported afterward that Ashcroft seemed remarkably domestic now. I took that as high praise and a moderate insult. Hartwell and Ashcroft no longer looked like scandal trying to pass for structure. They looked, which is much harder won, like two houses that had survived the men connected to them, and had finally learned to conduct their business in daylight. One evening near the end of May, after Claire had been taken up and Lady Morland had retired with a biography she claimed to despise and reread every year, I found Sebastian in the west room by the open window. Lady Clara's room had become our truest room by then, perhaps because it had held the beginning of honesty too closely to permit false ease afterward. The evening light was still pale on the terrace. The paint box sat closed on the little cabinet. Clara's memorandum book lay where I had left it after copying one recipe for preserving rose petals, which Mrs. Finch claimed was sentimental nonsense, and then executed perfectly anyway. Sebastian stood by the desk with one hand in his pocket, and the other resting lightly on the back of the chair. He looked up as I entered. He said, "There you are. Not my love. Not my wife." Just that simple sentence, and the quiet relief inside it. It undid me more than grander things might have. "I am generally where the house leaves me," I replied. "That is a terrible advertisement for marriage. It is an excellent one for architecture." He smiled then properly, not merely by shadow, and held out the paper in his hand. "Tom." I took it. My brother's latest letter was full of grass, tenants, one impossible black mare, the east meadow finally tolerable, and an account of how Mamma had scolded Adrian so elegantly at church that the man spent the remainder of the service pious with humiliation. At the end, in a cramped edition clearly inserted after the page had been folded once already, he wrote tell Ashcroft that if he continues behaving like a man with sense, I may one day cease resenting him on principle. But do not let it turn his head. Also tell Claire Hartwell swans have stolen a bishop's glove and justice is therefore visible in nature. I laughed aloud. Sebastian came nearer. That sounds promising. It sounds like family. The word stayed between us, family. Not as trap. Not as legal pressure. Not as old men's settlements and cousins' appetites, and women left cleaning up the structure afterward. Family as something chosen again and again until the choosing becomes habit more trustworthy than blood alone. I looked up at him. "There is something I have been thinking." "That is always ominous." "Wes," I said, "you married me for structure." His face altered at once. Not in guilt now, but in that old alertness grief had trained too thoroughly into him. "I know." "Do not look so stricken. I am not beginning a new war." I folded Tom's letter and laid it beside Clara's book. "I only mean that structure is not, in itself, always the villain. It depends who is forced to live underneath it and whether the doors inside it are locked." He was very still. I went on. What ruined the beginning was not that you understood necessity. It was that you thought necessity gave you the right to arrange my knowledge of it. What saved the rest was not that necessity disappeared. It was that you stopped. The room had gone very quiet. At last he said, "That sounds dangerously like forgiveness." "No," I replied. "It sounds like accuracy." His mouth altered. "Which is usually more serious." "Wes." He came nearer then, close enough that if I had wished to step back I could still have done it, and knew it. That remained, even after love. Perhaps especially after love, he said, very well softly. What does accuracy say now? I looked at him. At the man who had once arrived in my mother's drawing room with law, urgency, and too much decided already beneath his silence. At the man who had since signed away the easiest uses of my dependence, placed his own fault publicly where I could survive it, and learned, by painful repeated practice, to bring me weather before he tried to build a roof over it. That I was right to make you earn the rest of the marriage, I said. Something changed in his face with that. Not wounded pride. Never that now. Something warmer, quieter, and so entirely free of vanity that I felt my own breath shift in answer. And did I? The question was low, dangerous, entirely serious. I let the silence hold us a moment before answering, because some things ought not to be rushed merely because the answer is kind. Yes, I said. You did. There are words that alter a room more than kisses. This was one. He touched my cheek then with the same care he had used in the lower garden the first time, as if choice remained precious precisely because love had now made it more familiar and not less. I leaned into his hand before dignity could improve my posture and kissed him when he bent his head. Outside, the evening settled over Ashcroft Hall, lamps being lit below, a door closing, some distant clatter in the yard, the ordinary human noise of a house no longer trying to survive on silence alone. When the kiss ended, he rested his forehead lightly against mine and said, Clara would be intolerable about this. Wes, I answered. Your mother too. He laughed softly. Tom most of all. Undoubtedly. And Lady Morland would say she expected it. She would be lying. She expected disaster for weeks and enjoyed the possibility. That drew another quieter laugh from him, one I felt more than heard. And then, he said, I am glad you stayed after the rude part. There it was, Clara's language returned to us at last, simpler and truer than all the law had been. I answered the only way honesty allowed. So, am I? Later, when I came downstairs with Tom's letter and Clara's memorandum still under her one arm, because I had forgotten to leave either where they belonged, I found Claire asleep on the sofa in the library with Atlas tucked under her chin and one blue ribbon falling loose from her hair. Lady Morland had dozed with a book in her lap. Mrs. Finch stood over both of them with a shawl and an expression suggesting that if happiness made people disorderly, she intended to oppose it only where linen suffered. She looked at the papers in my hand, then at my face, then at Sebastian behind me. She said, well, I suppose it will do. That, from Mrs. Finch, was practically benediction. I still keep the dark key in the top drawer of the west desk, though the compartment is not hidden from me now, and Claire knows perfectly well where the catch lies. The blue ribbon from Clara's letters is wrapped around the paint box, because the child declared colors prefer memory, if it is tied neatly. Tom writes every week. Rema comes whenever Hartwell's business lets her. Lionel continues to live, which is perhaps God's least persuasive argument in favor of Providence. But he no longer matters in the intimate way he once hoped to. As for Sebastian and me, we never became a sentimental marriage. Thank heaven. We became something better. A marriage that began in strategy, survived truth, and was then chosen again in daylight with full knowledge of what the beginning had cost. There may be grander romances in the world, all moonlight and certainty in men who never conceal anything, because novelists have not yet taught them the habits of real houses. I do not envy them. Ours was built where I can trust it, in the right rooms. Before witnesses when necessary, against paper when required, and at last in freedom when nothing else had the right to stand in its place. Tonight the west windows are open to May air. Claire has left Atlas on the hall bench again in deliberate rebellion against order. Lady Morland is pretending not to listen to Sebastian, and Tom argue over boundary hedges in the library. Mrs. Finch is winning the house by method as she always has. The blue room no longer feels like a chamber into which I was installed but a room I inhabit, because it is mine. And when Sebastian finds me later, whether in the west room with Clara's book, on the terrace with the last light, or in the library pretending to read while waiting for him. There will be no locked paper between us first. No arranged whether I have been spared. No truth wearing a better coat than it deserves. That, I have learned, is what love looks like after it has earned the right to stay.